Dual chip monster, one for performance, one for display.
बट अभी फाइट्स की शुरुआत हुई है 3T के न्यूज़ जो शुरुआत से 7 में थे, अब यहाँ पे फाइट लेते हुए आपको नजर आ जाएंगे, बट सही समय पे ऑनिक्स का स्प्रे आता है, थोड़ा सा डैमेज यहाँ पे जरूर दिया, बट बदले में केएसआर को नॉक करा जाएगा और केएसआर को फिनिश भी कर दिया जाएगा। यूपी 50 वन मैन डाउन, 3 फिनिश निकाल चुके हैं और अभी हम हल्ला बोलने की कोशिश करते हुए यहाँ पे
ग्रेनेड्स आपको यहाँ पे इस्तेमाल करने ही पड़ेंगे। आप देखेंगे कि आपको पता है कि वहाँ पे 2 से 3 प्लेयर हैं, यहाँ पे क्या यूपी 50 के पास ज्यादा ग्रेनेड्स नहीं है। चलिए तीनों प्लेयर ने यहाँ पे ग्रेनेड को करा, मुश्किलें अब सामने वाली टीम के लिए काफी ज्यादा होने वाली, बट एक जो प्लेयर वो बहुत ज्यादा दूर पे मौजूद है वो जरूर यहाँ पे दिक्कतें क्रिएट कर सकता है। बट उन्होंने भी पार्टी ज्वाइन करा, उन्होंने किया क्यों वो पार्टी ज्वाइन, क्योंकि उन्हें पता था सबसे सेफ पोजीशन पे वो थे, ये चीज उन्हें करने की जरूरत थी नहीं। एक गलती करी, पूरी टीम को यहाँ पे पनिशमेंट मिल जरूर सकती है। आप देखिए एक और ग्रेनेड वहां पे कुक होता हुआ, 2 प्लेयर ऑलरेडी डाउन हो चुके हैं, एक प्लेयर वहां पे पूरी तरीके से खत्म हुआ। एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड डेस्टिनी के करीब था तो सही, बट चलिए वो पूरी तरीके से सेफ रहेंगे। स्मोक किया गया है, जो प्लेयर डाउन है एटलीस्ट उसको रिवाइवल के चांसेस बन जरूर सकते हैं। बट आप देखें ग्रेनेड पे ग्रेनेड आते हुए सरकार डेस्टिनी को डाउन करेंगे। आखिरी प्लेयर बचेंगे अपनी टीम से, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली वो भी यहाँ पे खत्म हो जाएंगे। बिल्कुल स्पॉट किया गया, ग्रेनेड ऑलरेडी नीचे मौजूद है, वो उनको वहां पे रिवाइव करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। रैंडम शॉट आया तब भी वो वहां पे खत्म हो जाएंगे। DNS वो एक प्लेयर जिनके पास पूरा एंगल था, उन्होंने गलती करी, पनिश किया गया। पूरी स्क्वाड 13th प्लेस पे एलिमिनेट है।
बात करते हैं, देखिए इनकी पोजीशन बहुत अच्छी है, चारों प्लेयर्स का एडवांटेज भी इनके पास है और अगर ये इनके पास जोन चला गया तो बहुत ज्यादा आकर्षित कर सकते हैं। बट टीटीटी के डार्क ऑप, ओह माय गॉड, एक नेड 2 शिकार और पीटीसी के 2 प्लेयर जो एक अच्छा कवर बना चुके थे नॉक होते नजर आएंगे आपको।
लास्ट प्लेयर बहुत ज्यादा दूर अपनी टीम से कवर फायर प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं। लास्ट नहीं, चलिए 2 प्लेयर उनके अभी भी सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, बट एटीएफ की स्क्वाड को आप देखें बिल्कुल चहलकदमी नहीं। उनको पता है कि ये मैच कितना ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट, अगर पहले ही मैच में प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट निकालने में कामयाब रहे तो खुशी का कोई इनका ठिकाना नहीं होने वाला। बट अभी आप देखें सबसे ज्यादा मुश्किल में आपको वही टीम देखने को मिलने वाली है। सर्कल उनका साथ छोड़ चुका है, बस जो भी था यहीं तक था इस के साथ। पर फिलहाल के लिए यूपी 50 की स्क्वाड को आप देखें, बट पीटीसी वो अपने प्लेयर को रिवाइव करने में वो कामयाबी हासिल कर भी रहे हैं, बट एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड और जो प्लेयर रिवाइव करने आया उसका भी हमें खात्मा देखने को मिलने वाला। बट 4SE की स्क्वाड को आप देखें, जोन उनके पास यूपी 50 बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज जोन के अंदर आपको देखने को मिलेगा। बट पीटीजी उन्होंने गलती यहाँ पे की जरूर है, सारे प्लेयर यहाँ पे फंस के रह जाएंगे। एक प्लेयर पीछे की साइड पे है जो कवर फायर देने की कोशिश करे, बट प्रभु मुझे नहीं लगता ज्यादा कुछ कर पाएंगे, ऑलरेडी उनकी पोजीशन वहां पे रिवील थी। लास्ट प्लेयर पीटीजी से सर्वाइव करेंगे, बट हाँ टीम टू द टॉप इन्होंने भी यहाँ पे गलतियां करी हैं, क्योंकि इस वक्त जो सर्कल के बाहर फाइट ले रहे थे, बट कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता जब तक आपने यहाँ पे फिनिशर्स निकाले। टोटल 7
पे फाइट लेते हुए यूपी को नॉक करा जाएगा। सरकार ट्रेड निकालेंगे विजर्ड के ऊपर, पायरेट के चीन 4SE के केआर गेमर को टेक डाउन करते हुए, बट अभी के लिए यूपी 50 बैकफुट में जाता हुआ। ऑनिक्स एचपी कम है, सरकार एचपी फुल है, ऊपर जाने की कोशिश करते हुए, बट क्या ऊपर जा पाएंगे सर? ये यहाँ पे सक्सेसफुली क्लच करना इस कंपाउंड के ऊपर थोड़ा आपके लिए मुश्किल बन सकता है। यूटिलिटीज का बहुत अच्छा इस्तेमाल करना पड़ेगा। मोलोटोव करी जरूर है, बट नीचे भी आपको यहाँ पे सीढ़ियों पे मोलोटोव देखने को मिल जाएगी। नीचे आके शॉट देने की कोशिश, इलेक्ट्रॉन्स को नॉक करा जाएगा एंड यूपी 50 फाइनली अगेन डूइंग व्हाट दे डू बेस्ट इज टेकिंग द फाइट एंड विनिंग द फाइट एज वेल।
बट केएसआर एक बार फिर से सबसे पहले एलिमिनेट हुए अपनी टीम से। अनुष्टुओपी नीचे मौजूद जरूर, एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड ऊपर के साइड पे गया जरूर, बट बीच के अपने आप को बचा पाएंगे? बिल्कुल बचाने में कामयाबी उन्होंने हासिल करी। सरकार यहाँ पे रिवाइव करेंगे अनुष्टुओपी को, वो चीज की उनको जरूरत भी पड़ने वाली है, बट ऑनिक्स वहां पे मौजूद रहेंगे। बट इसी बीच अगर बात करी जाए 4SE के जो प्लेयर्स थे वो यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट होते हुए पायरेट गेमिंग के द्वारा बीच अभी भी ऊपर थोड़ी चहलकदमी करने को पूरी तरीके से तैयार है। वहां पे ग्रेनेड वापस से किया गया, बट बीच की बात करें वो नीचे आए जरूर, बट वहां पे एक मॉली भी किया गया। बीच क्या वहां पे नॉक करने में कामयाबी हासिल करेंगे या फिर नहीं? बट उससे पहले कोई एक और स्क्वाड है जिनका चार्ज इन आता हुआ हमें दिखाई दे सकता है। बिल्कुल ट्रिपल टी की जो स्क्वाड है वो हमें देखने को मिलने वाली। गाड़ी वहां पे ब्लास्ट हुई जरूर है, डार्क बहुत ज्यादा आ चुके हैं अपनी टीम से, बाकी के 3 प्लेयर पीछे मौजूद जरूर, बट क्या वो कवर फायर देने में इस वक्त कामयाबी हासिल कर पाएंगे? पूरी तरीके से बरकरार 4 फिनिशर्स उन्होंने निकाले। 3T की बात करें उन्होंने 6 फिनिशर्स निकाले, 3 प्लेयर पे सर्वाइव कर रहे, एक नॉक है उसका रिवाइव कर दिया जाएगा। इन्यूसी के साथ रिवाइव होंगे, बैंडेजेस मात्र जहां तक उम्मीद है उनके पास हमें देखने को मिलने वाला। हिटमैन अकेले बचे अपनी टीम से, देखते हैं क्या वो इस मैच में भी आगे जा सकते हैं फिर नहीं। बट एटीएफ की स्क्वाड को आप देखें, पिछले मैच में भी उनका प्रदर्शन चलिए उतना अच्छा तो नहीं था, बट प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट और फिनिशर्स उन्होंने निकाले थे। इस मैच में उनके पास प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी है और मोस्ट पॉइंट उनके पास फिनिशर्स भी होंगे, बट इंडिया पूरी तरीके से फायर पे और एंग्री इस वक्त उस चीज का फायदा उठाएंगे। अल्फा की वो भी वहां पे मौजूद, बट कोई भी किसी का भी ध्यान इस वक्त हिटमैन की तरफ आपको देखने को नहीं मिलेगा।
जी हाँ, होल्ड कर रहे हैं और अपनी टीम के लिए टॉप 3 यहाँ पे लेके वो जा चुके हैं। इनियो को खत्म करा जाएगा। अल्फा क्यू अब आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हैं 3T की तरफ से। पिछले मैच इतना अच्छा नहीं किया था, बट इस मैच में देखिए क्या बदलाव लाए हैं। टॉप 3 में अपनी टीम को लेके आ चुके हैं, बट अल्फा क्यू को स्पॉट किया गया एंड उनको भी ग्रोजा के द्वारा खत्म कर दिया जाएगा। G2A आज इतिहास रचने वाले राउंड 1 के दूसरे एरांगल में चिकन की तलाश में, बट अभी भी उनके सामने एक टीम है जिनके पास नंबर्स के बचे हुए हैं, लेकिन इतना जल्दी बचा नहीं जाएगा। ग्रोजा का इस्तेमाल करा जा रहा है, रश करा जा रहा है, फिनिश करा जा रहा है। ATF के हिटमैन इज नाउ देयर एंड एक शानदार
ने मीनवाइल वहां पर स्पॉट करके एक खिलाड़ी को डाउन जरूर से कराए। एंड अगर हम बात करें यहाँ पर टीम F40 esports की, तो चारों के चारों खिलाड़ी जो है वो भी एक ही घर के अंदर आ चुके हैं। वहां पर ऊपर वंडर जरूर से मौजूद है। वंडर किड ने यहाँ पर जरूर से जंप लिया। एक ग्रेनेड अगर कनेक्ट होता है पूरी तरीके से बैकफुट पर हमें देखने को मिलेगी टीम F40 esports। मुश्किलें बहुत ज्यादा टीम F40 के लिए।
कम से कम उन्होंने वक्त जाया नहीं करा और अपने प्लेयर को जो डाउन थे उनको रिवाइव करने में उन्होंने कामयाबी हासिल करी। और अब बारी है स्मोक भर देने की, बट एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड वंडर किड का, नो डाउट। उन्होंने अपना नाम ऐसा क्यों रखा, एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड। और अब पूरी स्क्वाड फंस गई। अब आप देखें कि पूरी स्क्वाड फंस गई, बट प्राइम इसी के साथ डाउन। एंड VSG बैंडल की स्क्वाड सबसे पहली स्क्वाड जो इस मैच को छोड़ के जाते हुए, शुरुआत उनकी बिल्कुल भी अच्छी हुई नहीं है, बट यहाँ पे जो प्लेयर डाउन है रिवाइव करने की एक बार फिर से कोशिश करी जाएगी। ब्लेड की बात करें, वो शायद ग्रेनेड को जरूर कर रहे हैं, देखते हैं अंदर के साइड पे फेंकेंगे या फिर नहीं, बट जरूर अंदर के साइड पे है। बट ये उनको नहीं पता कि सारे जो प्लेयर है वो ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे इस वक्त मौजूद है, वो ऊपर सेकंड फ्लोर पे शॉट्स देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, वहां पे ग्रेनेड फेंकने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। सेकंड नहीं, फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे ग्रेनेड फेंकने की कोशिश थी, बट इसी के साथ रोबो जरूर डाउन किए जाएंगे। एक और प्लेयर उनको डाउन हुआ, रिवाइव करने की कोशिश, एक और बढ़िया ग्रेनेड आता है, वो भी प्लेयर डाउन होता हुआ। अब जरूर पता है यहाँ पे MF के प्लेयर को कि प्लेयर्स नीचे मौजूद है, कोई भी आपको ऊपर जाता हुआ दिखाई नहीं देगा। बट आप देखें एक प्लेयर ऑलरेडी ऊपर के साइड पे जा चुका है। मुश्किलें F40 की स्क्वाड के लिए बहुत ज्यादा। एक लौता प्लेयर अपनी टीम से यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करता हुआ। वायरस ज्यादा कुछ कर नहीं पाएंगे। MF की स्क्वाड काफी खुश, 4 फिनिशेस, लूट बहुत ज्यादा।
ओपनिंग यहाँ पर क्रिएट करना बहुत ही ज्यादा क्रूशियल। टीम UDG की बात करें, जोन के बाहर से जोन के अंदर आ रहे हैं और वहां पे टीम इनएविटेबल जो है वो जरूर से मौजूद। एक खिलाड़ी को वहां पे स्पॉट करके डाउन भी किया है। टीम UDG यहाँ पर जरूर से क्लोज इन करने के लिए जा सकते हैं, बट लेट्स सी यहाँ पर क्या होता है। अभी के लिए अपने आपको बूस्ट जरूर से करने वाले हैं। एक खिलाड़ी जो है इनका वो ऑलरेडी नॉक इन फिनिश ऑफ हो चुका है, तो वो जो एक मैन डिसएडवांटेज है वो जरूर से एक वो फैक्टर बन सकता है कि थोड़ा सा लेट हमें पुश देखने को मिले। लेकिन यहाँ पर स्लैमिंग जो है वो बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी भी रहने वाला है। टीम UDOG के ऊपर अभी के लिए कुछ ग्रेनेड जरूर से बरसा जाएंगे एंड जो रिवाइवल है वो भी वहां पर हो जाएगा। लेकिन एक ग्रेनेड वहां पर आएगा। 3 खिलाड़ी हमें यहाँ पर 2 खिलाड़ी इनफैक्ट डाउन होते हुए जरूर से नजर आएंगे। क्या रिवाइवल पॉसिबल है वो देखने वाली बात है। UDOG अब यहाँ पे क्लोज इन करेंगे। किलर यहाँ पर सबसे आगे की तरफ जाएंगे, व्हीकल अपना प्लेस करेंगे और अब बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल टीम इनएविटेबल के लिए एक को स्पॉट करके डाउन ऑलरेडी कर चुके हैं। एक लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग हमें जरूर से देखने को मिल जाएगा। टीम UDOG अभी के लिए किल करते हुए यहाँ पे सभी प्लेयर्स को जो लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग है उनको भी फिनिश ऑफ किया जाएगा। 4 फिनिशेस आएंगे किंग गॉड इजी के पास। अपार्टमेंट की फाइट बहुत ज्यादा मजेदार जरूर से रहती है। टीम इनएविटेबल के एक खिलाड़ी जो है वो अपनी स्क्वाड से थोड़ा सा दूर जरूर से जाएंगे। रिच की एक फाइट हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिल जाएगी जहाँ पे 3DS जो है स्पॉट करके एक खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया और कितना ओपन में हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है। अभी के लिए टीम डस्टी डैपर्स के खिलाड़ी 2 खिलाड़ियों को यहाँ पर नॉक कर दिया गया। और अगर हम बात करें इंसीडियस की तो वो यहाँ पर रुकने वाले नहीं। आप देखिए इंस्टेंटली उन्होंने 2 खिलाड़ी को नॉक किया और अब आगे की दिशा में जाते हुए नजर आ रहे। रिवाइवल दे पाना यहाँ पर बहुत मुश्किल रहने वाला है। एक फ्लैंक एंगल जो है वो भी आएगा, ग्रेनेड एक आएगा, अक्षर डाउन हो जाएंगे। पाब्लो के कंधों पर पूरी जिम्मेदारी यहाँ पर रहने वाली है। एक नॉक निकालना पड़ेगा, नॉक निकाल दिया है लेकिन पीछे से बुलेट जो है वो भी यहाँ पर आ जाएंगे। लेट्स सी यहाँ पर क्या होने वाला है। देखते देखते डस्टी डैपर्स यहाँ पर एलिमिनेट हो जाएंगे।
MF का बट JSR 2 प्लेयर मौजूद वहां पे अननोन का गेम खराब करते हैं, तो MF के पास थोड़ा सा मौका रहेगा इस मैच में विनर चिकन डिनर निकालने का। मात्र 9 सेकंड के बाद 9वां सर्कल चलने वाला है। डैमेज हद से ज्यादा इनको पड़ने जरूर वाला है, बट इसी के साथ नोबडी डाउन होते हुए इसी चीज की मैं बात कर रहा था। अगर JSR गेम खराब करती है अननोन का तो मुश्किलें बहुत ज्यादा होने वाली है उनके लिए। बट आप ब्लेड को देखे सामने से निकल के चले गए, पता भी नहीं चला, बट नोबडी के क्लोज एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड गया जरूर। बट ब्लेड जहां पे मौजूद है, अगर यहाँ पे ग्रेनेड आए तो उनके लिए भी मुश्किलें होने वाली। बट सामने से JSR अभिजीत लास्ट प्लेयर बचे हुए थे उनको भी खत्म किया गया। इसी के साथ प्ले जोन के बाहर वो खत्म हो गए। 4v3 का यहाँ पे सिचुएशन चलता हुआ। क्या MF की स्क्वाड जो पिछले मैच में चूक गए थे इस मैच में विनर चिकन डिनर निकालते हुए नजर आएंगे।
देखिए 3v4 का ये सिनेरियो हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ। टीम MF को एग्जैक्टली पता है कि उनके ओपोनेंट्स अभी कहां पर हैं। कुछ बढ़िया ग्रेनेड्स या मोलोटॉव जाएंगे तो यहाँ पर मुश्किल में आ सकते हैं। शिवम जो कि ऑलरेडी बहुत ही ज्यादा लो ऑन एचपी, उनको स्पॉट करके डाउन जरूर से किया जाएगा। और अब जो थ्रोएबल की वर्षा है वो हमें देखने को मिलेगी। टीम अननोन बहुत करीब आकर के विनर चिकन डिनर के अब दूर जाते हुए नजर आ रहे, बिकॉज टीम एमएफजे वो यहाँ पर कैपिटलाइज करेंगे। एक सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग वहां पे बच्चे रॉबर्ट को भी स्पॉट किया जाएगा, डाउन किया जाएगा। जब भी ब्रिज बॉब का सिनेरियो होता है बड़ा मजा आता है, लेकिन इसी बीच यहाँ पर एक 2v4 का सिनेरियो हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ।
जी हाँ, थोड़ा सा समझना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे टीम एलिमिनेट कोड को, क्योंकि उनके जो प्लेयर्स हैं ना फंस से चुके हैं। यूडोक के नेक्सस भी खत्म होते नजर आ जाएंगे आज के पहले मैच में। यहाँ पे यूडोक की किस्मत खराब है, क्योंकि जोन भी देखिए कितना दूर जा चुका है। अब तो मेरे ख्याल से उनका पहुंचना जोन के अंदर लगभग नामुमकिन सा है। ये जोन ने जो करवट ली है यहाँ पे, असली चुनौती तो आज देखने को मिल रही है। बट वहीं अगर बात की जाए हैकर बॉय अटैक करते हुए रेज के ऊपर, रेज को नॉक करा जाएगा एंड आई थिंक रिटेलिएशन में मृत्यु ने यहाँ पे उनको भी नॉक कर दिया। तो ट्रेड गेम यहाँ पे चल रहा है दोनों टीम की तरफ से।
बिल्कुल, यहाँ पर एक खिलाड़ी आगे की तरफ जा तो जरूर से रहे। लेट्स सी कि क्या स्पॉट करने में कामयाब हो पाएंगे। मीनवाइल काकशी जो है वो यहाँ पर रिवाइवल एग्जीक्यूट करेंगे। एजेंट यहाँ पर थोड़ा आगे की तरफ आते हुए, और वो जो एक खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर बचा है उसके ऊपर पूरी तरीके से जो प्रेशर है वो क्रिएट करने की यहाँ पर कोशिश की जा रही है। मीनवाइल यहाँ पर फाइनली काकशी जो है वो एक्शन में हमें देखने को मिल जाएगी। क्या कनेक्शंस बना पाएंगे, क्योंकि थॉमसन इनके पास है क्लोज रेंज की एक बेहतरीन वो गन जरूर से रहने वाली है। देखते यहाँ पर एजेंट जो है वो अब सोलो सर्वाइवर बचेंगे। इनफैक्ट इनके एक और खिलाड़ी हैं जरूर से, लेकिन वो यहाँ पर करीब नहीं है। तो एजेंट के लिए क्लोज रेंज में अभी के लिए एक 1v3 का सिनेरियो जरूर से बन चुका है। लेट्स सी एजेंट यहाँ पे क्या करते हैं। क्लोज रेंज कॉम्बैट की एक बीस्ट गन इनके पास जरूर से मौजूद है। फाइनली उनको स्पॉट किया गया, एक खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया, लेकिन सामने से कुछ बढ़िया रिटेलिएशन आएगा। फिनिश जो है वो सिक्योर हो जाएगा। इसी के साथ 3 फिनिशेस जाते हुए टीम इन्वेडर्स के पास। टेम्पर गेमिंग के वो काफी ज्यादा एक दूर फ्लैंक एंगल पे पहुंच चुके हैं। क्या वो स्ट्रैटेजी उनके काम आएगी वो तो खैर वक्त ही बताएगा, लेकिन टीम केबीपी जॉट अभी के लिए बहुत मुश्किल स्थिति में देखने को मिल रही है।
जी हाँ, इनके 2 प्लेयर्स जो कि बहुत ही कमाल के चहीते प्लेयर्स हैं। काफी सारे लोग देखते हैं इनको, हगे मरू और नॉट रंग, बट दोनों को यहाँ पे खत्म कर दिया जाएगा। वहीं अगर यहाँ पे बात की जाए रश करने का मौका यहाँ पे बन सकता है, अटैक कर सकती है WD स्पोर्ट्स। 4 प्लेयर उनके जीवित हैं और अभी भी वो काफी अग्रेसिव मूड में यहाँ पे नजर आ रहे हैं, और होना भी चाहिए। टाइलर को नॉक करा जाएगा। रैक्स वहां पे पीछे जाने की कोशिश करते हुए हगे मरू को मेरे ख्याल से रिवाइवल मिल चुका है एंड वो अपने आप को हील कर लेंगे। बट क्या वो इस अटैक को रोक पाएंगे? क्लच पर पानी में जाने की गलती साबित हो सकती है उनकी तरफ से। पानी में स्मोक है, अदरवाइज उसको स्पॉट किया जा सकता है। हगेमल को भी यहाँ पे नॉक करा जाएगा। रैक्स इज गोइंग टू बी द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग, जो पानी में जा चुके हैं और उनका सिर्फ एक ही मकसद है, पोजीशन पॉइंट्स हासिल करना।
मेरे ख्याल से रैक्स की एक बढ़िया गेम स्टाइल हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ। स्मोक कर रहा उन्होंने, एक पेड़ को रखा बेट करने के लिए और खुद पानी के अंदर उन्हें छलांग मार ली। लेकिन अभी के लिए टीम WD स्पोर्ट्स के लिए जो फाइट है वो खत्म हुई नहीं है, क्योंकि सामने से एक और टीम हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिल जाएगी। टीम विन फॉर नेशन का जो स्क्वाड है वो उनके काफी ज्यादा करीब हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। ये फाइट किसी भी वक्त स्टार्ट हो सकती है। डार्की मीनवाइल अपने आप को हील करेंगे। रैक्स की जो पोजीशन है वो भी रिवील्ड है, लेकिन क्या WD स्पोर्ट्स को पता है कि उनके करीब एक दूसरी टीम है? टीम विन फॉर नेशन की अगर हम बात करें तो वो जोन के अंदर एक बेटर एरिया में, यानी कि अब जो टीम जोन के बाहर है उनको आना पड़ेगा सर्कल के अंदर। टीम WD स्पोर्ट्स के लिए बहुत मुश्किल रहने वाला है। वही टीम विन फॉर नेशन पहले जोन को प्रायोरिटाइज करेंगे और उसके बाद शायद फाइट भी उनके पास जा सकती है।
जी हाँ, देखिए W4N के पास पोजीशन बहुत अच्छी है। अगर वो यहाँ पे गेट कीप कर लेते हैं WD स्पोर्ट्स को तो काफी ज्यादा फायदा और काफी ज्यादा फिनिशेस भी उनको मिल सकते हैं। इस नेड परेड से थोड़ा सा उनको बच के लेना पड़ेगा, बट प्लेयर्स थोड़ा सा पीछे है तो नेड से भी बच सकते हैं। एस्केप को एस्केप करना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज जिस पोजीशन पे वो हैं वो अकेले फंस चुके हैं। उनके जो बाकी प्लेयर्स हैं लाइट और जस्टिस दोनों थोड़ा सा पीछे हैं। अगर एस्केप यहाँ पे एक सुपरस्टार सुपर हीरो बन जाते हैं तब तो फायदा मिलेगा, अदरवाइज ये नेड उनको खत्म कर सकता है।
तो उनकी पोजीशन फाइनली रिवील हो गई है। देखिए जो स्ट्रैटेजी थी वो यही थी कि टीम WD स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर यहाँ पर आएंगे, जोन के अंदर एरिया लेने की कोशिश करेंगे और वहां पर एस्केप जो है वो एक सरप्राइज एंट्री उनको देंगे, लेकिन उससे पहले ही उनको वहां पर सरप्राइज कर दिया जाएगा। जादू डाउन हो जाएंगे। टीम विन फॉर नेशन बढ़िया तरीके से इस फाइट में जाते हुए जस्टिस ने खिलाड़ी को नॉक जरूर से कराया और अब शायद टच गॉड की बारी हो सकती है। लेट्स सी कि क्या यहाँ पर उनको स्पॉट कर पाएंगे। स्मोक का जो कवर है वो जरूर से यहाँ पर आ जाएगा। जो खिलाड़ी नॉक आउट उनको फिनिश करने के लिए जा रहे थे और यहाँ पर ये एक भूल कर बैठे। टीम विन फॉर नेशन देखते देखते अब सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग में कन्वर्ट हो चुके। एक और खिलाड़ी को वहां पे स्पॉट करके डाउन किया गया। लाइटी के लिए अब ये 1v2 का सिनेरियो जरूर से रहता है। जाते जाते वो पूरी कोशिश करें कि जो प्लेयर्स नॉकड आउट है उनके फिनिशेस सिक्योर कर लिए जाए। टीम विन फॉर नेशन के एक खिलाड़ी अभी भी नॉकड आउट है, पीछे रिवाइव देने के लिए जा रहे थे, लेकिन वहां पर क्लाउन जो है वो आएंगे एक्शन में और उनको फिनिश ऑफ कर देंगे।
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021, where, well, we are finding quite a few diamonds in the rough here. My name, of course, is Angad, the Experiment Chehal, and joining me is the tactical maestro herself. It's Bhavna Shadow-Shuki, and I'm going to keep calling you that because I love your tactical prowess. Anyway, it's a new day, it's a new dawn, day 2. What are we expecting today, Bhavna?
The aggression, absolutely the aggression. Considering the teams, we already know, you guys don't know, but we have already seen the teams that are going to be playing in. It's going to be a hell lot of fire and blood.
It is going to be a hell lot of fire and a lot of blood, as you did mention. A little dark, but of course that is what this game is all about. Now, I love the fact, again, we are going to be beating around this little bush. I love the fact that iQOO have given so many unknown players so much untapped potential, the pedestal, the option, the spotlight to basically come in and shine. And boy, are some of these teams shining. Of course, a lot of names the viewers are going to recognize as we do look at the matchup. But once again, you got to give props where props are due because, well, this is what legends are made of. And talking of legends, let's just have a quick word from the official sponsors of BGIS 2021.
Are you ready for this?
You know, Shadow, every single time that I watch that video, I see something new. Now, normally when you're playing a game of BGMI, you have your headphones in or your earphones in. I tried the speakers last night, and boy, that bass has a nice ring to it. And of course, talking about the speakers, let's just have a look and see what other things there are on offer in this legend.
Well, it has to offer Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 over there, 66-watt flash charge that I love, and in-display monster touch. You can't have an excuse that a touch is not working. In-game, everything is perfectly fine with this device.
It is perfectly fine, and it's going to be smooth and silky. That is, of course, what you want your gaming to be. You want that ultra performance. But now, we have talked about the iQOO 7 legends. Let's talk about a few legends that we are going to be seeing in our games. Now, before we mention the teams, I'm sure a lot of the fans, a lot of the viewers who appreciate certain teams, you already know that your favorite boys and girls are going to be playing today. And again, Shadow, the fact that we still have those 2 games to make it or break it, the competition is going to be razor thin.
Well, it is going to be razor thin because in the past round 1 also we saw some of the teams missing the qualifiers because of 1 or the 2 points, and this time the lobby is more stronger, more competitive, and they have the information against each other as well, especially the teams that played online.
There you have it. Now all that homework is going to come in pretty handy, but of course before that, let's have a look and see what all these teams are going to be battling for, because, well, there is a lot of money at stake because the prize pool is going to be up on our screens. And, well, don't be alarmed by the number of zeros you see. There isn't any typo. We are going to be fighting for that massive 1 crore rupees. And, well, first place walks away with half of that, 50 big ones.
Well, 50 lakhs is a big prize money, but my eyes are on the MVP. A single guy is getting 1 lakh rupees over there. So give your best, because individually also you are getting something. As a team, you might get 50 lakhs, but you can increase your prize money, personal prize money, the MVP. I wonder for the assist, whether the teammates are going to fight again.
Now, you know, you did mention this. Now, I don't know whether the MVP in this situation is going to be the most valuable player or the most hated player.
Yeah.
Because, of course, he is going to have an extra target painted on his back. But along with that, we have other prizes for the Lone Ranger and things that redeem ourselves. So watch out and see if your favorite players are going to snatch that extra moolah all for themselves. But now this is where it all comes down to how you get those points. You can either go the placement points way, or you can get them via finishes.
Well, finishes are always going to be important. important because even if you end at second position or the third position, you can get the chicken dinner points by those finishes. Extra finish points are always important, as we have seen in the round 1 as well. The teams getting an early elimination had finish points to back them up, but placement points, if you talk about, are the pretty same numbers. First place gets 15 points, second place gets 12 points, third gets 10 points, and keep on reducing, and you better not end between 8 to 16th position. And if you end somewhere between 8 to 12, have some finish points.
There you go. I was just going to say that because we did see that in the games, especially yesterday as well. You know, a couple of teams, no placement points. However, they did rack up 8 or maybe 9 points. So, you know, they still had a good chance. And now let's have a look and see how all the games are going to be distributed over the coming month. Now, round 1 has been done and dusted with. And now, of course, we are in day 2 of round 2, which is going to last till the 24th of this month, so all of you can enjoy your Christmas celebrations because, well, the weekend is going to be off, after which the action commences once again on the 27th.
Well, it begins on 27th and continues towards till 30th December, and after that you have a new year. We enter into 2022, but after round 3 the teams are going to qualify in round 3 and make sure they move towards the next stage, but they need the points, and next stage is going to begin from 2nd January 2022 till 5th January over there, and we'll get into the quarter-finals. They are going to be so aggressive.
So aggressive, it's going to be high octane action throughout, and well, the qualifiers are going to be leading to the semi-finals after a day's break, and well, the semi-finals are going to be commencing on the 7th all throughout the 10th. Now, after that, it all comes down to the last 4 days. You are going to get a couple of days off. Of course, you want to make sure all your players are recharged, just like the iQOO 7 legend. And well, that is when a champion is going to be crowned the kings or the queens of India. But now, let's quickly have a look and see how all the games are broken down.
Well, in-game qualifiers are already over. Round 1 is also over. Round 2 and round 3. From there, the 64 teams will qualify towards the quarterfinals. In quarterfinals, 24 teams will qualify towards the semi-finals. And from there, 16 teams move toward grand finals, where the champion is going to be declared.
Well, one thing is for certain, if you make it to the last 16 teams, you are going to be walking away with something. No one's walking away empty-handed. But now the thing that matters is how much money you walk away with.
Yeah.
So, you know, in my mind, if you make it to the final 16, you are champions in your own rights. And now, let's have a look and see how all the games are going to be broken down today. Now, of course, it is going to be Erangel throughout the entirety of the day. But, of course, the only thing that is going to change are the groups. Group 10 are going to kick things off in games 1 and 2. Group 16 is going to be joining us somewhere in the middle. And, of course, all the action shall end with Group 18 going up against one another.
Well, double Erangel, the format we have been seeing since from round 1. The teams can't complain that the map has changed. They can't prepare. They don't have the intel about the teams, but now they have all the information. They have been playing since round 1 Erangel, and they have been rectifying their mistakes as well, playing around their strength and opponents' weaknesses. And let's see how it's going to be.
That's what they got to do. It's all about manipulation, and if they can just find those little chinks in the opposition's armor, that is what the game is all about. But now, as you did mention, we ever since round 1, half the teams have qualified, and we have had to say goodbye to a majority of the players. But like you mentioned, the teams now can do their homework. And well, talking of teams, I'm pretty sure you are going to recognize a few names and a few logos as we have the matchup coming up on our screens right about now.
Well, we have Aztec Esports, the team with double chicken dinner over there, and Team One-Sided Glory, very aggressive and consistent performance. Elite Squad Esports, Team Nemesis Official, then we have TSAR, SVK Esports, Eternal Esports, Lunatic Originals. Some of the teams we didn't see in round 1 because they played offline, but the teams like Aztec, One-Sided Glory, Elite Squad Esports had a very good outing in round 1.
Oh yeah, and I'm looking forward to what ZAR does as well, because let's see if they're going to be as brutal as their name speaks. But now let's have a look and see who else is going to be joining them in Group 10, because I do see a couple of teams just peeking in from that corner. Of course, we are going to have some more teams competing in games 1 and 2. Boss Esports is going to be one of them. Head for Head is going to be another. Of course, they're going to be joined by Comeback Tomorrow, Team LMN, Venom for the win. We've seen them in action already. Laughing Loud Esports are going to be joining the fray as well. Of course, along with Team 9 Intelligence and Easy to Easy.
Well, interesting names. Come Back Tomorrow is going to say to their enemies that, buddy, come back tomorrow. We are
we'll see
winning
you
this.
around.
Yeah, and there is head to head competition. And from the sidelines, Laughing Loud Esports is also there, laughing at all the action, all the mistakes committed by the enemies.
Well, let's see if the enemies are going to be committing mistakes, or are we going to be laughing out loud at the team itself? Of course, this is all speculation at this point. Don't take my word for it. But now, it is going to come down to what's going to happen in the game. And I love the fact that they have these strong names. Question is, are they going to live up to it? But now, before we jump in on the action, I do see from the corner of my eye, all the players are just about getting ready to jump out of that beautiful C-130. Now, we did mention teams are going to do their homework. Aztec Esports, let's just pick them and pick them apart for a second over here. Back-to-back chicken dinners, are they going to do that again?
Well, they are certainly going to give a tough competition to the lobby, but other teams also, like one side Glory, we saw they were pretty aggressive throughout match 1 and match 2 as well. Elite Squad Esports had a very good outing in round 1 also. So this time it's not going to be so easy to get back-to-back double chicken dinners. But let's see if Aztec is going to do it, or some other team can also do it. Anything is possible.
Because like you mentioned, now their drop spots, they've been given away.
Yeah.
Right? So the opposition is going to have an idea where each and every team is going to drop. So that makes me sad about one thing. We might not see those early clashes, or maybe we just might see a few more early clashes because they're going to anticipate that, the big hitters might just be in the same vicinity as we're dropping. So it could go either way. And of course, game 1 is going to dictate the pace for today.
Well, it is certainly going to dictate the pace, but the question is if the teams are going to carry forward with the same momentum in match number 2 or not. Because if you had a bad outing in match number 1, your confidence tends to go a little low, but that is where the experience comes into the picture, that you keep your calm and have a fresh start and let bygones be bygones, because you can't rectify match number 1. But hey, buddy, give your best in match number 1, because both the matches matter, obviously.
You better listen, buddy. You better give your best. And, well, like we always say, put your best foot forward. Now, I do like the fact that they still have 2 games to play with, but you can't really make a lot of mistakes at this stage. Maybe in the quarters, maybe in the semis, since you have a few more games to play around with, you can, mess up a little bit over here and then try and catch up later. But for now, oh boy, you got to be swinging right off the bat, because 2 games, about 60 minutes, and you can pretty much seal your fate in those 60 minutes. But now, let's come down to the brass tacks once again. We picked Aztec Esports. Now, we know they're a heavy-hitting team. Of course, back-to-back chicken dinners is going to be heard all around the world. But the thing is, they did have a specific drop location. I want to see some clashes early on. And keep in mind, we have SVK Esports joining in this game as well. Now, they had a quiet start in their first game. However, oh boy, like we say, a cornered animal is the most dangerous. They came out swinging in game 2, double-digit finishes, and almost walking away with the chicken dinner.
Well, almost chicken dinner, but you make sure you get the perfect chicken dinner, because the position 1 and position 2, 3-point difference is there, and 3 points is not less. Every single point matters, but we talk about consistency always like a broken record, but that is the truth. You have to be very consistent, because we can see some of the teams like Boss Gaming was there, who was pretty consistent. They were not flashy throughout the game, but match number 1, match number 2, they made sure they finish in top 5 somewhere. That is why they have qualified. So you don't have to overshine or be so flashy or aggressive. Just play your normal game.
Which is what we saw also, not just Boss Gaming. I mean, we did see a couple of teams, they weren't picking any fights. In fact, it kind of looked like they were going well out of their way to avoid early rotation fights. And it makes sense, because if you lose a member or 2 early on, the morale is going to be brought down in the team. And we did see a couple of teams even get the chicken dinner, but just 3 or 4 finishes. So, it doesn't matter how you get it. Winning is winning.
Well, winning is winning. That is going to matter the most. You have to climb the leaderboard. You have to be on the top position because it is round 2. But later on, like you mentioned, in quarterfinals, the more experienced teams might join in, and the competition is going to be so tough because every other opponent will read you like a book. They have so much information. They will have so much information against you, and they are going to play against it. So you better mold yourself according to the situation in round 2 itself.
And as in life, even in the world of esports, hard work always pays off. Now, we're using words like homework. I know that you're going to get flashbacks of your school times. I'm sure a lot of you watching are in school as well, so you better make sure you get your extracurricular activities in as well. But doing all the homework, it's not just about the drop locations. It's about the patterns that emerge, right? Because again, us humans, we are creatures of habit. If we drop at one spot, chances are we're going to take the same route to the next destination. So they even map out, the possibility or the anticipation of where these teams are going to go by and where they could be ambushed. We did see something like that yesterday.
Well, we did see something like that yesterday also, but because the circle also plays a very important game in this. If the circle is towards the Kameshki area and your opponent has dropped towards Georgiopol, that's obvious they are going to take the northern rotation and you'll be ready to cut off that rotation.
Well, I don't know if it's so obvious because that's where the experience comes in.
But that's obvious because most of the teams tend to drop in towards the central island and they make the rotations all the way straight in. So mostly in the northern circle we tend to see the northern part quite little empty because not so many teams drop in towards Siverny.
Now do you guys understand why I call her the tactical maestro? Because again, she picks up things that you and I probably wouldn't. Of course, that's going to be on display as the games begin. Now, I do believe the spawn island is finally full of activity as all the players are pretty much ready, and in about 90 odd seconds the game is going to commence. Now, we talk about the whole psychological aspect of this game because you got to keep one thing in mind. It's not just your skills. Your mental game comes in play as well, especially when you are in high pressure situations, when all the weight of the world is on your shoulders and your hands start shaking, not because of fear, but because of adrenaline. That is where you need all that experience. That is when the calm, composed, and the trigger-friendly people, they really excel.
Well, you have to be wise inside the game. You have to make sure what the situation calls for, whether the courage or the bravery you have to show, or the safer side or the defensive side you have to show. In fact, in round 1, we saw one of the game team Space was there. They were playing on the defensive. Yeah, they were playing on the defensive side. But instead, if they have played little offensive in the final circle when 3 teams were remaining, I'm very sure the chicken dinner was theirs.
If.
Yeah. If.
We love using that word over here, if or but again, it's all speculation. Now, it does look like in about 30 seconds, the plane's going to take to the skies. Before we begin, now, I don't want to put you on the spot. Forget the flight path, forget the circle. You said the teams are going to be aggressive right off the bat. Now, we've seen a few of these teams in action. I'm going to ask you to pick one.
I was about to ask that question. You can't pick Aztec
Esports.
No, you can't.
Already, I can't pick Aztec Esports. I'm going to pick one of the others, maybe Laughing Loud Esports, maybe SVK. But again, in about another 3-4 seconds, we're going to bid you adieu, and well, we'll see you in Erangel.
Well, Erangel, here it begins. Let's see where the flight path is headed. I can already see, but I am not going to cheat at all. I'll wait for the screen to show it up because let's not ruin the fun for the viewers.
Yes, ma'am.
And the plane path trajectory is all the way from hospital towards the southern side of the Kameshki area. That means military base and Novoripnoy are a little far away from the teams. That's when the vehicle hunt begins for the teams that likes dropping in towards military base or Novoripnoy. In fact, Milta and Milta Power also are not that easily glidable. You have to make sure find a vehicle near the shelter area. And we know nearby shelter there are very limited vehicles present.
Well, you got to know your spawn locations as well, and again, that's what practice makes perfect, right? Because if you do the same thing time in and time out, you get all these little nitty-gritties sorted out. Now, as you did mention, it does look like a couple of teams could be heading down south. Looks like we might have an early clash A in Primorsk and also in northern Georgia, because it looks like 3 teams are going to be dropping down in the city.
Well, three teams are definitely dropping down, but this time Georgopol looks little empty, unlike round one, where so many teams were trying to drop in towards Hospital, Georgopol City. But North Georgopol is so highly contested. Let's see how it's going to fare off. And the circle. Are we going to see a quarry circle? The question is that.
We might just see that, but what we might see is early action breaking out as Aztec Esports are going to be surrounded by the members of Venom for the win. Now, both these teams, Shadow, they've been heavy fragging. They've been high fragging teams. They know when and when not to pick a fight. Question is, are we going to see something early on? Looks like we, in fact, just might, as Comeback tomorrow is dangerously close to the enemy. And, well, Boss Esports, let's see if they are going to be the bosses of their own destiny. As Amy, he does make it to safety. But the question is, for how much longer? Because Buntai over here, I love that name, does have an idea where the enemy is. He does have his PP Bison ready with those 53 rounds, and looks like shots are going to be fired. But the question is, who is doing the firing? It's going to be Psycho, in fact, who gets first blood.
Well, Psycho can get the first blood, but let's see if the revival can come in, because so many compounds buildings are there. There is a very high chance of flank angle going in, but Team Boss Esports look highly aggressive in the situation. They are ready for the blood, and what an angle! Yeah, smart play coming into the picture.
That was a smart play. Of course, we've seen a few casualties being caused by those gas canisters in the past. Unfortunately, not at this moment. Now, as far as Headout is concerned, I was just going to bring this up. He is going to be put out of his misery as Psycho has that left flank on him. Now, we did see one of the members pretty close to Boss Esports, and he is still outside the building. But what I like is Boss Esports, they aren't making any drastic moves as yet, because they are anticipating that, if they do jump out the window, the opposition might have a little bit of crossfire setup. And I've got to give props to Amy over here. He is showing some amazing resilience, and of course, Bhavna, keep in mind, he is providing all that information to his teammates.
Well, he is definitely providing all the intel, but look at the position of Amy over there. He's right in the dead center of the enemy area, and looks like his days are very numbered unless he pulls off a clutch against the players of Boss Esports, or his teammates provide a very good cover fire or the backup. But Amy, you need to be silent, because you don't have the grenades or the smokes to help you out if all the players of Team Boss rushes towards you, or if a grenade comes in your direction, that is going to be very deadly, because look at the position of one of the player, Aim God.
Well, talking about grenades, the thing is, since both teams are anticipating action to break out, they aren't really looting, but they are going to be ready with their fingers on the trigger. The question is, when are they going to squeeze? Now, Aim God had the right idea. He was on that little southern rotation, trying to get a little bit of a flank on Amy over there, but now looks like Harsh has an idea that Sidhu might have a little bit of a line of sight on him as well. Again, this could be problematic. Looks like Harsh does spot the enemy out. However, for him, wow. Gotta give credit where credit is due. If you had a look at what Amy just did, he made sure that grenade landed on that windowsill up there, basically obscuring Harsh's vision. But now it's going to be working against him. Aim God is going to move again. He shoots, he fires, he gets taken down, and Amy, although he held his ground till now, he is going to be finally put 6 feet under. I love that little move over there. Unfortunately, it did not work out in his favor.
Well, Amy God was little alone in that situation. His teammates could have gone for the flank angles, but that also didn't happen. Could have gotten better angles onto the players. Yeah, they are playing little defensive in this situation. They could have easily flanked inside the another building or the compound area, get a better angle.
Is it safe to say that they'll come back tomorrow and fight?
Yeah, they are definitely coming back tomorrow, but Boss Esports is not in the mood to let that happen. But finally, Boss Esports decided to let them go and come back tomorrow.
Well, you did kind of say that, maybe they might be using that against their enemies. Unfortunately, they were at the receiving end of things. Looks like they do practice what they preach. But for now, we're going to be shifting back to the north, of course, North Georgopol, where we did see 3 teams land early on, and looks like a little bit of a truce has been called, as none of them have been taken down thus far. Now, we did mention a couple of teams. Aztec Esports were surrounded by Venom for the win, but now one-sided glory. Boy, oh boy, they actually created quite a few ripples in round one. Let's have a look and see if they're going to do the same this time. But now, Shadow, the thing is, you know, a couple of the teams are in the circle. What does a team like Aztec Esports do? Do you reckon they're going to pick a fight right here and now? Or maybe rotate to the next circle and, you know, set up a little bit of a blockade?
Well, they can rotate, and I can already see on the map one of the player is heading towards a vehicle, and they are literally in the bone to not take an initial fight. They might take a water route or complete western rotation or the northern rotation. Let's see what their rotation is going to be, because 3 teams have dropped in that drop location. So it's not going to be that easy to move inside the circle as well, because there is a possibility a team might be waiting at the Georgopol area. So Team Aztec is being a little smarter and going towards the western hemisphere of the map. One of the player has moved all the way towards Zarki to find a vehicle.
Ooh, that could be pretty interesting. Maybe he's finding a vehicle. Maybe he's trying to look for a boat along the beach, along the western side of Erangel. Again, it is a viable option because, you know, you got to keep in mind the majority of the first circle does have the main island, you know, pretty much in the nitty-gritty of the situation, and that western water route is something they could definitely take. Elsewhere, Lunatic Originals, they are going to make sure that 2 of their members jump out, and well, you know what happens. Once those vehicles come under fire and if all 4 of you are together, that is just going to be a very nasty way to be taken out. But for now, they're going to be happy with the compound just east of Water City. And well, if anybody heads their way along that bridge, they might get first picks.
Well, they might get the first picks, but for now, Team Easy to Easy is playing too easy, uncomfortable. They have a compound to their names, right? In the centrish area, not exactly centrish, but they have an enemy also lingering around nearby. Not just one team, 2 teams are there, and they are ready to shoot in their direction. But the question is, will they find a pick?
Well, it looks like Scar is trying to lay down some lead. He does get a couple of shots connecting, but Vanch is going to be pretty happy with the fact that he got away. I like that, you know, like you mentioned, we were expecting one team to hit them head on, but turns out Eternals Esports had other ideas. And I liked how they were just crisscrossing their way amongst the enemies, and well, looks like a couple of them could have been knocked down. However, that is not going to be the situation for now, as Eternal Esports now have the 2 barn houses all for themselves. And Zars, we did see them move in a little closer early on. They're going to be happy with their spot as well. Of course, at this stage of the game, round 1, the first circle, they're not really going to be forced to move out. But as the circle implodes in on itself slowly but surely, that is where all the action begins. And talking of circles, it could go either way. Wait, where do you want it to go, Bhavna?
Quarry, most definitely. But
it's going to go to Razak.
no, it's going south.
Oh,
Yeah.
again, I should not have challenged you on that. I'm not one who learns from our mistakes. Guess I should start doing that. And you and your BGIS connections, I'm not going to question that again. Well, the circle is going to shift down to the quarry, and have a look at that. Someone is calling Primorsk their home, and well, Team 9 Intelligence, they are definitely exuding intelligence right now, as they barely have to move.
Well, they don't have to move at all because Primorsk offers good loot. They can just hold on to the position. If the next circle also favors them, they are going to be so damn happy. But Aztec is playing a little smart. I wonder if they have enough healings to back them up, because they are still in the blue, taking the damage, and Team Venom is still at the North Georgopol area. That means fight can happen, but what is Zar doing?
Well, the Zars are out with their convoy, and looks like another team definitely has the same idea. So they're going to let them just slip past them, go to another compound, while they find their own elsewhere. 2 teams that cannot share compounds are Elite Squad Esports, who go up against SVK Esports. Now, SVK, we know them as a high fragging team. Question is, are they going to be Are they going to be able to thwart this attack coming in? Because it looks like Elite Squad, they are ready for a little bit of an offense. They have an idea where the opponents are, and one well-timed grenade could spell trouble. Unfortunately, this one falling just a little bit too short as it went boom outside the building and pretty much just shook the pictures inside. For now, SBK Esports, they're going to hold their ground and let Elite Squad do all the aggressing. And, well, looks like a few shots are going to be exchanged. Now, it all comes down to that first knock, that little bit of a push. Question is, which team gets it in their favor?
Well, simple. Look at his positioning. He can go for the flank angle because his position is not revealed at all to the players of Team SVK. He can easily caught off guard at least one or the two players of Team SVK. That is going to be a very big advantage for the players of Team Elite Squads. But let's see if Simple is going to do that. But no, he has decided to reunite with his teammates. That tends to not favor them because look at that. All the players in the same building, in the same barn house over there, they are easily susceptible to the grenades.
Oh yeah, talking of grenades, there you have it. Simple just had a big chunk of his HP taken away by all that shrapnel inside that room, and it does kind of seem like both teams, they are going to take it easy. They're not going to try and make any sudden moves because well, you could get caught off guard and you don't want to make any mistakes. But I do believe, Bhavna, the meta of the game right now is as soon as you get that first knock via a grenade, that is when all the bullets start flying.
Well, Simple had that positioning. The way he was so far away, he could have easily rotated. There were little slopey areas to back him up, and Team SVK, rest of the players were already busy engaging fight with the remaining three players. But Aztec has found a initial pick onto the players of Team Venom.
Well, looks like we were kind of contemplating whether these two teams are going to go up against one another, and have a look at that. The distance is quite tremendous. About 200 meters out, we are going to have a couple of knocks now. K47, he knows where the enemy is. He knows they are trying to get a little bit of refuge behind all that smoke cover, but sooner or later, that smoke is going to dissipate elsewhere. Looks like Parmar is going to open up as SVK are taking the fight to ES. We are going to switch to the other side. Offbeat is going to be down on his bloody knees. They have traded one member apiece from each side, and it looks like the finish is going to come in as I Am Groot is going to make sure his AK does all the talking now. The grenades are going to be flung from one end to the other, and Groot, you are on fire. Hit the deck, roll over.
Well, the raise is coming in, but it's a big mistake because the players of Team Elite Squad already know the position. Somehow they missed that grenade, and the player lives for another day. But the question is, when is the push going to come? Because the knocks are coming in, the perfect grenades are coming in, but not the finish.
If you have a look from Elite Squad's point of view, they have a little bit of high ground on the left, which I do believe SBK Lucifer was trying to exploit. Let's see if that is going to materialize or not, as of course a few more grenades are going to be going off. There you have it, shots fired. Expect a little bit of a push to come in because they are just outside the circle, and well, SBK are definitely knocking on the door. Now it's all going to be about communication. It's all going to be about synchronization. A few grenades thrown in, and there we have it. One of them is going to get caught off guard. That grenade was timed to perfection, and well, looks like Elite Squad are definitely picking up the name. Shots fired outside. They jump out off. He goes down on the ground. Unfortunately for him, he does not get that finish. Question is it going to be enough for Godson inside? He does get the better of him now. Lucifer, he's got his work cut out. He goes from outside. He wants to pick a fight with everyone. In fact, with the sliver of base meat, he finally gets that knock. Now Lucifer is going to go up against him, but it's going to be a one-on-one situation. Wait a second, he still have another player in the shack. He goes up and down. Is he going to get the knock? No, he does not. Lucifer, the devil himself, is brought down, which means now it's going to be all down on one man, and that man is Romeo. Question is it going to be a tragic ending like the ballad itself?
Well, he's going further onto his player, but Team Elite is not in the mood. It looks like the rush is coming in, and Godwin is already there. Little HP, the players are surviving, and Godwin gets the knock onto Groot.
That's
and
it?
That's it! Team has been eliminated. SVK, the first team to get eliminated in first match itself.
With a loss of two members, it is going to be Elite Squad Esports who are going to get the first squad finish to their names. 4 finishes, and well, going up against a team like SVK, I would not be disappointed with that outcome. However, Bhavna, they made a lot of noise, and I do see a few teams lurking nearby. Elsewhere, we are going to have the back-to-back chicken dinner winners, Aztec Esports, not in the best of positions because they are out in the open field with just the hay bales for cover. They need to skedaddle out there because it looks like all these other teams are well dug in.
Well, all these teams
they're
are
coming.
already playing on the edge of the circle, but team number A, that is going to be Lunatic Originals, have a good positioning to get so much intel in the open field area, especially onto the players of Team Aztec, who are at the receiving end of the bullets flying from Lunatic, and looks like a knock is going to come in. Look at the HP of Aztec. Two of the players barely on 10 HP, and Dexter is kind of missing the shot. No, the players of Team Aztec have a good cover for themselves.
Well, as Lunatic Esports go a bit cray-cray, looks like the Circle has ideas of its own. Ferry pair, we are going to have pretty much 50% water. This is going to be an exciting Circle. Question is, are you going to go along that jetty and post yourself over there? Or are you going to hunker down in the little town itself? For now, it is going to be Eternal Esports trying to get the better of Aztecs. And as we said, they are out of the open. However, have a look at that. They have that little bit of a rise to work with.
Well, they have a little bit high to work with. Let's see what's gonna happen, because some of the teams have already started making their rotations towards the smaller island of the Ferry Pier area, the area I like to hold in because I play so passive inside the game. But Team Lunatic is not at all passive. They are shooting perfect laser sprays onto the players of Team Aztec. But on the other side, Daddy has been knocked down. Let's see if the raise is going to come in. So many fights are happening, and Daddy bids bye-bye to his teammates.
Well, another one who could bid bye-bye to us are the boys from Aztec Esports, because although they have just slivers of HP at hand, they don't really have a lot of healing, and well, that could be devastating for them later on. But for now, it does look like Raft is going to unleash on the enemy from Team 9 Intelligence, and head for head are taking the brunt of his attack, as all but one are going to be knocked down. Question is, are they going to be able to get back on their feet, as Nemesis Official are going to lose a member in front of our eyes? Wait a second, 9 Intelligence, you got to be careful, because looks like someone is driving up right behind you.
Well, there are certainly players driving by, and look at Venom OP Anuj. His position has not been given away. Team 9 Intelligence is still fighting with the players of Team LMN. But Anuj, let's see what is he going to do, because the minute he's going to come out of the water for the breath, he is going to get spotted by not just one, 2 teams over there, but right now 3 vehicles, 3 players of Team LMN inside the water, sharing the area with the players of Team Venom, 2 opponent teams inside the Venom. And who is going to take the advantage? It has to be the players of Team 9 Intelligence, who are already shooting in their direction, trying to get as much HP as possible.
The only thing that could help Team LMN is the fact that if Team 9 Intelligence gets shot at from behind, or if they have a well-coordinated effort as they come out or emerge from that water, because again, you know, multiple targets, you are going to have to pick one to bring down first. So, you know, they could have a little bit of a trade-off, but again, it is easier said than done. Oh, this could be a little problematic for Intelligence, because one of their members was knocked down, which means since they're already playing as a 3-man squad, they only have 2 members to stop that potential aquatic, invasion.
Well, aquatic invasion is going to be from 9 Intelligence, and look at the HP of the fishes, I will say, not players, because they are definitely not playing their little fishes inside the water. But LNC Nick finds a finish onto the player of Team FRB over there, and the circle is also gonna shift any minute. We have few seconds, and most of teams have already made it inside the circle, considering so much terrain and compounds this area has to offer. But Lunatic Originals going so... But Arya, he knocked himself down.
Oh, that was all that inertia that just made him fly as his vehicle was caught up in the rocks below, and he went flying out the window. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, always buckle up, always wear your seatbelt, because right now Arya is going to be in a world of trouble, and looks like his teammate can't do anything. And well, just as we speak their names, they are going to bid us adieu as another one bites the dust. Eternal Esports out in the 15th position.
Well, Lunatic had a very good positioning. They had the height advantage, and the little mishap from Rohit Shetty movie from the player Arya over there kind of turned the situation into the favor of Team Lunatic Esports. But now the fight begins for the compounds, the ridges on the best place inside the circle. But what is happening? A rush is coming in onto the players of Easy to Easy. They are outnumbered, but they get a pick onto the one player. But Star gets off. Ryuk is the last player standing. Can he eliminate? Can he clutch?
Well, we're going to find out, because the Zars are going to come under heavy fire, and now all their hopes and aspirations are going to be on one man, and that man is Darkseid. Let's see if it's Darkseid is going to emerge, or whether he's going to go down. Wait a second, Ham Lee is still in the fray. That grenade goes point blank off, and one of the members gets taken down. Now Slug is trying to give it his best. In fact, he puts way too many bullets down range, and well, gets the job done, as 2 teams are going to bid us adieu in quick succession. However, looks like respite for Easy to Easy is not going to be coming in as yet, as Lunatic Esports want to join the party as well. And well, that grenade is going to make sure the Dope is going to have to slow things down, patch himself up, and then renegotiate, or rather re-strategize as to how they want to take that building. Because again, like you mentioned, we are at the ferry pier. Yes, they do have all these rocks and cliffs to take cover behind, but sooner or later some prying eye is going to spot you from the distance, and well, you do not want to be in that situation.
Well, this area does have cliffs around to back you up, to help you out in the cover situation, but not much space to offer to move around and play your game, to play little segregate. You have to be united, and the grenades come into the picture and eliminate the whole squad. But right now, the team that has been spotted down might be the players of Elite Squad Esport, but easy to easy. 3-man standing, have a good compounder.
For a majority of the teams, it's like it's going to be hug a rock day, because that's all they can do. If they have a little bit of a crevice, all they got to do is make sure that they don't budge from that position.
Well, XP, the Shakespeare himself, has spoken the words, but some of the teams, like I said, still inside the water is going to the players of LMN. They're heading towards the little island over there the ferry pier has to offer, but if the zone shifts from them, then the problem begins. But team head for head, just a shack to their name.
Have a look at that. Team Element, they've made it to the jetty, and in fact, if they do get a little bit of a foothold over there, they could take One-Sided Glory by surprise, because keep in mind, One-Sided Glory, yes, they are at the head of that jetty. However, there's just that one shack to play with, and well, LMN thought they did a good move, but the circle is going to shift away for them, so we are going to have some beach landings coming in sooner or later. Also, Bhavna, keep in mind, Element, they still have one member in that vehicle down below, so he can keep patching himself up. I'm pretty sure he's the one with the meds, but for now, it does seem like head for head, like we did mention, are going to come under heavy fire. There you have it, and it's going to be One-Sided Glory that's dishing out the damage. Elsewhere, Lunatic Esports are picking a fight with Easy to Easy, and well, just accept a couple of trades. Nothing else seems to be happening over here, but for now, again, it is going to be just chaos in a few seconds, as all these teams are going to have to come out of their little soft spots and, well, face the brunt of all those bullets.
Well, One-Sided Glory, if you consider their positioning, they have to be careful of the element, but they do have the intel. There is a team present inside the water area as well. On the other hand, Easy Swag has been taken down. Ryuk also goes down, the last player remaining. One-Sided Glory have so much intel onto the players of Team Element, head-to-head as well, but Legend goes down. On the other hand, 9 Intelligence comes into the picture, takes one player down. So many fights are happening. One-Sided Glory, be careful of the grenades, but no! 3 players down!
And that was just not one grenade, 2 grenades went out as Dope and his teammate Nick both flung grenades. They went off at the same time, getting a knock. Each question is, are they going to capitalize on that? So the last member from One-Sided Glory is going to be consumed by a plume of smoke. But for now, Dexter, he is going to be shifting his attention to yet another team, as Team LMN are going to come under fire. I beg your pardon, that team is laughing out loud, because you've got to keep in mind, LMN is still on the jetty. For now, it does look like Lidrag is going to be the first in line of defense for his team. He knows exactly where the enemy is. In fact, Disney has been spotted out. He gets up, lays down a few shots, but they only hit air. And it looks like on the other side, Psycho is going a bit ballistic. He is a madman, as single-handedly he has taken down a team. And well, looks like Boss Esports are on a little bit of a domination spree.
Well, they are on a domination spree.
6 finishes!
6 finishes, but head-to-head was holding a shack area. That was so easy to eliminate. Obviously, not that easy, but yeah, the team had an advantage, and head-to-head were in a disadvantaged position. But Element, you are still in a disadvantaged situation, as any time Lunatic will try and eliminate you. The moment you are going to show your heads, you are going to receive the damage, and even if you don't show your head, random shots will be fired in your direction, and maybe you will get an elimination through the hands of Lunatic Originals. 6 finishes to their name, looking very strong.
Well, there you have it. Valander is going to be taken down, which means LMN are going to be reduced by yet another man, and Lunatic Originals are looking good. All 4 members still alive, and wait, just behind that, that beautiful structure over there, they are going to spot members of Team 9 Intelligence, who finally are going to come under fire. Remember, they are still playing a 3-man squad, so numbers are going to be a disadvantage, but wait a second, the accuracy is going to be pinpoint, as Nick is taken down, and in an instant, he is put 6 feet under, while 9 Intelligence makes sure, once again, they are a full roster, a 3-man squad, and boy, oh boy, but the way they are playing, maybe they don't need that 4th extra gentleman.
Well, maybe they don't, but numbers do have their advantage. We can't deny that. But look at Dexter OP. He can throw some of the grenades or molotovs in the direction of Lunatic Originals. That's when trouble for Lunatic will increase. But right now, Dexter needs to be little silent to back his teammates. On the other hand, look at one-sided Glory. Last player, he just went inside the water in a vehicle and trying to get as many position points as he can get for his teammates. But this time, 9 Intelligence is looking aggressive towards Lunatic and grenades are being deployed in their direction. Can he connect? No, he misses one grenade and Dexter reveals his position. Instantly gets taken down by laughing out loud esports.
Well, Dexter's down, but his teammates are still in this game as of course a few more grenades are going to be going out and Slug is going to bite the dust, which means easy out of the 7th position. Oh, have a look at that. Lunatic, they were dangerously close to the enemy. He is creeping, he is crawling, he's a predator out on the prowl, and he might just surprise the enemy in a moment of seconds, and yes he does! Laughing out loud are going to be caught off guard as Dope for the win is doing a few good things, but it's going to be one-sided Glory that come in and get that final nail in the coffin. Now Dope's position has been given away. Psycho with 7 finishes is a madman. He knows the enemy is low on HP. He moves, he spots him, he shoots. Unfortunately, he is going to be slower on the trigger, which means Dope is going to get the better of him. And well, there you have it. The game is over in the blink of an eye. Teams toppled over one another, and let me tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen, all that intelligence, all that smart gameplay is going to be coming through because, well, Team 9 Intelligence, despite having a 3-man squad, have walked away the winners.
Well, they played very intelligently because when all the action was happening, they were pretty silent, and the moment zone favored them. They had the best position, they striked, and they striked on all the opponents and eliminated squad after squad.
I mean, we did see them, take on LMN, making sure that they have at least one man, looking out towards the water, while the other two, especially when they were knocked in as well, they got their revives and, well, they made sure they kept the battle raging on all fronts. And, well, like I said, a little intelligent gameplay coming in, walking away with the chicken dinner in game 1. And, of course, if any of you are joining us just now and you missed any of the action, have no fear because we got you covered as the highlights are now going to be popping up on your screens.
Well, initially, we expected a fight to break in between the top 2 squads, but that didn't happen. But Aztec and Venom, if we talk about these 2 teams, they were sharing the same drop location, and late rotation was a strategy of both these teams, because of which Venom Esports kind of lost some of the players in the initial stages. Later on, Aztec moved inside the circle. They had a good area to hold on to the northern side. All the teams were busy fighting at the shoreline area or on the eastern side of the zone circle. But Aztec had a good positioning, but later on the positioning was taken away from them because there was already a team on the tail of them. This is when LMN problem began for this team.
Now again, one thing that did of course go in Intelligence's favor was the fact they had that little ditch, that little crater from Wars of the Past to work with, and well, they used their terrain to their advantage. Now Aztecs over here, we saw them in this life and death battle over here as Pradhan, of course, the man of the moment for his team, made sure that he gets them as many placement points along with finish points in this game. Question is it going to be enough? Because, well, we definitely come to expect a lot more from those teams. Now, I wonder what the summary is going to be like as far as grenade finishes are concerned, but have a look at that. We definitely have a plethora of grenade knocks.
Well, there were too many grenades that were used inside the game, but another thing that also worked in the favor of 9 Intelligence was they dropped all the way towards the Primorsk area. The circle kind of shifted towards Fairy Pier, so rotation inside the circle was kind of easier for them because not many teams dropped in towards the western side of the map. Teams were towards the Portuguese or on the eastern side or the northern side, so their path was kind of clear inside the circle.
It was clear, and when you have no opposition, you get the best new positions in the new circle. But of course, this man on your screen, Psycho, an absolute madman, just dishing out damage left, right, and center. I do believe he might have ended the game with the maximum finishes to his name, 7 being that number. Again, I do believe he single-handedly did kind of bring his team to, I do believe, the 2nd or maybe 3rd position. Of course, we're going to find out alongside you because, like I said, the fact that we had 28 people roughly about a minute before the game ended, it was a kaleidoscope of colors on the minimap, and, well, One after the other, they all kept toppling over like dominoes.
Well, they were falling apart, especially the players inside the water area as well. The team at the shoreline, they had to be very careful because the teams were contesting for the shoreline this time. They wanted the control of the shorelines, eliminate the squad that is present because they knew players are inside the water. Everybody wanted the finish points because they were kind of free deliveries, the players inside the water. They had to get them in their favor, so everybody was trying to get the control of the shoreline area.
Now, had the circle, still had a little bit of that water in play, all those vehicles would have come in really handy, especially the buggies. You want to heal yourself up, go for it. You want to sit at the back and shoot out at the enemies, go for it. But of course, that wasn't how the story unfurled. It all came further inland, and well, like we said, intelligent gameplay did come out on top this time around.
The players were also kind of prepared. The circle might shift towards the water area because at one point we saw 3 or 4 vehicles inside the water and all the different players were sitting right there, and I bet they had first aid also ready for themselves because if the circle shifts, they are going to start popping those first aids and try and go for the heal battle.
Well, that is, of course, what they would have wanted to do. And, we are going to have the stats and figures come up on our screens in due time. But again, I was actually surprised by quite a few teams. Now, we did see a lot of compound fights break out. We did see even SVD. Let's just bring that up right now. SVD up against Elite. I'm going to break that down in a bit because looks like the tally is complete. And, well, let's see how all the teams did in game number 1 on day 2. And, of course, Team 9 Intelligence, not a very high fragging affair. It's just 7 points coming in from finishes. But they do walk away the winners with a total of 22.
Well, 22 is not bad at all. But considering Boss Esports, they were finishing in 5th position, kind of a spot in the round 1. But this time going so aggressive, having 10 finish points for themselves, total 22 points. Lunatic Esports also in round 1 was not so aggressive. They were match number 1, they had 9 points, 9 finish points, and they were more playing for the positioning points. Match number 2 in round 1, they had 10 position points, but this time 8 finish points, quite aggressive, total 18 points. Laughing Loud Esports as well, the same story. This time teams are coming more aggressive as compared to round number 1. 7 finish points, 13 total points, a very good performance. But Elite Squad Esports, I expected better from them because they were quite consistent when it came to round 1. This time only 5 finish points.
Well, you got to keep one thing in mind. We are going to see a lot of Davids go up against a lot of Goliaths in the coming weeks. And Elite Squad, they did take out SVK Esports. We did see, they did lose 2 members. Of course, that does make a difference. But they did finish in the 8th position, 6 points, 5 of which came from finish. And of course, talking about finishes, we have to talk about that one man that stood head and shoulders above everyone else, the iQOO MVP for this game. No surprises, it's going to be Psycho from Boss Esports.
Well, Boss Esports, out of so many finishes, most of them belongs to Psycho over there, and not too many assists also, just 1 assist. That means this was the only player that was shining from that particular team, that is Boss Esports. 807 damage, that is a very good number. 1 headshot, quite an accuracy coming into the picture. But Psycho, if his teammates also start backing up him a little bit more, they might end up at a better positioning. This time, nothing to complain at all. They have a very good start towards the round number 1. Let's see if they can carry the same momentum in the match number 2. But let's have a look at the top 5 players.
Well, one thing that is going to stand out is we have someone from every team, and no doubles over hands. Of course, Psycho is going to be leading the charge. Lunatic Esports' Dope, I beg your pardon, is going to be joining in the 2nd position with 5 finishes, which he shares with Pradhan from Aztec Esports. Now, of course, the winners, not a high fragging affair for them. Anubis, the god of death himself, is going to be in the 4th position with 3 finishes to his name. And, well, someone is definitely going to be laughing a bit loud. It is going to be Le Drag, or Eagle Drag, I beg your pardon. That makes a bit more sense. I thought it was a bit of a French twist over here. It is going to be Eagle Drag coming up in 5th with 3 for himself.
Well, if we talk about Pradhan, if my memory serves me right, he was the MVP in the round round 1 as well, and round 2 as well. The team is playing and Pradhan is coming out shining all the way. But let's have a look at the match summary. 78 grenades used, not too many, but the finishes, 6 finishes. That's a good number.
6 finishes, I'm sure countless number of knocks coming in as well, as we did see in the last game. 2 airdrops were looted, which means, well, of course the teams do want to make sure they get all that level 3 equipment and those big bad guns. Now, the longest finish distance, 239. We didn't really have a lot of long distance engagements as such. Now, we did see Aztecs, picking a fight in northern Georgia Pole. I think that is where that shot must have probably come in from. But again, 55 finishes, 61 knocks, which means pretty much the majority of the time, if someone was down on his knees, he wasn't getting back up.
Well, he wasn't getting back up considering there was no space to move around. Follow-up grenades were coming in. If not grenade, the players were rotating and kind of using their ARs to get the finish point for their team. There was no time for the players to go in for the raise yet. The knock finish ratio this time is pretty good considering round 1 ratios. But let's have a look at the finish damage performance.
Well, it does look like it is pretty much evenly spread out, of course, except that little tower right in the middle, and that is going to be Lunatic Esports, who were dishing out quite a lot of damage. Now, as far as finishes go, they are going to be the second highest team in that aspect with a total of 8 as compared to Boss Esports' 10. But again, you can pretty much look for yourself. Well spread out, which again just shows that the caliber of all the teams is at an ultimate high.
Well, they're very high damages they have been dishing out. In fact, the finish ratio is also pretty evenly spread out inside the game that we can see. But top 4 squads, that are going to be 9 intelligence. Obviously, the team that got the chicken dinner, 7 finishes to their name. Boss Esports very aggressively showing in round 2, 10 finishes. Lunatic, total 8 finishes, and Laughing Loud Esports, 7 finishes.
Again, like we said, all the finishes pretty much evenly distributed in this game, and that is something that we are going to come to expect. Now, we might see those special glimpses, those special moments where one team at this stage is pretty much going to be running wild or running rampant through all the teams, as we did see with 0 Degrees just a couple of days ago. So, something like that could come in, and I'm still going to be just, pushing a little bit for Aztec Esports based on their performance in round 1. Even in this game, I do believe they had 5 or 6 finishes, which means they do have that potential, they do have that caliber, but are they going to change their drop spot this time? Because remember, 3 teams, Northern Georgia last time.
Well, they better do change their drop location, because the strategy of Team Venom is also quite same. Late rotation is coming into the picture. This time the circle goes towards Severny. They might have an advantage, but then again, the drop location is being contested. Possibly you might lose 1 or 2 player, but drop location... we rarely see experienced teams having a change of drop location.
I mean, because again, that is what they are used to, because they've probably been hitting that same spot time in and time out, so they know every single nook and cranny. They might know angles that, even we can't imagine, because again, you've got to be in the thick and thin of the action. That is when you use your environment to your advantage. So let's see if we are going to have another clash this time around. Of course, it could also be dictated by the flight path.
In fact, this time Aztec, what they can do is, instead of taking the land route, take the water route. Because Primorsk side, Quarry side, there are not much teams that are dropping in, and that's the advantage Aztec can have.
That is an advantage they could definitely capitalize on, but again, it will possibly come down to the fact, if the flight path is all the way to the east, then well, we can forget about all that we're talking about right now. But the thing is, the one thing that the boat has against it is it isn't as fast moving, and it takes quite a lot of damage in a limited amount of time. So, if you have an accurate marksman laying down shots at range, ooh, that boat is going to send you to a watery grave pretty quick.
But there are no teams on the Western Hemisphere.
What if someone spots them? What if someone's just generally enjoying the views? Like, you know what? I'm in Primorsk, no other team over here. I'm just going to enjoy the massive ocean. And, oh, wait a second, what's that? Hey, captain, I see something in the distance. Boom, 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 boom. Squad wipe. We could see that. We want to see that, of course. I want to see that drama happening over here. But it does look like all the teams are getting ready for another round right now. But before that, let's just have another word from our sponsors. Again, the fact that, all these teams, all these unknown teams have this pedestal. We only have one legend to thank, and that legend is the iQOO 7 legend. Let's have a listen from our sponsors themselves.
Are you ready for this?
The iQOO 7 legend. I've only got one question to ask. When you have a monster inside,
You unleash it.
boom, we
Gets
get
it.
Finally, we're syncing up. That's what it's
Yeah.
all about. That's what it's all about. Again, with this phone, you're never going to have those desync issues. Anyway, coming back to the matter at hand. Game 1 done and dusted. All these teams ready in the lobby, just about to take off to the spawn island. And we did say that, all right, teams like Aztec, they're not going to be, changing their locations. And speaking of teams, wait a second. Speaking of teams, in case you're just joining us now, let's have a look and see who all are going to be battling it out in game number 2.
Well, Aztec Esports is there, One Side Glory is there, Elite Squad Esports, Team Nemesis, quite missing from the game, Team Zar is there, SBK Esports, Team Eternal Esports, Lunatic Originals, a very good outing in match number 1.
Yeah.
But then we have Boss Esports. In fact, this team also had a drop location clash all the way on the Siverny area. Comeback tomorrow is there. They also dropped in towards Siverny. Team LMN is there. Venom for the win. Again, drop location clash. Let's see if Venom this time decides to change it. Head for Head is there. Laughing Loud Esports. I think they also had a drop location clash. Team 9 Intelligence. Very comfortable team in Primorsk. My kind of a team. Easy to easy than we have.
I'll be honest with you. I mean, of course, it's not going to happen. Talking of all these drop clashes, I wouldn't mind everyone just jumping down in Pachinki like the good old days, making like an exhibition match. Of course, that is not going to happen because, well, imagine all the chaos that is going to ensure, once we have even a couple of teams extra dropping in said locations. Because yes, these cities do offer a tremendous amount of loot for, a couple of teams, but no one's going to be sharing. Everyone wants to make sure that they get the majority of it, and I want them to drop even closer than last time. I want to see 5 teams in Northern Georgia this time, because again, there could be a little bit of targeting. But even at this stage, even for the teams that are on the latter half of the table, it's not over for them.
It's not over. They are inside kind of a do or die situation. They have to perform in this game, because if they don't perform in this one, they don't go all aggressive in this one, they have nothing to back them up. No position points, no finish points, not at all. Because last match also we saw some of the teams with 0 points. They have to make sure they get both position and finish.
I'm just trying to, register all of that, because again, it's easier said than done.
Yeah.
It also depends on how they are psyching themselves up right now, because when you're at the bottom, it isn't a good feeling. I mean, we've all been there, not just in the game, in all walks of life, but it's how you get back up is what that defines you from everyone else. And a lot of teams, SBK officials, in round 1, game 1, they were nowhere. We expected them to have something. I do believe they had 0 or maybe just 1 point. But man, in the second game, they just opened up like never before. I do believe they had 13, maybe 14 finishes. And like I said, they almost snatched that chicken dinner as well.
Well, they almost checked their chicken dinner and... What?
Hey, we all
Okay.
forget to English once in a while. I mean, I've
Chicken
done it
dinner
so many
over
times.
there.
Yeah.
I'm hungry. I'm missing chicken.
There you
Yeah.
go. There you go.
I'm
You
hungry.
said chicken,
Yeah,
and suddenly your brain's
I
like,
started imagining a chicken biryani. Well, we are in Hyderabad.
you're not supposed to say that, because now my mouth is going to water and
Yeah.
we have a game to cast. But All right. You are a little devilish as well. Now, we are going to be bidding you adieu in just about 90 seconds because, again, everyone is on the spawn island already. Question is, where are we going to fly to? Now, again, it's inevitable. It's 100%. You have some connection with the BGMI gods. Maybe you slipped a little bit extra on the side, but you were right about the first circle. You were right. It did kind of come down to the quarry ferry pair. What are we expecting this time? Send them up north.
I want it.
You
I
want
want
that?
Kameshki, Zarki, Sivorni, anywhere in the north it will work, but it has to be northern circle.
You know why I want these distant locations? Because although we do play the game pretty much on a daily basis, I mean, I've seen a lot of you in the lobbies here and there. The thing is, you rarely get to visit those places yourselves. So, I want to see a little change of scenery. I want to see a few autumn leaves dropping here and there. I want to see some action at Zarki. Let's see if that is going to be the case, because in about 30 seconds, the game is definitely going to be on.
Well, I agree to that, because not much teams are aware of the geography of the northern island, the
There you go.
Stelbar or the Sivorni. Teams that drop in usually over there have an advantage, and teams like Boss drop in towards Sivorni. Let's
Well,
get them a chicken dinner.
They do have that name as well. They are the bosses, and we did see...
Boss of the northern island?
Oh, so that whole island is theirs. It's
Yeah.
like that now.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if that is going to be the case. Last game around, they definitely were the bosses. Didn't get the chicken dinner, but they did have the maximum finishes, 10.
Yes.
Let's see if someone else is going to topple them, because in about 5 seconds, you are not going to see our faces. You're welcome. And now we're going to jump right into the game in Erangel, as the Big Bird is going to be flying high over the luscious green fields of Erangel once again. And judging by the look of things, looks like we're going to be heading towards, well, northwest.
Well, towards northwest, let's wait for the flight path is going all the way from military base towards the Georgopol area. That means Team Venom, Aztec are going to be very happy, because they usually drop in towards North Georgopol. Last time we saw none of the teams opting for the container fight. In fact, hospital was a team was present in the hospital area, but no one was there in the container side. Let's hope this time we get to see that. But Team Boss this time has already dropped in, and they are not going Sivorni. They are instead going towards the Novo Ripnoi area. Team Aztec has also dropped in. Team Venom has also dropped in.
Oh.
That means so many drop location changes are going to be there.
I like that. They're already anticipating that, you know what, we might just have a few extra targets painted on our map. Let's take things a bit easy this time around. And, well, as far as Aztecs go, they might be expecting the same circle as last time, because they're heading to the ferry pair. Of course, K-47 is going to make sure he's on the Sosnovka military island. Now, that could be good information, because if the first circle forms down south, they could have a tremendous amount of loot. But talking about Novo, we did think it was going to be Boss Esports who were heading there all by their lonesome. Unfortunately, or fortunately for them, Eternals Esports are joining them as well.
Well, Eternal Esports are definitely there, but Team Boss Esports is in the city area. That means they have to have a quick loot, because they have to be ready for the fight that might break in any time soon. Or maybe both the teams decide to just move away, because the circle is not favoring them. Again, we are having quite a northwestern side of a circle. Most of the central island is already there, and I can already see in the map there is no team that is present in the northern island or towards the Georgopol side area as well. All the 3 teams that dropped in towards North Georgopol, everyone decided to change the drop location.
Well, I guess no one is definitely going to be taking any chances this time around. And as far as the first zone is concerned, pretty much a mirror copy of what we saw last time. Just a little bit of a nudge towards the north. And what's this? This is interesting. Head for head with the UMP, laying down some shots at range. And judging by the fact he had a suppressor, I don't think the enemy even heard where the shots are going to be coming from for now. Looks like One-Sided Glory could be giving them a fight, but elsewhere the Tsars are in trouble. As Doc said, he is going to be kind of ambushed by the enemy, and Swag is going to be showing a lot of swagger on display over here, as with the VSS point blank, he gets a knock, and well, he makes sure he gets that finish as well. Now, as far as the remaining members of Tsar are concerned, all they can do is look on helplessly from that mountaintop. But Oh, this is interesting. Looks like these guys are going to be in yet another fight, head for head. Multiple engagements already, and looks like 2 finishes to their names.
Well, 2 finishes to their name, most
Was it
definitely.
Venom for the win?
Yeah.
Wow.
Venom for the win. Drop location change is most definitely not working for them. In fact, head to head also, instead of like last game they dropped in towards Kamishki, right now they are nearby the farm and Milta area. This is working for head, but definitely not working for Venom for the win. Venom, last player still remaining, and I can still see him in the buggy or the vehicle he is having, but he is heading towards a very wrong direction. If we can have a map on our screen, viewers will also get to know what is happening. There is so much cluster around the Pochinki and the shelter area, and last player of Team Venom OP is still
there it
there,
is.
but head for head.
This is what you were talking about. Now, of course, we will get the map up in just a second, because this is exactly the picture that she was trying to paint, because they have a lot of teams heading their way, and I get why you said they're going the wrong direction, because the circle is the opposite side that those teams were traveling. But again, since it is the first circle, you know, they can still take the road less traveled, because it might be longer, but it could be advantageous. There you have it, Bhavna. The map is on your screens now. Paint the picture.
Well, the teams that are near the school or the Rozok area, they are going to have very difficult time to move inside the circle area. But like last match also, team 9 IQ, 9 Intelligence is in a very good position. Team Elite Squad is in a very good position. In fact, SBK also. But the teams in the Rozok, in the school compound, they have to suffer a lot. In fact, Venom, I'm sorry, not the last man. 2 players are still remaining, and they might head all the way up towards the northern side of the map, and from outskirts of the Yasna they'll rotate inside the circle. But let's see what's gonna happen. But for now, one-sided glory is going head to head towards the players of head to head.
Well, I like that. I like that. They are taking head to head right now. That is exactly what's happening. Let's see if they're going to be exchanging any heads of their own. Now, we did see one-sided glory. You know, they were engaged in a bit of a stalemate with this team. However, I like the fact that head for head, they aren't only just split up by quite a lot of distance, they're also really active. They're not just making sure that they hunker down in one location and, well, get caught out, but now that was a bit problematic, because looks like he was almost surrounded by the enemy. Elsewhere, we are going to be shifting to Rozok, or just rather east of Rozok, as Disney for the win from Lunatic is going to be busy looting. Again, Lunatic Esports, Shadow, heavy hitting team, 8 frags in the last round.
Well, 8 frags in the last game, but let's hope they get the same momentum of the consistency in this game as well, because right now they are right at the focus area. But focus, talk about it.
Oh my God.
Look at his HP, barely 1 HP he's surviving. He has UMP 45, Legend has a pistol. What is going to happen? Who is going to win? Pick one, quick XP.
It's going to be Team 13. They're going to take it. It's going to be pretty much head for head. Let's see if that's going to happen. But no, he's going to get taken down by Legend. But now, head for head, Nav makes sure he comes in, and, well, he's going to give his teammate a little bit of respite. Again, Shadow, I am flabbergasted by the fact that head for head, we've seen all the skirmishes break out. Again, we did mention, you know, their teammates are split far and wide. And, well, by the look of things, each of them can hold his own.
Well, each of them is holding on to himself, but can't say the same thing for the players of One-Sided Glory, because they are falling apart. They are picking up a fight single-handedly, and they are falling. They've already lost 2 of their players. Better remaining to stick together, go for the position points, because they don't want to end up at the bottom of the leaderboard. Team Boss on the shorelines is moving towards the circle area. Their path is kind of clear, because all of the teams are nearby the Pochinki or northern side of the central island. Shorelines are pretty much clear, except for the head-to-head. And look at that.
He goes in. He sees the enemy. Whoa, we did not miss that. He did not know that the enemy was inside. In fact, he was just punching air. Suddenly whips out his gun. His UMP does all the talking. But for now, it's going to be Psycho from Boss Esports, who is going to be on his bloody knees again. Head for head in the thick and thin of the action. Man, these guys might just wipe out squad after squad. They might wipe out the entire server.
Well, they can wipe out the entire circle, but like you mentioned, he had no idea. We saw him punching in the air,
Wow.
and suddenly he realizes not one, two players are inside the shack area. That was a very big surprise, a bad surprise, in fact.
I can tell you one thing, there are going to be a lot of memes made from that little clip. We are going to have something or the other. Pretty much, I'm pretty sure the viewers have already done something because you cannot make them up. That was something straight out of a movie. He just goes in. The enemies also weren't really expecting anyone to come right amongst them. In fact, you know what? Maybe he even got a few punches in. That is the reaction on the kid on our screens. He got those punches. And you know what? If you missed any of the action, don't worry about it because we are going to have something special for you coming up just now. Have a look at this. He goes in, sees the table, gets that little compensator, sees the enemy. In fact, he gets a headshot with his fist. He's going to make sure he sucker punches them right in front of them, and then he lets his UMP do all the talking. Now, they scramble out. One of them goes down, but lucky for him, his teammate came to his rescue.
Well, his teammates came to rescue, but I'm wondering what was going on in the head of the two players inside the shack area.
Maybe they were just chilling out?
They heard the footsteps, yet despite that, the player was able to dish out damage through the fist and took down one with the UMP 45 as well. But if he had his gun in his hands, I bet he would have clutched in that situation.
Well, I mean, technically he did clutch the situation, but again, I bet they weren't even expecting somebody to just come in.
But foot sound.
But
it
foot
was
sound, well,
coming.
we are going to have to probably do a little bit of an interview after this and find out what exactly happened over there. But for now, Boss Esports, we did see them lose Psycho just moments ago. They're going to make sure they're not going to be tangoing with head for head right now. Of course, they are going to be our frag leaders for this moment. And let me tell you one thing, Shadow. They are going to be intimidating their opposition. I'll tell you why. Because for now, it's only been their name that's been showing up on that kill feed, and everyone is keeping an eye on that.
Well, everybody is keeping an eye. In fact, match number 1 also was very good outing for the players. They are being consistent, but look at the team who is grabbing all the attention because of that smoke. Team Elite Squad Esports has already spotted down the players of Team SVK, but they have a ridge to help themselves, but...
Wait a second, we have Mosin Nagants in action. We have some bolt action coming up as I am Groot. Just put one through his enemy's eyes. We are going to have the replay coming up sooner or later, but again, I'm excited about this fight because we did see Elite Squad Esports go up against SVK in the last game as well. And well, SVK definitely drew the short straw in that situation.
Is a new rivalry is brewing
definitely.
up inside the game. Let's see if they this time can opposite of the last match can happen. But for now, Team Nemesis not outshining in match number 1. This game is very crucial if they want to qualify for the next stage. And picking up initial fights when the enemy is so far away from them, I don't think it's a good idea if they want to move inside the 5th or the 6th circle. They better stay silent for the initial few zones because the zone is favoring them. And when you're in the centrish area somewhat of the circle, making too much noise is never a good idea because look at that, the players already moved away. There was no benefit that was coming out from making so much noise, but instead Team Nemesis gave away their position. Might be the players of Team Zar come in later and bite them in the back.
It could, but for now it looks like the Blue Bloods are definitely going to come under fire, but the Zars are going to make it to safety, which is something you can't really say as far as history is concerned. Of course, I'm going to bring that up later on. But for now, they do have a little bit of respite. They do have that one compound all for themselves, but Aztec's humanoid has spotted them. In fact, he does get a few shots in, but it's his teammate K47 with that DP28 precision laser-guided firing that is going to get that knock. Now, they do know that the enemy is in the house, but for Aztec, they've got to make a gamble over here. Are they going to go in for the push, or are they going to try and deplete their utilities as much as they can before they finally pretty much assault that building down there?
Well, I don't think Aztec is going to make a direct rush towards the building because considering the fact it's the open area, they're going to try to get in at least 1 or 2 initial knocks. That's when the rush will come in. And look at the zone. The circle has taken a sudden curveball towards the southern side of Katka, a very open area. And mind you, XP quarry. Look at that.
I already saw that.
Little bit of quarry is still inside the circle. Little terrains of the northern side of quarry are still inside the circle. But let's see if it shifts towards those terrains or towards the open field of Gatka area.
Well, in just a few seconds, we could see scenes from Mad Max Fury Road. We could see some Carmageddon action breaking out over here, as everyone is going to be in their convoys, and it looks like Pradhan did see something in the distance. In fact, he alights from his vehicle, lets loose a few shots. Unfortunately for him, he was hitting nothing but thin air. But for now, the Aztecs, they do have a couple of compounds. Again, I like the fact that, you know, every single member is pretty much scouting out ahead and seeing what the best possible option for their team is, because you know, more often than not, the compound that you want to occupy is already occupied by someone else, as well, SVK did find out, because they were heading for Eternal Esports' position, but they must have seen the vehicles, or they must have heard a few footsteps, and well, they are going to skedaddle out of there. But for now, Eternal Esports, they know their position, and ooh, if Romeo isn't a bit too careful, Flanky from his flank could take him out.
Well, he can certainly take him out if he's very precise with his laser spray. But I also want to talk about 9 Intelligence. This time also they are having a added advantage that they are making the rotation from the western hemisphere. Again, western side completely clear. No team is present. They are in a very safe position to make the rotations or to just hold on to the position. On the other hand, another team that is having a good advantage on the southern side is going to be One-Sided Glory, the way they are making their rotation, but looks like they are heading towards the center of the circle. I'm not sure if that's a good idea, but Team Elite squad, on the other hand, having a complete control of the northern side of the circle is also looking quite promising.
Well, it could look promising, but for now, Eternal Esports, they are going to be in between a rock and a hard place, because at one end they have Venom for the win, and in fact that grenade did take a decent chunk out of his HP, which is going to force him to get back in that buggy. But of course, behind them as well, they have SVK. I like that. Slowly and steadily, you know, he's like, I'm just going to back out of this position. I mean, you know, harm. We'll meet again one of these days, as Ash makes sure he provides his teammate with some much needed cover. Now, Venom for the win. We did see them lose their members early on, which came as a nasty shock for us watching, especially since it is such a high caliber team. You don't expect that from them. For now, Ash does know the enemy is going to be in the distance, and well, SARS are going to be their targets for now. Elsewhere, we do see a member from Comeback Tomorrow on his bloodied knees, and well, no signs of respite in sight.
Well, the raise is definitely not coming in, considering the fact he was little segregated from his teammates. But if we talk about Nemesis official, I'm not sure if the position is good to hold on to the shack area, because we have seen in the past things happening, whole team inside the shack area gets an early elimination. But let's see if that is going to happen or not. But for now, the teams on the western side looks comfortable, but a fight is most definitely going to happen between Boss and 9 Intelligence. But somewhere far away, Zar is also in a bit of trouble, because they just eliminated Team Venom for the win.
You know, I actually like this position. I like Zar's position by the irrigation canals. Oh, a massive grenade goes off in front of Hush's face. In fact, he is going to fling one off his zone, as Boss Esports are taking the fight to the enemy, and it looks like Team Intelligence are going to come under heavy fire this time around. However, they are playing as a 4-man squad. Let's see if that number advantage is going to be in their favor, as Aryan is dangerously close to being blown away to smithereens. One more grenade could do it. Is Aim God as good with his projectiles as he is with his weapons? Well, we're going to find out. Short answer, not as much, as it is going to be just a little bit off. Now, Wrath has picked his teammates up. He does that in the nick of time, but another grenade from Harsh comes in and makes sure that Anubis, the god of death himself, is brought down to his knees, which means, well, the 3 gentlemen in front of your screens from Team Intelligence, there is no way out for them, and there you have it. The bullets are going to do the talking, and well, they are put 6 feet under, which now means, wait, if Wrath goes out, that means the first team has been eliminated. We have some intense action breaking out, as for now, head for head go up against Comeback Tomorrow.
And Comeback Tomorrow is not looking good at all in this situation. The vehicles might blow up, and instantly the player will also go down. But grenades from Amy takes one of the player off head to head down.
Well, that grenade didn't just shake your screen, it shook the entire studio over here as, well, we are still just suffering from all that shock. But for now, looks like Head Out, his teammate, knows where the enemy is. Amy did do his job, but unfortunately, since they are low on men, they can't capitalize on that knock straight away. However, looks like we do have opportunistic parasites coming in the form of Aztec Esports. They're going to open up and, well, a few bullets are hitting, but it's not Aztec. In fact, it's Team LMN who've come to join the party as well, and looks like they are going to be on the receiving end of things. It's Laughing Loud Esports. Eagle Drag is going to be brought down. Originals, of course, are going to be eliminated in the 14th position, but for now, head for head in a head-to-head battle with Come Back Tomorrow.
Well, head-to-head battle is definitely going, and head-for-head kind of winning it. God's Eye goes down, and that's not going to head well, but they have the numbers advantage.
Brilliant work by Amy over here. Even though he's on a sliver of HP, he's got that pinpoint accuracy, but is it going to be enough? Because Feroz knows where he is. He has patched himself up. Oh, there you have it. He does have that little buggy to work with. His teammate has been taken out. However, Feroz gives his position away, and now he's going to spot him. Is Amy going to be quick on the trigger? He did try to get up. Unfortunately, Feroz is going to be on a bit of a domination spree, and well, he is on a rampage, eliminating yet another team. Boy, these guys, they just love all this action, don't they?
Well, head for head is definitely blowing too many heads inside the game, and Team FCK, two of the players are already on a very low HP. One of them is already knocked down. Let's see how they are going to come out of that difficult situation. And on the side, team number 7, that is going to be Eternal Esports, is also going up against ZAR officials over there, and ZAR is not looking good at all. Few grenades in their direction, and they might end up at a disadvantageous position, so better they make the initial move.
However, the thing is, they are dead right in the center of the circle, and if anyone is going to get into distance of throwing grenades at them, they're pretty much going to get taken out from the periphery, because I'm expecting a lot of crossfires to be set up, and well, the intended targets might not be the ones that are taken down elsewhere. It does look like One-Sided Glory are making a little bit of a move, and that's quite interesting. They were right behind Eternal Esports, but they've opted for a little bit of a long rotation to try and capitalize on all that empty real estate up to the north. But looks like it is not going to work out, as Nyx has been brought down from his moving vehicle.
Well, Easy to Easy also had similar things inside the mine to go up all the way towards north, and that was trying to happen. Nick is down, and his teammate, let's see what he is going to do. But Elite Squad Esports has spotted down the players of Team Boss hiding inside that foliage area, but Team Boss Aim God also goes down. SVK Groot also goes down. Boss Bantai bids bye-bye to his teammates. In fact, the whole team bids bye-bye to the lobby.
Well, Laughing Out Loud is what Laughing Loud Esports is going to be doing right now. They do have a few finishes to their name. Question is, can they capitalize it on even more? For now, Elite Squads, they do have that compound, but SVK, they are on the move as one of their teammates is going to be taken down, and in fact, it's going to be the Aztecs who are coming in and doing all the hunting now. They have lost one man early on. It is going to be a 2-on-3 affair. Oh, Lucifer, you've got to be careful about that grenade, but that Uzi with the high rate of fire is going to be a bit quick for the opposition, as K47 is brought down and subsequently eliminated from this game.
Well, they have been eliminated, but Team Aztec is definitely performing good, but Pradhan has a job to do. He has to heal himself, and he has OG bandages, and he goes against the player completely, eliminates him, and look at his HP, 1 HP. He saves his teammate as well.
Goodness, it's all because of that boost. If he did not have that boost, he would have been 6 feet under as well, but it's going to be Lucifer and the boys from SVK who bid us adieu. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 10 teams. 28 people still alive, and well, things are just going to keep getting interesting from here on out. Now remember, we did leave the Zars in the irrigation canal. They are still untouched. All they have to do is let everybody else lose their heads around them, and well, they might just come out with the win.
Well, they might, but they also have to be careful of the Team Nemesis and Team Head for Head, because they are also on towards northern eastern side towards them. So they have to be a little careful of those two teams, but they can also do a third party. But Easy to Easy.
I just saw something, Bhavna. Somebody went to a particular airdrop and picked up a very particular gun.
AWM? Is it?
just saw something that I liked, but I want to see that AWM in action. Question is, are we going to see it at this point of the circle? I would definitely use it. Let's see if we do see some AWM action coming sooner or later, because the gentleman who does have that weapon, he has a nice blue skin on it.
Well, your wishes are being granted. At least someone is picking AWM. Let's see if we are going to see the shot also. But LMN Atom goes down. Head for head, team receives a lot of damage, and LMN eliminated at 10th position. Nemesis official Godfather taking up a lot of damage, need to heal himself quite quickly. He also Nemesis also has a control of the canal area, but team
now just to add to your point, now if you can keep all the grenades at bay, if you don't let the enemies come in, this is the best position to be in.
Well, this is the best position, but look at head for head. If they deploy grenades in the direction of Team Nemesis, then Team Nemesis game is quite over, because they can't move around, they don't have that much space. But Team head for head also has to be very careful, because they don't have cover for themselves. And Team Nemesis, if they start shooting in their direction, knocks after knocks will come into the picture. Team Elite Squads is being a snake, as spotted down the players of Team Easy. And with that, Easy Slug also goes down by Playzone.
Well, Pradhan is going to be knocking off people off his feet with his massive grenades that are going to be thrown to perfection, as 12 from ES does make sure that the DP28 is going to be used to perfection now. 12 knows that someone's coming in. He hears the vehicle. He goes prone. He is already trying to get the opponent off guard. Unfortunately for him, the opponent is going to move away, but wait a second. He gets up, whips out that AKM. Let's lose a few shots. In fact, his teammate Godwin is going to be on hand to make sure Laughing Loud Esports are going to lose yet another man. And with that, they are out of this game in the 9th position with just that one finish. For now, Elite Squad Esports, they are going to be in the thick and thin of all the action. But sooner or later, all that smoke is going to dissipate. Positions are going to be given away. And Ryuk, lucky to be in his vehicle, grenade goes off, and now his position is given away, but he's going to make sure he uses that smoke to his advantage.
And Lexp, look at that. One side Glory, last player, is still surviving, but those grenades can be deadly. But somehow the players of Elite Squad misses those grenades, and both the teams are quite unlucky. But Team Elite Squad is going to be lucky this time, as they take down Swag with that perfect grenade.
Well, Penmark throws yet another one, as Simple is going to be helping his team, and a squad is going to be blown to smithereens. But for now, Elite Squad are in a good position, especially since they have their backs against the blue wall. They have plenty of cover in the form of their buggies and those mini hay bales that you find scattered around near Gatka. Now, it is going to come down to that sooner or later. I do believe the circle is going to implode in on itself in these irrigation canals itself, and now Zar finally have the upper hand as they open up. And well, Hamley and the boys do have 3 finishes to their name. Now this again, it is going to be a waiting game for them. They do have the vehicles if they need to make some makeshift cover, but if the circle shifts away from them, that is when it's going to spell trouble for that team.
And in fact, the canal area that they are holding, they are quite safe from the grenade that might come in their direction. For now, Zars are looking quite good. The zone is favoring them. Let's see the next circle where it is going to shift. Aztec is also looking quite good, because they have the southern control, but they have to fight for the zone. Question is, are they going to win it or not? Because Eternal Esports is right there to stop their rotations. It's going to be this fight is going to happen. Eternal versus Aztec. No one can stop it. The question is, third party might come into the picture.
In about another 30 seconds, it's going to be a free-for-all, but looks like it is going to be Nemesis official. They are the first to make a move. They are getting a bit impatient. In fact, Daddy Cool is going to be right up front in front of the enemy, and the enemy is going to be one lone member from one-sided Glory. Let's see if he is going to take all that glory for himself, or all the hopes and aspirations of his team are going to go up in a plume of green smoke.
Well, easy to easy. Last player was walking in the right crosshair of the players of Team Zar over there, but Daddy has gone down, and head-for-head players are also going down. Another knock coming in for Nemesis. Godfather goes down as Shadow OP finally shines in and raining havoc on the players of Team Nemesis.
Well, there was someone lurking in the shadow. Then it was Shadow OP himself. He gets one knock, he gets second. Is he going to go for the squad finish? Yes, he does! As he racks up 3 finishes for himself. And well, looks like it is going to be a one-sided affair, as one-sided Glory do rack up the kills. And now he's going to make sure that Zars are kept at bay, lest they come up and put a few bullets in him elsewhere. Aztec Esports is spots the enemy in the distance, head for head, finally getting a taste of their own medicine.
Well, they are, and they are falling apart because I believe it's the last player that is standing from that particular team. Zars has also revealed their position to Shadow OP, but 5 teams, 11 players still inside the circle. Elite Squad has the numbers advantage. Aztec being little silent, that is quite working for them. But Zar, who is going to help Zars because their location has been revealed. Elite Squad is pushing towards them. On the other side, Shadow is already there, and in fact, another team that is being silent is Eternal Esports. They have a good compound.
Have a look at how Elite Squads, they are moving in tandem with one another. Each and every member knows exactly what he's supposed to do. They're going to make sure they hit the deck. They're going to make sure they keep their angles as per bar. Now focuses on Aztec Esports. In fact, Pradhan lets loose a few shots. He gets up, misses all his shots. He's given his position away. Expect a few grenades coming their way. There you have it. Manav is going to be forced to get out of that little place he called home as grenades are going to go off around Pradhan. That could be devastating. Manav losing half his HP. This is what we were expecting. It was going to be a mini red zone at this point, and Elite Squad Esports look like they could run away with the entire show.
Well, they can, but Aztec is also looking quite good, but not now because one of the player Manav goes down, but also a trade coming in from Pradhan. Can he eliminate the whole squad? Last player remaining, but Team Zar Itachi gets the finish onto Elite Squad, and that's when team number 7 Cyrex comes into the picture.
All it takes is one knock to basically spell chaos, and in the blink of an eye, Elite Squad Esports have been reduced to a one-man squad. They're the strongest team right now, but looks like teamwork makes the dream work, as a lot of the opponents kind of ganged up against them, but looks like Zar Itachi is going to finally breathe his last, and with that, another one bites the dust. Final 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen, 5 players alive. I beg your pardon, Zar is still in the game. One man standing as Aztec Manav goes around him, and there you have it. Finally, he is going to be put in. Aztec Esports, they are trying to go for that little win, but Simple, he's got his opposition lined up. A few more shots down range, and Manav could be in trouble. Now, Pradhan's going to make sure he doesn't give his teammates position away, because like we said, even one stray bullet could spell trouble. Lucky for him, he does have that little bit of concrete as cover, but Simple's position is giving him. Now this is what Pradhan is going to do. Pradhan is going to try and bait the shots. There you have it. Let's see if Manav was paying attention.
Well, let's see if Manav was paying attention because it is a 1v1 situation. Team Aztec, they don't have the zone advantage. Manav has to move. He's already losing his HP. And look at that 1 HP match ended. Was it the play zone?
It was the play zone. It was the play zone that comes in and snatches that final finish for itself. But again, we did say anything can happen in the game of BGMI. It does look like Elite Squad Esports, they are going to walk away the winners over here in this game. But again, their numbers were reduced from 4 to 1.
Yeah.
Forget blink of an eye. Let's go smaller in the fraction of a second. They were just decimated.
Well, they were decimated because they were not expecting the position of the Cyrex, also of team number 7. Cyrex, perfect timing of taking a fight and perfect timing of Shadow OP also. But we'll see that later on how things went on. But what a win by Elite Squad.
What a win. You better spam some love in the chat because if you enjoyed the game as much as we did bringing it to you, well, I think iQOO and BGMI, they deserve a little bit of love. But of course, if you missed any of the action, which I don't assume you should because it has been such a gripping match, well, the highlights are coming up on your screen now.
Well, easy to easy. It started easy for them to get few of the finishes, but later on it became so difficult. But head for head, they were in the finish feed for so long that they have the very high finish numbers to back them.
Oh my goodness. Just
look at that. What is happening to the players inside the shack?
You know, even if I try to do this for like a cameo video or like a joke video, you cannot make that happen the way it happened. He walks in, he doesn't expect there to be 2 opponents lying inside, but of course Legend does come out, gets that knock. Lucky for head. It does look like Nab was nearby, and well, I mean, this game had it all.
Look confused in that situation.
I mean, we were confused for a second until we actually saw the actual footage.
Yeah, most definitely. But Team Boss and 9 Intelligence, they were making the same rotation from the western side.
Oh, yeah.
That's where they crossed each other's path, and Team Boss quite impressive in that particular fight, considering the way 9 Intelligence were giving away their positions. They had no cover on to themselves, and Team Boss capitalized on that situation and came out as a winner.
I love how we have those tracer bullets. You can literally visualize utilize the crossfires that are being set up, and we did see Team Boss getting eliminated in that fashion. Of course, Lunatic Esports, good game round one, a bit quiet this time around.
Well, they were quiet, but they have some points to back them up in this game as well. But team head for head, what a consistency coming in, what an aggression coming in match number 2. But can't say the same thing for SVK. They have placement points to back them up. Not sure about how many position points they have. Later on, Aztec Esports, the rotation, the way the cover coming in from Aztec were quite impressive, because they were almost on the southern side most of the time till the final circle. And what a pinpoint accuracy also that was coming in, the way they were taking fight with Elite Squad, knocked 2 of the players, but Team Cyrex and the grenades that were coming in, Team Aztec started falling apart. But Manav, if he had few healings, he could have gone for the heal battle also.
He could have done that, and I do believe they are going to have words later on. Pradhan must have been yelling that, hey, I'm going to help you, give his position away, get up and put a few bullets in the enemy. But of course, it went the other way. Not a bad outing for Aztec Esports, but boy oh boy, Elite Squad Esports, right from the beginning, thick and thin of the action, getting the job done, walking away the winners.
Well, Team Nemesis is most definitely not going to be happy with one-sided glory. The way the player had the cover, eliminated most of the players.
I was just joking about it at the beginning, and he actually made my words come alive. The way he just got that little squad wipe and clutched it for his team.
Well, he definitely clutched and got few points, but Team Zar was also looking quite good till they were holding the canal area. But later on, Team Zar also held Team Aztec in knocking down the players of Team Elite squads. Team Elite was making so much noise, but still they were coming out as winner in every fight.
This was the moment when Elite squads were basically attacked by 3 different squads in tandem at the right time, and in the fraction of a second they came from 4 to 1. But simple, all he had to do was hold his ground, make sure he's ready on the trigger, and well, Manav let the blue zone do all the rest. I mean, Floki and I used to joke about the fact that, the blue zone also is like the 17th team in this tournament, because it has snuffed the lives out of quite a few players.
Well, Blue Zone, definitely 17th team. I can see Floki laughing at that joke also. But does the Blue Zone get the finish point?
I mean, does the Blue Zone get a cut of the prize pool? I mean, since it doesn't, maybe it shouldn't try so much. But again, that is what makes the game all the more exciting. And, well, we have been trying to do a little bit of math in our heads. Let's have a look and see how the teams did, as we do have the point standings coming up on our screens now. And, well, Aztec Esports, despite not getting that chicken dinner, with those massive 13 finish points, they walk away the winners with 25 to their name.
Well, what a match 2, and match number 1, they had quite good placement points to back them up. But Elite Squad Esports, they get a chicken dinner, 8 finish points, consistency, aggression, both coming in, 23 points. Sitting at the second position. Teams are also having a very good outing in this one, 17 points to their name. But team head for head, easy to easy. Both the teams were quite aggressive, 8 finish points. The only difference between Elite Squad and these teams is the placement points.
And, well, if you think about it, that is quite a few placement points, 40. Now the question is, was this enough for head and easy to easy? We're of course going to find out in a little bit of time later on. But again, I love the fact that, this time around, the teams that did good in the first game, pretty much everyone changed their drop locations, even though the flight path was right above their city. And we did kind of anticipate this. We thought Venom for the Win would head to Georgopol. They did not. We thought Aztecs would head to Georgopol. They did not. And, well, they did finally find each other later on. But let's just quickly have a look at the latter half of the table. Team 9 Intelligence, the winners of Game 1, in the 16th position.
Well, 16th position, that's the place you don't want to end up at all. Team 9 Intelligence this time also had a good positioning, but they were not expecting any team to be present on the western side. Like last time also, they were quite happy there is no team present. But hey man, any team can change their strategy anytime, and Team Boss most definitely changed their path of rotation, and that's why 9 Intelligence kind of paid the price. But team that didn't pay the price for changing the location was head for head.
Well, we've had a look at the teams. Let's see who stood head and shoulders above everyone else. And, well, I'm sure you are not going to be surprised, as the iQOO MVP is going to be Pradhan from Aztec Esports. I mean, we were just talking about his precision, not just with his weapons, but the projectiles, the hot potatoes as I like calling them, he throws them. I mean, this guy must have been a math topper, right?
Trigonometry especially.
There you go.
Maybe physics also.
Maybe.
Yeah, but yes, Pradhan, if you talk about this player, round 1 consistently being the MVP. This time also in match number 1, he was in the top 4 players. A very good outing is coming in. He's shining in every single game. This time also 8 finishes. A good damage is coming out. 892 damage that he has been dishing out. Good performance. In fact, Team Aztec overall is shining, but individually also the players are shining, especially Pradhan.
And if you know, in those rare occasions when Pradhan gets taken out, like you said, his teammates are always going to be there at hand. Now, talking about teammates, let's have a look and see the top 5 players from this game. And once again, each team is just going to be putting one member forward.
Well, head for head, Firoz with 5 finishes, quite a good damage, 861. If we talk about easy to easy, they didn't make things easy for the opponents considering the finish points they are having. Omi Scar is there with 4 finishes and quite a good damage, 689. ESP Parmar is there with 3 finishes from Team Elite Squad. Damage dished out is 575. On the other hand, Zar Itachi is also there with 3 finishes. With Zar, the problem was they were holding the canal area. They had to come out in the open, but despite that, the way Itachi third party between Aztec and Elite Squad, he got quite good finishes over there.
Quite a few finishes. Now, we've of course had a look at all these finish numbers. Let's just have a look and see what took place in this game. 91 grenades was used, 5 of which ended up finishing opposition, but a lot more knocking people down to their knees.
Well, I'm just happy the knock finish ratio.
I wanted to see some AWM action.
You have to wait.
I'm just glad that someone finally picked that weapon up.
But that
I'm
was
a happy
the zone.
Man.
That was
I'm
the
a happy
zone.
man. It's alright. He should have just shot a shot just for the sound.
Maybe he did.
Maybe he did. I would have picked it up.
I get scared by the sound. When I hear a AWM, I'm like, it's a no man territory. I'm not showing my head at all.
That's what that weapon's all about. It's all about the intimidation factor. But now have a look at that. 57 finishes, 59 knocks again. Everybody capitalizing on those knocks. Now, we do talk about ratios. Let's have a look at the finish to damage performance chart.
Well, this time also a very balanced performance coming in. But yes, the few teams that are shining is going to be Elite Squad Esports having 2000 plus damage and 8 finishes. But Aztec Esports was quite balanced between the finish and the damage. They were dishing out 1800 damage and 13 finishes coming out from this squad. In fact, Easy to Easy is also chiming in this time. 1500 damage and 8 finishes over there. And another team, laugh out loud, no, it's head for head. I'm sorry, head for head is there.
You can barely see that logo.
Yeah, we can barely see the logo. 1732 damage and 8 finishes.
I mean, these guys, they started things off. They kicked off all the action. In mid-game, they were in the thick and thin of the action right up until the end. Now, let's have a look and see who they went up against, because we have the 4 top squads on our screens now. Now, Aztec Esports, despite not getting the chicken dinner, at the tippity top with 13 finishes.
Well, they are at the top of the leaderboard. That's what everyone wants. Elite Squad Esports got the chicken dinner, but 8 finishes, nothing to complain at all. Teams are also 7 finishes. Very good outing from this team. The team that was so aggressive and impressed everyone with their consistency and aggression is almost definitely head for head with 8 finishes.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think like you've already mentioned, you know, a couple of scenes that we saw in this game are going to become memes. They probably already are being dished around on social media, but boy, oh boy, I want to know what was going on through his mind the moment he opened that shack door, and lo and behold, the 2 gentlemen with rifles sitting in. All he has is his punches, and he lets loose a few of them, gets a couple of them to connect, comes out, whips out his UMP, guns him down. I mean, like I said, you can't make that up. This game had everything.
And wrestling also. He might be a wrestling fan.
Could be.
Could be
He was
possible.
definitely very handy with
But
his
I
fist.
want to know what was going on in the mind of one side Glory players, because they were inside the shack.
Again, there's always two sides to the same coin.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe we might just send a few camera crews towards them and find out what exactly happened. How do you feel after that encounter?
Well, they were ready to say Merry Christmas for the player of head for head, maybe, but no, they had their guns, but they, I don't know, I just want to know what was going on in their mind. Was there no sound cues? Were they busy communicating with each other? They missed the sound cue. But whatever happened, they lost two of their players. They're never going to be happy with that.
Well, they're never going to be happy with that, and chances are they're not going to make that same mistake twice.
Yes.
This time, they're going to be making sure that, even if one of them wants to take a bit of a breather in the shack, someone is going to be standing guard outside. But of course, all of this means that the first two matches have been done and dusted with, which means we are going to have a little bit of a shuffle coming in. A new group is going to come in, fresh meat, as I like calling it. Again, anything to take away from this game, because it was pretty much as we expected, but
Yes.
maybe the aggression was amped up a bit too much.
Well, it is going to be amped up every round after round, because teams get information, they get confidence, because when you qualify, you get the confidence. Hey man, we can prove, we have already proved ourselves, we can do it again and again, we can take down any team. That is exactly what is happening, and the coming rounds, it's going to be more amplified.
It is going to be amplified even further, and while of course we wait for those voices in our heads to let you know what's going to come through. Again, I mean, I love the fact that we can still go back and talk about it. I wish we had a few more replays to play around with, but before we do take a little bit of a breather, anything else you would like to point out? Anything that you want to see coming up in the next few games?
Let's just say BGMI grant your wish. AWM.
Well, hey, I'm very content. I've learned, I've got a few years on you. I've learned that, you got to be happy with what you get. The fact that someone at least got their hands on that weapon, I am a happy camper. And, well, I think what we're going to do is, all of you want us to stop talking. We get it. But I hope you do enjoy when we are on our charades as well. Shadow, let's take a quick little breather. What we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of a break. But again, there's a lot more action in store for you on the other side of this quick little break. See you then.
iQOO 7 Dual Chip Monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming tricks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है फॉर देम टू लुक अप. रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें. क्या बात है, श्योर, एकदम श्योर, मतलब मान गए गुरु। तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है। तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप। अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए। वेल डन बॉयज।
chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming tricks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. Now, my name, of course, is Angad the Experiment Chahal, and Bhavna was with us just moments ago, but I found someone else lurking in the shadows.
Oh yeah.
And then this mischievous fella shows up. It, of course, is Floki. Floki, good to have you back here on the set. Buddy, did you watch the last few games? Because
I did.
High-octane action.
Absolutely. I mean, I had my expectations set for round 2, and these guys just raised the bar just a little bit more. I have never in my life seen a 3-man roster take a chicken dinner before. That is something new.
Oh my goodness. And they lived up to the name as well. They had some intelligent plays. They made sure, that little crater that was formed.
9 times as intelligent as the average human being.
There you have it. There you have it. But now what's going to happen is, like I said, we are going to have fresh meat. You are going to recognize a few teams on your screens, but let's have a look and see who's going to be battling it out for the next 2 rounds.
Oh yeah, we're going to be starting off with Team X Lions, not just your ordinary Lions. These are X Lions. These guys are the Sigma males of the Lion cast. And now we're going to be moving to Team Myowix, another team team that has showed up a very good performance early on, high expectations from them. Purple Mafia Esports, Team Finisher, 7H India, another team that we had our eyes set on. Our esports, GGL x ZPR Official.
Quite a mouthful.
Absolutely. Team DST Officials to end it off. So, yeah, good collection of teams over here. Some recognizable names and some names I'm going to be rooting for.
And of course, joining them, we have Genesis Esports 10-8 MVP, the Software Gamers. A few IT nerds here, I'm imagining. Of course, they're going to be joined by NS Hale, Extremes, Raw Official, DOA Gaming, and Team Original Jods. Remember, they're the original Jods.
Absolutely. These were the first ones. These guys are the ones before the imposters came
trendsetters.
around.
Yep.
Exactly. I mean, these are the guys from where all the other Jods were born. The subsidiary Jods, the ancillary Jods. But, yeah, let's see if they really are Jods, because, you know, their metal is going to be truly tested, and they only have 2 rounds to do so.
Now, that is what, again, you know, as a player, I would be throwing a little bit of a hissy fit here and there, but as a viewer, it makes it so much more exciting because again, they've got to come out swinging. They've got to make sure they put their best foot forward, and or like we saw in the last few games, a few teams had terrible game ones.
Oh yeah,
but man, did they make a comeback! Oof.
Absolutely. You know, this is fun. This is not something that I was expecting. I was actually expecting the opposite effect. So I expected teams to have more consistent performances throughout. If a team is doing well, being in the top 4, very likely to be in the top 4 in the next game as well. But clearly, it seems that the effect from round 1, where teams perform really well in one match, get figured out in the second one, and get dumpstered, it seems to be more and more amplified over here now that we're in the second round. So, yeah, expectations being changed. The meta continues to develop, and things are as interesting as ever.
They are as interesting, and of course in just about a minute the action is going to be breaking out once more in Erangel. But you know, I did see one thing as well, just to add to your point. So now as game 2 started, for teams that had already done pretty well, Aztec Esports for example, they had a massive target painted on their black. They just went for plan B.
Absolutely. I mean, it just seems
you gotta be versatile.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the end, like I always mentioned, like you joked about, and I was laughing and snickering in the corner, everybody wants to be a part of the Battlegrounds India Series 2021. Even the Blue Zone wants a part of that 1 crore rupee prize pool. Can't just let it go. But yeah, Aztec Esports, I mean, I have to say, I love the approach that they had towards the end fight there with the last player, like you mentioned, just making sure that his teammate does not get found out, and instead going there enemy at the gate style, revealing himself for his teammate. Didn't have quite the climactic ending that we were hoping for, but hey, the idea was there.
The idea was there, and again, like we said, you know, just a stray bullet would have ended the game a bit sooner, but still, despite the fact that Aztecs did not get that chicken dinner, they did get the tippity-top position. Just 2 more points, but again, all those frags coming in handy. And now, I know, you want us to stop talking Costa, stop match.
Stop the game!
I guess we can grant them their wish, can't we?
Absolutely. I mean, today I feel a little bit more generous, so we will jump into the game soon enough. You guys won't have to suffer as much longer, but, well, there you are, right away. As soon as I was talking about how I don't want to make you suffer, instantaneously, the game is on your screens. We're going to be having a look at where these guys are going to be dropping in. Also, the flight path, which should be on right now. Going to be starting off from George Poland Hospital, ending towards Sosnovka military base. A bit of a throwback to one of those first rounds.
Oh, yeah, and hopefully we do see some action break out at the military base itself. Now, you know, we did have a look at a few teams. I'm gonna just rattle a few names off the top of my noggin. 7H India, Team Mayavi. Now, we expect these teams to be heavy hitting, right? Even Raw Officials, game 1 in round 1, not a high fragging affair, but round 2, boy, they came out swinging. But it looks like we are gonna have a few early takers this time.
Wow.
Zarki, in fact, is going to be occupied as well. Of course, 7H India do love calling that city their home.
Absolutely. You know, the rotations from Zaki can be a little bit compromising because all the paths are long and winding. But the thing is, if you quickly loot up Zaki, it's not a very big place when you get moving. Maybe you can get those rotations earlier towards other places that tend to be ignored a couple of times. You know, maybe you can get towards Severny, even Yasny or Polyani, considering the flight path that we are in right now. And yeah, that's the advantage of just dropping in so early because you start looting a little bit earlier. You get to rotate out earlier as well. But okay, dead or alive, in the middle of no man's land, it seems. And Team Finisher as well there to contest them of sorts. Let's see if first blood is going to be drawn here or not so far.
Wait a second.
What the hell's
looks
going
like
on?
opponents are too much sharing rides over here. I mean,
boy.
I do know sharing is caring, but you want to make sure you keep your distance in the COVID times. And well, you're trying to put each other in the ground, but looks like it's going to be the right teams with the right buggy this time. And we were expecting a bit of a firefight to break out, but looks like it's only going to be one man from Team Finisher who unfortunately lost his life.
Yeah, absolutely. One-star passenger right there, just gets off the buggy towards the end. But yeah, we do find First Blood rather early this time around. In fact, just as quickly as we drop in, we see it coming in. The circle has also been formed, so we're going to be having a look at that. But before we have a look at that, let's have a look at the First Blood that we just missed over here. So there you go. Elsewhere on the map, while you were focusing on this, one of the members of Team Finish actually ends up getting taken out here. A little bit unfortunate, but we've seen 3-man rosters win just today, so there's still hope.
I love the fact that yesterday we saw pump action shotguns in play. Today the double barrel gets a little spotlight as well. And of course, Karan over here making sure he capitalizes on that knock just moments ago. So I like the fact that we do have a little bit of, those drop clashes breaking out early, but it looks like the teams have gotten a bit smarter and they've cut their losses and have now moved on to greener pastures.
Absolutely, they've cut their losses. They're moving on to areas which are a bit more greener with loot. You're going to get a lot of bullets over there, a couple of good weapons as well. Personally, I'm a great fan of the AKM, long distance. It's one of those weapons that's hard to master, but if you learn it, the versatility it offers just beyond comparison. Sure, M4 is easier to learn, but the damage drop-off is kind of annoying about that. So the AKM just one of my preferred ARs. Let's see who's going to pick it up. But in the meantime, it seems that the side of NS Exhale, they're having a little bit of a hard time finding good loot for themselves. I see a couple of the players with only a bunch of pistols and Uzis. Not the kind of weapons you want to have for those long-range engagements, but maybe soon enough they can move on to greener pastures, like you mentioned, and get some better loot for themselves.
And well, just have a look at the circle. The last few games, it's been pretty similar. This time, of course, it is going to be a bit more central. Now, what's exciting is the fact that this Sosnovka military base does have a few teams, and maybe, just maybe, we might see a clash down under. Now,
oh yeah,
we speculate about all this. Chances are nothing might happen. They might just, drive past one another. As far as any bridge blocks are concerned, I don't really see that happening.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, unless we see all of these teams just decide to, maybe stick towards the beach here, I don't see any of those bridge blocks happening. But in the meantime, I want to talk a little bit more about 7H India. Now, they did drop in towards Zaki, which is the northwestern corner of the map. Now, all the places that you can rotate from Zaki are sort of occupied. You can see Severny being occupied. The only available place is still shooting range, so they can still go in there and be inside that first circle. But rotating out of this place for 7H is going to be a goddamn nightmare, because there's a couple of teams in Georgopol, there's a team waiting in Hospital, there are teams up in Severny, so they're really at the mercy of everyone else right now.
Well, the sight on your screens right now as one team holds onto a compound while another drives by. Usually you see this a bit later on, but it looks like, again, I like the fact that, well, I mean, if the vehicle only has 2 seats, I guess you could prop up on the hood or the bonnet, depending on what you like calling it, but he is slipping just a little bit. There you have it. I mean, that is teamwork. That is teamwork right there. And I like the fact that he is scouting out. He's moving left and right, making sure he scours the area before, well, the enemy spots them.
Well, Experiment, I know you haven't been to Mumbai yet, but if you're wondering what it's like to travel in a local, that is exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Space enough for 2 people, but a third one just always manages to squeeze in. So, yeah, well, there's your Mumbai experience right there. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards the original Jods, who at the moment are having a gala time looting by themselves. No one really to contest them. Seem to be they seem to be somewhere between Pachinki and Gatka, so it's going to be the area that they're going to be looting up in the meantime. And not a lot of teams around them either. So there are rotations open, perhaps towards Quarry, maybe towards Ruins, and Pachinki, well, it is seeing a fair amount of contest. I do see a team over there, another team making their way there.
Well, for now, it does seem like it is going to be GGLXZPR.
Mouthful.
We've got to come up with a little bit of a moniker for that because, again, this is going to be a bit
GGL
too much.
Zepper?
Well, Zepper. Ooh, I like that. I like that little throwback. But Zepper, all right. ZPR officials. Now, they do have Pachinki all to themselves. Now, you did mention, a couple of teams were inching their way closer. But as of right now, if I have a look at the circle, I don't really see any clashes coming up as of now. Now, we did see a couple of early knocks and finishes. Of course, Team Finisher and Purple Mafia Esports aren't going to be too happy about it. But for now, I think we are in for the calm before the storm. And, well, the storm is going to be heading our way in about the next 5, maybe 10 minutes. I don't see anything happening before that.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those games where the aggression starts ramping up as the circle starts closing in, right? Second, third circle, we're going to start seeing some action, and that's where things start getting really, really interesting. Now, what I do want to see is the circle shift a little bit away from the western part of the map, a bit more towards school, because that is where the epicenter of all those teams are. So there's going to be a bunch of teams coming in, a bunch of
gatekeeping happening as well. It's going to make things very, very interesting for all the teams up north at the moment as well. For the time being, though, we're looking at team finishers who are towards farm, and they don't really have a reason to really get the hell out of here just yet. Although, if some of these teams start contesting them, I do see another team in the vicinity. Well, they could have to rotate out early on. Depends on how much utility they're willing to expend and if they want to take this fight early or not.
Well, the team on our screens right now, 7H India. Now, we did see them drop down at Zarki, and well, they have a lot of options available for them because, as you mentioned, the northern hemisphere of Erangel is pretty much unoccupied, and well, they have their pickings. Right for the picking, as I like calling it. They can pretty much call any compound their home. But the thing is, I want to see a few teams, loot up a bit early and just go out on the hunt.
Really? I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense given the considering the game state right now. So usually when the circle is in the dead center right there, there's a lot of real estate up for the taking where every team can coexist peacefully like people used to back in the olden days. But yeah, I mean, I could see that possibility coming true. I mean, you can be on the aggressive over here, potentially be a little bit less punished for it, but I think you want to stick near the periphery of the circle while you're being aggressive. You go a little bit deeper in, you start acting out without any information, you could potentially get messed up and roughed up over here. But what is happening with Team Dead or Alive?
All over the map of Erangel, you find remnants of wars of the past, right? You find some massive craters, you find some disabled vehicles. But the thing is, the entirety of the island, I haven't seen a single civilian. I've been trying and looking. Looks like they were given a heads up that, we are going to have 16 teams drop in. You better hide in your bunkers.
Absolutely. I mean, these bunkers are inaccessible to these players, yeah. Absolutely. It'd be hilarious if we ever saw something like that being added in BGMI. A couple of civilians, you rescue them, you get yourself a little bit extra
a few
ammo.
More game modes, perhaps.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm down for it. If you're listening, Crafton, maybe take some notes. I'm very interested in watching that. But yeah, in the meantime, let's see what's going to be happening. As the circle should be shifting soon enough. We got the blue zone closing in. A couple of teams tanking or braving the blue, making their way in. But this is where things start getting really easy. Who is the winner? But, well, I know who is the loser for now. That's going to be the side of Team Software Gamers. One of the players got out in the open, trying to desperately stay behind the buggy and cover, but the buggy itself can be exploded.
Hail to the Kings overhead. Did you just see the way all four weapons just started shooting in tandem? Yeah. And you couldn't make out which one, in fact, got the initial knock. But looks like they do have a finish to their name. And now they know the enemy is going to be all by his lonesome. They're moving in. I'm sure Lily does hear the vehicle moving past. Lily is going to strain them. The flash is going to take the brunt of the attack. But have a look at that. Looks like we have a hot pursuit ensuing. Question is it going to be needed? Yes, it is. As Vampire, unfortunately, has pretty much taken his vehicle up.
Oh, no, he's lost the wheel.
Flash, he does have an option to get a little bit of respite, hide behind the rock, patch himself up, and, well, take the fight to the enemy.
Yeah, he certainly could, but without a wheel, I think he's going to have trouble getting anywhere. The speed is being reduced, and the boost not really being effective at this point. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards the farm area, where it seems that the Team Purple Mafia, in orange, by the way, being completely robbed, off their self-right, are going to try and take up this real estate in revenge. Let's see if they're going to be successful at it. Going up against, I believe, Team DST officials. Could be wrong about that. It does seem to me that they are going up against Team 8. But, yeah, they're occupying some prime real estate over here. The barn, a great place to hold on to. You sure those nades can come in, but it's a pretty open area with some amount of cover towards the center, so you can move around and dodge those nades.
The thing in Purple Mafia's advantage is that, yeah, they do have those double barns, right? They have a few more angles. As far as DST officials are concerned, they do have that one compound. However, if they want to push in, they are going to have to deploy a few smokes. They do have a few options available for themselves as well, but it looks like it. We are going to have some action break out. A Molotov has been lobbed towards the barn. Now, unfortunately for Legend here, the entire building is not going to go up in flames.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's not any stacks of hay bale inside. There's nothing that
would be
can
one
really
way
catch.
of making sure you trap your opponents in and just burn the building down.
Absolutely. Why even try fighting your opponent? You can just burn the building down. Just guard the entrances. If you see them coming out trying to stop, drop, and roll, you shoot them in the head. Business done either way, but we're also going to turn our attention towards Team X-Lines and Team Extremes, a battle of the X's. Let's see who can stay on top of this hill and claim it for their own. Team X-Lines, in the meantime, they just seem to be on a bit of a scouting mission, though. They don't seem too keen on engaging, because I only see, I believe, 2 players at the moment over here around this general area. They're also not spread out, so they can get attacked from multiple fronts. Now, if they push together, certainly they can make that work, but that's going to be super risky considering the distance they have to cover.
Now, the best thing for both these teams is, you know, they have a little bit of a plateau to work with. They have that flat ground. They aren't going to really have to move. And, well, Extremes can, in fact, dish out damage on the teams down below. Now, we know...
DMR gameplay.
There you go, there you go. We are going to have a few shots being rattled off. And more often than not, you know, they do seem to connect. And, you know, it's all about depleting the enemy's utilities. But elsewhere... We have 7H India. They finally made their way down south. In fact, all this action is going to be breaking out just east of Rozhok, which means, well, they've come all the way from Zarki and now are going to be just north of the school. That's a pretty decent rotation. Keep in mind, they did not see any opposition while they were migrating down south.
Not only that, if you remember, Savoni was occupied. There was also another team towards shooting range. So they somehow managed to dodge all of that and make their way towards the center of the zone. But now we're going to see the zone shift again and a southern shift coming in towards Pachinki. Well, you take me to Pachinki. I am always going to be smiling. Let's see what's going to happen there.
Another couple of teams that are smiling are the ones that are on Potato Hill. Hold that thought, because looks like Kenny has been found out. And, well, it is going to be the software gamers who finally get a taste of blood. And, well, as far as Kenny's concerned... His name, but wait a second, Vampire is going to knock himself out. He was trying to time that grenade to perfection. Unfortunately, he held on to it a bit too long, and well, he gets taken down. Lucky for him, Bornbot is nearby to get that revive.
Yeah, but now they're going to delay the fight being taken, and now look at that. Bornbot is going to go in by himself. Now, if he gets knocked down, he's still healing up. He needs to win these fights, and that's exactly what he's doing. He wins the first one. Aggressive as all heck. Very, very confident, this guy. Absolutely not afraid of taking the fight to his opponent, despite knowing that one of his players is knocked down. And now he's going to jump down and go for the second one as well. What an absolute mad lad, this guy. No fear whatsoever. Cojones!
He is hungry now. Abbas needs to patch himself up, which is exactly what he does. But looks like Bornbot misses his cue. He goes up. He did the other move right next to him. In fact, he's going to spot him down. He hits the deck. He gets the knock. But for now, looks like a grenade is going to be lobbed in their direction. They got to skedaddle out of there in quick succession, which is exactly what they do as Flash OP. As quick as he came, he's now going to be on the back foot. Now the question is he going to skedaddle out of here? Because looks like the revive could just come in as Flash OP. He does have a buggy. He does have a few options, and well, you know, I would not blame him, especially since he doesn't have a helmet. One stray bullet could spell trouble, but have a look at that. Bornbot getting to his teammate in the nick of time, making sure Kenny is still on his feet.
And they really need to make sure about that, because they've already lost one of their players. We saw Vampire do a bit of a awkward play early, and he did get punished for it, because you don't see him anymore. He got knocked out as a courtesy of his own nade.
You know, just looking and saying the word Kenny, I'm just getting South Park flashbacks right now.
Yeah, well, I'm, you know, my mind went towards Kenny Sebastian. Haven't really seen South Park just yet, but I see
well, I just gave up my age.
Oh, yeah. Well, Team X Lions, this is the fight we're talking about that could potentially break out. Now, I don't like what Team X Lions are doing right now. They're all clumped up in one place. They don't have the real estate or the numbers to make sure you know, that they can take this fight successfully against the side of Team Extremes. Team Extremes, they're a bit more spread out. They can see all of these angles. They can cut off these rotations, and they have the liberty of choosing whether they want to take these fights or not.
But again, you got to keep one thing in mind, right? I mean, the grenade can only be thrown at such and such distance.
Yeah.
You know, if they keep the enemy at bay, you know, I mean, they aren't in any direct threat yet. Of course, they got to keep an idea. They got to keep a 360 vigil, because if someone creeps in behind them, we've seen it in the past, we could see it again, and well, those hot potatoes,
remember this.
They do a lot of damage. But for now, it does look like Team Finisher. They might just live up to their name. They know that DOA Gaming do have a couple of members in that shack. Now the question is, are they going to take the fight? Because I do see another smoke grenade coming in, but a grenade comes in from Knockout as he knocks the members off his feet, and now a follow-up Molotov, making sure even if they go inside the shack for cover, they might be burned to a crisp. But Kratos, the God of War, he is going in for the revive. Is it the right call? Because it looks like Team Finisher is coming in for the finish. Knockout with yet another grenade. Is this going to be it for DOA, as more grenades are going to go off? Unfortunately, these are going to be inside the shack. Little do they know they're on the outside. Knockout goes out. Let's lose a few bullets, and well, that is going to be the first team being eliminated. And I like the way they did it. DOA Gaming out in the 16th position.
Christmas might be a few days in time, but Santa's here early, and he's got a bunch of presents for everyone, and especially for team finishers, getting 3 finishes to their name. My goodness, was that an amazing nade to watch. But yeah, towards the end of the day, they seem to be confused themselves. They thought that he was inside the shack. They threw a bunch of utility there. No problem, though. You secured those finishes. Move on. Get the hell out of here. But in the meantime, this looks like the side of Team Original Jots could be in trouble. Their title is being tested at the moment. We're about to find out if they really are Jots or if they're just imposters.
You know, we were talking about that grenade distance. Looks like Team X Lion, they have plenty of loot in those backpacks because they made sure they flung enough grenades to keep the enemy at bay. Now, let's just have a look and see what happened earlier. Now, Vampire was trying to cook the perfect grenade. Unfortunately, it bounced off that wall, hit the man, came back, and well, it is whatever's happened. Fortunately for him, he is still in this game. Talking about in this game, Original George coming under fire, and it's going to be Yodha from Team X Lions dishing out all that damage.
Yeah, well, we see Vampire still in the game, but looks like the side of Original George is not going to be so lucky. One of the members is going to bite the dust away. A couple of more nades being poured in as Karan in a world of trouble, now limping towards Kakashi. Pray to him, please get me back up on my feet, my friend. I cannot survive this onslaught. Over here, and Team X Lions, well, their name very, very appropriate, and it looks like the Original Jords are going to hightail it out of here, or at least create some sort of distraction. That's what it seems like is happening over here. They're trying to get the rest going, but Kakashi coming under heavy fire despite being in the smoke, and now there's just one member surviving. He's most certainly going to hightail it out of there. Just try and live and get those placement points, and Team X Lions, they will lay claim to this hill.
Well, it looks like JD Gaming is going to be the last man standing for his team. Probably not the best idea to make all that commotion because, well, a few more guns could have been better. But for now, it is going to be Genesis Esports. They are going to give Team Finisher a taste of their own medicine, as now they are going to be in the similar situation they had their foes in earlier. Raining down death and destruction, unfortunately for him. Again, it's on the other side of the wall, but now looks like FlexiGod, last man standing, has his work cut out. There you have it. Visual confirmation has been attained. They know that the enemy is hiding inside. Now it's all of the awaiting game, but it looks like he goes down, he hits the neck. He almost gets knocked. In fact, yes, FlexGod does get the better of death, but Rain is going to be on standby, and well, with those smoke grenades, it's smoke grenades. Yeah, calm down. Had it been grenades, it would have been different.
No, but God just lost a bunch of HP after being knocked down, so there's someone else hounding their position. They're about to get third-partied, it seems, at the moment, and... well,
hence the smokes.
Hence the smokes, yeah, I mean, wow, that was very, very quick thinking on their part. Thanks to that, they will be able to stay alive, but that one player in the shack making that almost really, really expensive for the side of Genesis Esports, as they might have bitten off a bit more they can chew, and now they just might want to tuck tail and run, get the hell back towards safety, reset, reassess, reevaluate, and look at where the circle is gone. It is in the middle of absolutely nowhere.
Well, it looks like the Kings of the Hill, Team X Lion, they are going to have to come down from their summit, and for now, 7H India have the only compound in the circle all to themselves. Before now, Extremes, we did see them just a little bit earlier, but they are going to have to take the fight to our esports. Now, our esports, they do have the higher ground, but looks like they are going to be maneuvering around those grenades, and well, Hero is already out on a scout fact-finding mission.
Okay, I mean, Hero, well, much like his name suggests, is trying to be the hero, but is he the hero his team truly needs at this point? He might just end up walking headfirst into the members of Team Myawix and could be in a world of trouble. Inside the buggy does have the helmet, but the back offers some protection, so he is going to be secure for the time being, has gotten the information and walked away.
He has walked away, or driven away rather, but now Team X Lion, again, they need to make sure they have a strong foothold in the next circle, as they do see Dr. Ninja in the distance, but 10-8 MVP. They come under fire, however, they are a resilient bunch of mass, and well, they can take a lot more. Elsewhere, Extremes are going to come under fire as well, and Yodha, with one magazine, is going to make sure two members from Extremes are brought down to the knees, and it looks like the push is coming in. Simple is going to be going up first. He goes to the tree, takes cover, is going to zig and zag his way. Yosh is going to be behind that vehicle, conceal the smoke, but he comes out with a grenade. That could be devastating for Simple. In fact, he is right above it, losing a massive chunk of his HP, but he lets his gun do all the talking.
Yeah, he most certainly does, but he has to be careful. The place he's taking cover around are a bunch of vehicles that haven't exploded yet, so a stray nade could still meet his demise. In the meantime, Yoda is going to end up finding one of the members from Extremes. Yash goes down. It seems that the last, or at least one of the members is still on the ground. Another one is still standing somewhere, but he can't be found, so they will stay in the game, but they're only going to have one pony in the race at the moment, and Yoda will put Sahib 6 feet under. Well, looks like Extremes, they don't have any ponies in the race anymore. They will be eliminated over here, and Team X Lions, once again, they're laying claim to this hill, which is on the periphery of the circle, and at the moment it seems that Team Purple Mafia Esports could be in a world of trouble.
Well, the pride is on the prowl. These Lions are roaring, 10 finishes to their name already, and it almost seemed like Fury from Extremes almost made a getaway, but Yodha had other ideas, as his teammate Madhav does spot the enemy in the distance, and now Team Mayavi, we know them as a heavy hitting team. They are coming under fire. Let's see if they're going to give them a taste of their own medicine. As 7H are going to make sure Purple Mafia Esports bid us adieu in the 8th position without any finishes.
Oh, that is painful. It just means, I think, 1 point maybe? That's very little. They've earned barely anything at the moment. And Team X Lions, well, this is starters, main course, and dessert right here. 10 finishes to their name. Best position in the circle that they could have asked for. The circle could screw them over. And, well, I think it just might have, because now they need to go low ground against all of these teams.
But the fact that they're dealing with every single team in their vicinity is something that's going to be in their favor. Now, 7H, we kind of did remind you they have the only compound. Well, that is out of question now because the circle has shifted further down south. So now what's going to happen is as the teams trying to make it to the center, oh, you're going to get shot at from the periphery. You're going to get shot at from the other end of the map. That is what I'm going to be expecting right about now. But for Team X Lions, they don't really have a lot of opposition. Maybe if they take care of, I do believe, 10-8 MVP, just a couple of members to themselves. If they take care of them, they have the entire southern aspect of the circle for themselves. But for now, Team Mayavi are looking to get away in their vehicle. 6 finishes to their names so far.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten a couple of finishes to their name. Well, it just seems that 7H don't have that many at the moment, but Mayavi certainly 6 finishes to their name. They're going to try and get some more over here. And the team on the receiving end of it is unfortunately going to be the guys from Zephyr, losing one of the members, being knocked down right away, and now Mayavi changing priorities. They kind of want to finish this up. What the hell is happening? They are crashing their cars and buggies into each other. Oh no! One of the members fighting is going to be caught out in the open, a bit too eager to take that fight. Fights to put 6 feet under, and with the DP28 at that distance, he will be able to secure that finish. Make sure that he prones back, does not get assaulted, will be allowed to heal back up and come into the fight. But while inside of 7H India, the other members buy him some time, lay down some covering fire.
Well, Dumbledore and his army are definitely making sure they use the high ground to their advantage. Again, as you mentioned, quick thinking, hitting the deck when they need to. But for now, looks like Team Mayavi are going to come into heavy fire. Admino down on his knees, courtesy of that explosion. But it looks like he might just be picked up. Now, have a look at how all of the teams are spread out. Team 10, I'm talking about 10-8 MVP. They do have 2 members alive. They are far away from one another, making sure that they don't mess up each other's games. Now, the question is, if they do see something in the distance, are they going to take shots at it? Because, well, they have spotted a few members out, but looks like Nemesis MVP's position is given away as well. For now, 7H India, they do have all 4 members alive, and have a look at that Dumbledore, slowly and steadily, like a tiger, or rather like a lion in the plains, creeping towards his enemies. He spots some movement in the distance. In fact, he hears something to his right, whips out his gun and is now going to be ready on that trigger. Elsewhere, looks like one of the members did get a little bit of a knock.
Oh,
and
that
a
is
finish.
a
Oh,
grenade.
a massive grenade comes in from Admino as Pikachu and Noddy are brought down to their knees. Now Dumbledore, he has his work cut out, but the moment I say his name, he gets taken down. Probot, can he patch himself? Yes, he can, but a Molotov could spell trouble. Is this it for 7H India, or are they still going to live on to fight another day?
They most certainly are trying. They can't afford to say die just yet, but a Probot still getting shot from the left and right. Has to deploy smokes. Couldn't even get that res going once again as Pikachu is on his knees. And look at the bloodthirst from Team Mayavi, not giving them any sort of room to work, but they got to worry about their flank. Someone is coming in from behind them. And it seems that Nemesis MVP is trying to be a thorn in their side at the moment. 10-8x MVP still might be in this game after all, but Genesis Esports are very much in this game still as well. They've got 9 finishes to their name, and they've got the prime positioning at the moment.
They have the entire eastern aspect of the circle all to themselves. They are spread far and wide, and they are a 4-man army. But now, Team X Lions, we know these guys are hard hitters. Martha with the grenade, he knows where Nemesis is, and now if the grenades don't do the talking, he's going to let his bullets do the talking as the car next to him goes boom, and with that, another one bites the dust. Ladies and gentlemen, final 4 teams, 13 players alive.
Absolutely, and now with these 13 players, one of them is going to try to take the chicken dinner away, but who is it going to be?
Are they still alive?
I have no idea whatsoever. I mean, this is the most open circle I've ever seen in my life, but some of these players are still standing strong. Genesis! Arthur does not watch his flank, gets shot in the side of his head from the members of Team X Lions, and now they're going to try and go in for the rest. They need to make sure that they're still in this fight. In fact, only 1 member from the side of Team X Lions is still standing strong, and Team Mayawix with 2 players standing are still in this game. 7H India does not anymore have been eliminated. And you have a clean on the time from that from the side of Mayavi X. A lot of these teams just keeping it close to the chest, taking this fight and just being a thorn in everyone's side at the moment. Let's see if Genesis Esports can continue trekking away, or if they can be cleaned up over here by the remnants. Okay, X Lions, your time to roar has ended, and that's going to be them hightailing it out of here as Genesis Esports probably look to take the throne themselves. Just one player standing in their way. It's good old Lemino himself. He's trying his best, trying to get his member back upon his feet. But a 1v4 in this situation, if you pull it off, my friend, you are undoubtedly going to be the hero.
Now, unless those grenades come in and wreak havoc, it could be a different story as Knuckle goes down once again. But God is going to be taken down by Admino, the man of the moment. Can he do the impossible over here as now 300 members from Genesis are going to be moving in? He does have that little bit of smoke to conceal himself. Wait a second, was that a pan finish? Was that a pan finish? I am pretty sure a member of Genesis Esports ran straight up to the enemy with the pan in hand and just clocked one over his head.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Finishing it off in style. They knew they were in a 4v1, so might as well just add a little bit of insult to injury, you know. Just make it a little bit hurtful for the next game when they come in. Get them a bit riled up, get them taking those risks that they are in. But a bit of a psychological element to that as well. But once again, style points, respect to them. They certainly did a lot of good work there. Genesis Esports, it didn't look like they were going to make it. You know, initially at the start, we saw them, they were in a little bit of trouble.
They were pretty quiet as well.
Yeah, they were pretty quiet as well. Very, very opportunistic lads, these. I mean, they weren't the ones who were going out there and being super aggressive, instead waiting for the fights to come to them. And then, well, the circle, it started singing their praise, and they're like, we're going to justify those.
Now, you know, initially when we joined Team X Lions atop Potato Hill, we did kind of mention that, you know, they're playing a bit complacent. They aren't really in it for, they didn't show that determination or that drive or that hunger.
They weren't spread out, I mean, as we were hoping that they would be.
Once they opened their account, they just kept rattling knock after knock, getting those finishes, and well, that is a team that definitely surprised me. Now, on the other hand, a team that did not surprise me, that in fact I expected them to do what they just did, Team Mayavi. Again, I do believe 14, maybe 15 frags coming in from the boys.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys were absolute mad lads since the very beginning. I mean, I've seen them play aggressive. These guys just don't change their play style for anyone. And I like that. I really respect a team that, you know, respects his own deep philosophies that way. They're very committed. They're like, you know what? It doesn't matter who we're up against. We're going to do what we're good at. If you beat us, you beat us. If you don't, hey, we're all the more merrier. So let's jump into the highlights and see how they did it. Well, we were speaking about teams that surprised us. Another team that surprised me was 7H because their rotation from Zarki was not looking good.
It was not looking good indeed, and you know, they did, I do believe, end up in the 4th position. Now the question is how many finishes they have, because yeah, they got the placement points, but you know, a couple of more finishes. Now this moment over here, Vampire, but lucky for him, it wasn't you know, all up in vain, because Borbot had other ideas as he made sure the enemies were dealt with. But again, a lot of action breaking out all over the map this time around, and this is when Team X Lions, once they started picking up, you know, team after team, I do believe they had at least 12, maybe 14 finishes for themselves as well. So again, high fragging affair coming in from just a couple of teams this time.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of these teams taking matters into their own hands, not waiting for the circle to just show itself, and not waiting for any other chances to be aggressive, just being aggressive naturally, thinking to themselves, well, what is the most consistent way to get points? It's to shoot people in the heads and then collect their corpses. That was a bit too tough.
That is
it?
a bit too dark. I mean, we're not looting the corpses as such. Those guys, well, they don't really need their possessions anymore, so I guess it's all right.
It's all right. You know, they come back in the second round anyway.
Everything's doable in the game itself. Please don't try this in real life. But now team finishes again. They had a good outing as well. Flexi God, in fact, getting 2 members of those 4 hungry warriors coming towards him, almost getting the knock. But again, this is where it all came down to. Wolf X, I beg your pardon, X Lions. Wrong genre over there. The Lions were definitely roaring over here in Erangel, but unfortunately they were overwhelmed by the opposition. A good outing for a lot of teams, and let's see who's going to come out on top.
Absolutely. I mean, X-Lions, you know, initially when I first saw them taking that fight on top of the hill, I wasn't very convinced. I was like, they don't have the position for this. They're just giving away free information to their opponents. But it seemed that their purpose was not really to take the fight, but to dissuade them from, you know, occupying that same place. And it's almost like you said, it worked. They forced them off the hill. They forced them to get the hell out of there. The intimidation factor worked. And after that, they were able to secure themselves a very good positioning towards the late game. You know, they finished, I believe, 3rd or 4th place, got themselves a bunch of finishes as well. Of course, they didn't cross the finishing line, but yeah, nevertheless, it's not a bad ending. I mean, there's still another match remaining, and they can perform just as well in that one.
You know, I gotta say one thing. It's not just about doing homework on the teams that you are gonna face. You know, even as casters, you and I, even if you watch somebody else cast, you always pick up something or the other that, you know, you might not have done. I've seen one thing, the way all these teams position themselves themselves, especially when they didn't have enough cover, making sure they spread far and thin, making sure that each man or each woman, handles his or her own. It just goes to show they have been watching, they have been doing their homework, and they have been practicing said moves.
Absolutely, and you can see the priority shifting right from the early game to the late game so clearly. Early game is more like huddle up, occupy a single compound, make sure you're not spotted, don't give away any information, make sure rotations are discreet and quick. And as you start moving in towards the late game and there's less and less real estate, the approach becomes a lot more aggressive. They spread out, they get more real estate. It's more about playing that trade game. Even if you have to lose a member in exchange for a squad wipe, at that point, it pretty much becomes worth it. And sure, sometimes, that aggression...
Look at that, he had the pan! Dink! He hit him on the head. I love production for this. That is a beautiful shot. Thank you so much. We couldn't have asked for anything better because we did. I did kind of see that, when he was running through the smoke, I saw a silhouette and I saw something heavy in his hands and I'm like, wait a second. He is going to be adding a little bit of insult to injury.
Boy. Yeah, I mean, that was hilarious to watch. I'm always a fan of these sorts of melee finishes when teams are just feeling it so much that they go a full meme mode. They're like, oh yeah, I'm going to pan someone or I'm going to throw a pan in his direction, see what happens. Don't throw a pan though. We saw what happened there.
It hurts.
But absolutely. It almost hurt. But in these sorts of situations.
I'm sorry about it. I thought you'd catch it. It's all right. Anyway, moving on before I have some other matters to deal with. Again, a lovely, lovely end to that game. But now it all comes down to, because what we saw was that 1, 2, maybe 3 teams were dishing out all the damage and racking up all those finishes. I wonder if the points table that's going to be coming up sooner or later is going to replicate the same.
I think so, because I feel like a lot of these teams played a little bit more passively. They were hoping that, considering this is the second round, teams are going to be a bit quieter. They're going to be a bit more constrained. They're going to pick and choose their fights, be smart about their engagements. Clearly not their case. Everyone just going in, guns blazing. Sure, the action, it took a little bit of time to get going, but once it started going, it never stopped. Right? We saw, I believe it was Hale, Team Hale, who had, you know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to... it's a little bit unfortunate to watch. But like I was saying, consistent stream of action, and it's Genesis Esports in first place. In fact, we have a tie for first place between the side of Myavix as well as Team Genesis.
Well, 27 points for Genesis. 27 for Mayavi, 22 for Lions, but let's concentrate on the finishes. 12 finishes for Genesis Esports, 15 for Mayavi, and 12 for Team X Lions, and 10-8 MVP. Although they were a bit dormant, they didn't really rack up those placement points. 7 finishes for them. So again, 4 teams pretty much dividing and conquering Erangel.
Yeah, they collectively eliminated a total of 75% of the teams over here. That is an insane number. Just these 3 teams just taking matters into their own hands. Wow, that's not something I was expecting. Now, of course, we're talking about some of these other teams as well. 7H India was one of those that came to mind. Unfortunately, not as good of a performance as one would have liked to see, considering the start that they had and all those balls that they managed to dodge. They got themselves to a good position. Unfortunately, they only got 2 finish points, so they couldn't prop themselves up against the likes of X-Lions or Myavix.
But I gotta say one thing, as far as Team Mayavi or Myavix, depending on how you want to call it, goes, they did hold the record for the maximum finishes in a game up until 0 Degree.
Yeah.
Came up and said, hello, we're here to play as well. So I guess they are hungry to, get that mantle back for themselves because, 15 frags in game 1 just goes to show, man, these guys, they prepped for this and the momentum was on their side. And like I said, I wanted to see a team that goes out on the hunt, and that is exactly what they did.
Absolutely, I mean, no fear in these guys whatsoever. Genesis, Mayavi, and Team X Lions, but you know what they always say, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Can these teams repeat that same performance again? Because I still remember Team Mayavi, it was the second game where they shined, and it wasn't the first game itself. So maybe this is a step up, or maybe, just maybe this is them still riding that high, and maybe next time around they're going to be in a bit of trouble. Let's have a look at the MVP though. No surprises there.
Well, I was going to be, contemplating between a couple of the members, not just of Team Miami, but amongst the others as well. But just have a look at that ridiculous amount of damage. 1, 3, 6, 7 points of damage, 7 finishes, and wait a second, he isn't just a solo player, he's a team player as well. 3 assists to his name.
Absolutely, I mean, Admino, I think he was the last man standing as well for his roster. He still got a knock despite being in a 1v4 before, unfortunately, being panned in the head. But, he really tried, so kudos to Admino. He was the one showing the initiative, being the guy who's going to be on the front lines and being like, you know what, I'm going to find these picks, I'm going to convert them into finishes, and they're the top 5 players. It's only Admina from Mayavi who has managed to find his way here.
Well, we do have a couple of other teams that are going to be joining the fray. They've sent 2 members each from their side, Yodha and Simple from the Lions with 7 and 4 finishes respectively, and Rain and God from Genesis Esports with 5 and 4 respectively to their names. Now, again, we did kind of mention that, it was a high fragging affair for these teams, but just have a look at the damage dealt out as well. I mean, they were in the thick and thin of the action. Now, let's just pick X Lions, for example. Nothing, not even a stir in the distance up until, somebody finally showed up to Potato Hill. But once they started letting those bullets fly, bodies just kept dropping one after the other.
Absolutely. And now we're going to be jumping straight into the match summary. There you go. Those are all the stats that we were waiting for. If you could also get what and how many grenade finishes we had. I think we had 4, if I believe so. Yeah, we have 4 grenade finishes out of 89 grenades used. Some great stuff coming out here from these guys. 42 total rescues. So, I mean, we saw a couple live themselves, some rescues that shall not be named. But yeah, overall great stuff. I mean, this looks like a very competent lobby. This reminds me of a lobby where everyone is playing aggressively, even though the points table didn't necessarily reflect that.
It did kind of seem like, just a couple of these teams, they really outplayed their opposition. And, we always talk about ratios. Let's have a look and see how the finish to damage performance graph is going to show up. And there you have it. 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 teams running away with the show.
The big 3 and the little brothers. That's what this is about. But still, I'm quite surprised to see all these teams having a semblance of damage somewhere in there. Wasn't really expecting to see even that much coming in from them. But yeah, of course, Team Mayavi up there in terms of damage. 2,596. Wow, that is insane. X-Lines as well in those upper 2k damage numbers, as well as the side of Genesis with 2,592 their name. Of course, the most efficient out of them is Mayavi because they converted those, at least 15 of those. But yeah, once again, this is some insane numbers coming out in the second round itself.
It is pretty insane. And again, now you did bring this question up just moments ago. Can they replicate that again? Now, it isn't going to be difficult judging which teams are going to make it to the top 4 because, well, it's going to be Genesis Esports with 12 finishes, Team Mayavi with 15, the Lions that roared with 12, and of course 10-8 MVP coming in 4th with 7 finishes to their name.
Absolutely. I mean, all of these finishes really making sure that these teams are the ones people can be keeping an eye out for in the next one. Of course, if they've been doing their math, they know who they need to focus down on. If they've also done their homework, watch these previous rounds. If, a big if. They can also maybe hot drop and start contesting them, especially Team Mayavi. I think they can have a target on their back, potentially even 7H India. I did see them dropping in towards Zarki, but I wouldn't sleep on 7H.
Just think about what you said. Team Mayavi have a target on the back. They're going to be welcoming it because this means they aren't going to have to go out on the hunt when the Gazelle are just going to be walking up at their doorstep. Let's see if that is going to be the case or whether the Lions are going to roar once more in the plains of Erangel. I wish it was a bit more Serengeti because all of this would have made a bit more sense. But you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think in this game we're going to be seeing a lot of different stuff happening. I'm not expecting Team Mayavi to go for the same drop once again. If they do, they'll have my respect, no doubt whatsoever. But I think there's also going to be a couple of other guests joining them in the picture, trying to make life a little bit difficult for them, because Team Mayavi not having a target on their back, I just cannot accept that hypothesis ever. I don't think there's no planet or no universe out there where Team Mayavi goes unchecked in the next one. They're really going to have to fight.
So you believe in the multiverse is what you're saying?
Sort of.
There you have it. I mean, that's what it comes down to, right? I mean, Team Mayavi, they've already attained that little legendary status for themselves. And of course, when you are at the tippity top, everybody wants to bring you down. And speaking of legends, we have another legend which has a little bit of a message for you. I am, of course, talking about the iQOO 7 Legends, the official smartphone for BGIS 2021. Well, there you have it. The Qualcomm Snapdragon 888. Make sure that this device, this bad boy in my hands, is going to be giving you that ultra performance that we all crave ever so often. Now, talking about ultra performances, boy oh boy, we did see Team Mayavi. Now we are going to have this little argument, even while the promo was going on. He thinks Team Mayavi is going to have this target on their back. I kind of agree with you, but they can just switch things up, like we did see in the last game. You know, they just changed the drop location. So if you do that, if you keep the enemy guessing, it's going to be a bit problematic. But let's just have a look and see who Team Mayavi is going to be going up against once more.
Absolutely. We're going to be starting off with Team X Lions once again. Like you mentioned, the Pride of Lions roaring and making their presence felt in that very first match. Can they do it again? It's the question. Team Mayavi, of course, in next place, Purple Mafia Esports in that orange slot, unfortunately. So not at full power just yet. Maybe in the next one.
Oh, maybe the color makes a difference too.
It probably does. Team Finisher, 7H India, R Esports, GGL, Xepper, Team TST officials as well. Been a little bit quieter for them, but maybe this is the game where they can start turning their engines on.
Well, joining them, of course, we have Genesis Esports, the heavy hitting team, 10-8 MVP, which came in 4th, the Software Gamers, NSXL, and well, we all remember Vampire with a little bit of a mistake, but of course, let's see if it's going to be different this time around. Joining them later on, we have Extremes, Raw Official, DOA Gaming, and the Original Jods. Now, the Original Jods, maybe there was a bit too much pressure on their shoulders, so, you know, I mean, they didn't really shine as we expected them to, because again, they are the Originals, right? But there are so many up-and-coming Jods that it's hard to keep track of. Now, I want to see something coming in from Raw Official as well.
Yeah, I mean, Raw Officials have been rather quiet, haven't they? I mean, I don't think we even caught a glimpse of them in the previous match. I didn't see any part where they were in the middle of some action or they were doing something great. So, yeah, a little bit of sleep on the wheel at the moment, but you never know. You know, we saw the stories in round 1. The team that was asleep in the first match came out roaring in the second one. So maybe this is their time to rise and shine, take a page out of Mayavi's book, and be the team that takes a chicken dinner in this one.
You know, I would never advise someone to start popping pills, but if you are playing the game, you might want to knock down a few energy drinks, get your energy levels high up again, and you never know, this might just be the game that is going to make it or break it. But it does look like all the players are finally wetted out once again. They are going to be running around on Spawn Island. I do hope we might just see a little glimpse of them on the screen behind us, or maybe we might just want to keep that a bit secret, because you know we do have something interesting coming up for you in the next few days, and we don't want to spoil those moments for them. For now, it is going to be basically round 2 for all these teams, and I don't know about you. I think it's going to be something similar. I feel teams like Team Mayavi, who, if I know you are trying to see if something is going to pop up. Something might. Anyway, I believe they would welcome the fact that, you know, maybe another squad or two would drop down towards them, because again, it's not just the grenades, and voila, there we have it. There we have it. All the players are going to be getting ready, and well, everyone's making sure the weapons are locked and loaded, all oiled up, and all the sights are lined up, because in about 47 seconds, we are going to be in the thick and thin of it. Now, again, just coming back to Mayavi real quick, I think they're going to be welcoming it.
Absolutely. I think Mayavi is a team to welcome it, right? They also seem like a team that is probably a bit too proud to change their drop location, being like, you know what, no. We're quite sure we're better than you, so please come and contest us. We want to see what you guys got, where we are lacking.
We got mummies running around.
Oh yeah, we got a couple of mummies running around as well. And I did see a pan on Mino's back earlier, so it seems like he's gotten a message and he's thirsty for some revenge. So you pan him once.
Imagine if we have a little tit for tat breaking out over here.
I would love to see it. A pan for a pan makes the world blind.
Couldn't have said it better myself, but of course we are going to say bye-bye to them, because now it is going to be time for all the action. We're going to say bye-bye to you as well. The big bird is going to be up in the sky, and well, my co-captain, where are we flying to this time?
Well, this is your captain speaking. We are 25,000 feet in the air. We're going to be traveling from the sunny sides of Saverny, ending towards Nova Ripnoi. Over the way, you're going to enjoy the sights of Ruins, Pachinki, Gatka, and of course to the west, or rather to the east, you're also going to see Yasna Poliana Mansion and Shelter up for the taking. If you are in the mood for a working environment, you can travel to Milta Power. I hear they've got a couple of openings over there, so...
the Wi-Fi is good and everything?
Yep. I mean, they've got great working environment. They only work 4 days a week, 5 hours a day.
Brilliant. There you have it. Work at the nuclear power plant. But looks like 7H India this time again I think they're most comfortable with Zaki. Let's see if this time around, however, they are going to find a few bumps on their way as they migrate down south. Now, the question is, of course, it all depends on where the first circle is going to form. But it looks like we also have some takers for Suverni. So, again, it wouldn't really seem like, a lot of teams are going to change things around. It is going to be a slow start once again, unless, of course, we have those little sprinkles of hope here and there.
Most certainly. I mean, we could see something like that coming in, but for the moment, it seems that most of these teams are keeping their drops consistent. Now, 7H could be in a world of trouble because there is a team next to them that have already landed on their feet. If they get a couple of weapons, they could pluck them out of the sky, maybe even chase them, prevent them from getting any loot for themselves. And 7H, they seem to be changing their drop instead. They seem to be moving towards Georgia Pole instead. And we're going to turn our attention towards the team that could potentially go in for the finishes on them. It's going to be Team 10 at 10-8 MVP.
Now, 10-8 MVP, they did drop close by. However, the choice of location is a bit flabbergasting, and I'll tell you why. Not a lot of buildings for enough people. Now, if they want to make sure that they, apply the pressure, well, I guess I stand corrected because one of their teammates is going to be smart, and, well, they're going to be heading down to the shelter. But 3 of them all the way up north, far, far away from the shelter.
I do believe I saw an arm or something on someone's back there, so maybe, they got something or the other to work with. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards the side of Team Hale. Well, never mind. We're going to turn our attention elsewhere towards the side of Software Gamers, who seem to be having a gala time, just riding the road, going out on a trip. They spot a buggy for themselves. They're like, hey, now we can... well, go on our separate paths, I guess, if that's what they want to do. But Software Gamers as well, dropping in the middle of nowhere, it seems. And this time around, the circle, it is favoring that northwestern part of the map a bit. A significant amount of the circle is also in water, so that means we could see a number of fights breaking out early on.
It could be a possibility, but as of right now, it does look like everyone is going to be heading their separate ways. Now, we did see a couple of teams, and you were wondering, where are they going to be driving to? They have a lot of options on the eastern aspect of the map. We have the mansion, Lipovka prison up for grabs. So, again, as of right now, no teams are going to be pretty much in each other's vicinity. They aren't really going to be thorns in each other's sides. But what is exciting is the fact that normally you just see a couple of teams drop down at the Sosnovka military base. This time around, we have 4.
Yeah, that is very interesting. As soon as you started saying that, I was like, there's something off over here on the map.
I know what he's talking about.
The first thing I see is 4 teams inside Sosnovka, so I see it coming. I was like, oh, well, yep, absolutely. This is going to be interesting. Now, there's not only a couple of teams in Sosnovka, there's also a couple of teams guarding the bridge itself. And given the way the circle is, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of gatekeeping happening towards the Ferry Pier area. A couple of fights breaking out there, but speaking of fights, well, I guess we don't have to wait for much longer because there is a fight breaking out over here with Pistol at that range. He still gets the knock! What an absolute madman! He pulls out the crossbow for the finish. I mean, he could probably punch him to death if he wants to, just conserve his ammo at the moment, but instead he's going to let him pass by and try and heal up, or maybe get an energy drink in his body instead.
Well, Madrex uses that weapon just like the animal, the scorpion, dishing out a lot of damage close range, and well, the crossbow comes in and helps him later as well, making sure he puts his opponent 6 feet under. Now, they do have that one finish to their names, and it looks like Purple Mafia Esports, again, they're not in the element because they do have the orange color. It is playing a little spoil sport. They do realize that, they have lost a few, they have lost one man. Again, they don't have any utilities right now. They don't have weapons for themselves. So what they are doing at this moment, making sure that they run away to live to fight another day, I wouldn't blame them.
Alright, sounds good. Well, let's see if that actually does end up happening, but Purple Mafia Esports, this is not what I like seeing early on, I mean, if you're in a buggy, you're trying to rotate out.
Now, of course, I wasn't there for their matches. Round 1 was a good affair for them. They had a high number of frags, and, they were on the top half of the table, so this is a bit unprecedented, especially for this team.
Absolutely, and it seems that there's been a sort of a lapse in decision-making over here. They seem to be rotating out with very little weaponry. At the very least, you want something like a level 1 helmet or a vest, just making sure you have that little tiny blanket of safety, but they got nothing, absolutely nada. Well, let's hope that the same fate does not await the side of Raw Official, because they also had a bit of a slow start in the last game, and guess what? They've got their frying pans out.
That is something that you are definitely going to be taking note of now. But again, you know, we've seen Raw Official do something in the past, which I hope they don't repeat this time around. Now, they are almost 2,800 meters away from the first circle, and you know what, even up until zone 2, maybe 3, they can take their time, but if they let that blue start chipping away at the damage, it could be problematic. And well, if anyone did miss any of the action, well, we have the instant replays ready. Have a look at that. Mad Rex, he goes out, he lets the Scorpion do all the talking. No need to aim down the side, because well, that high rate of fire is going to put the opponent in his place. And well, to add insult to injury, he also had a little arrow poking out his backside.
Absolutely. I mean, that is a death by 1,000 shots to the back, not by a cut, because it is a crossbow.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. But yeah, in the meantime, we're gonna be.
I'm just happy that I found a fellow nerd.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you know, it's rare to find somebody who actually shares those same sorts of insights with you. But in the meantime, we're going to be turning our attention towards Team GGL Zepper. Now, they've got themselves a fair kit, so rotating out for them makes sense. Although they're still inside the circle, they're still in Georgia Pool, I'm not too sure where they're going to go from over here, because everywhere they go, they're going to be greeted by a team. The only safe place I see is further down south towards Gatka.
Well, Gatka, surprisingly, doesn't really have a lot of teams in and around its vicinity, which is quite unprecedented, because again, you know, it is a popular destination. You have all these compounds scattered all around those fields, and you know, they do contain some good loot. But again, teams did jump out pretty early, and the majority are going to be around Rozok and north of that location. Now, the circle again is going to be further up north, so I guess at this point it does make sense. But now, Purple Mafia Esports, they definitely have their work cut out. Game 1 wasn't something to write home about, and well, the way they've started Game 2 with the first pick of this game, not off to a flying start as well, so they've got to definitely strategize and come up with something new.
Absolutely, I gotta love the way Team Mayavi are just, you know, not afraid at all. They still dropped into ruins. This has been their drop location for the longest time, and there's gonna be a little bit of contest coming in from them. But you have all these players spawning out, right? You got iQOO with the DP-20 aiming down sight, looking away in the distance, and even rattles off a few shots and connects some of them. But yeah, this is just gonna be a couple of warning shots coming in for him, possibly even a bait to set up and have them come in towards him head on, and while the rest of the team can just try and wrap around instead.
Now, the thing that's going to work in Mayavi's favor is that A, they have that little old broken down castle, so they have the high ground. That means all the information is going to be spun around to their teammates, and it does look like a couple of them were in Water City. They are going to be regrouping with their teammates as well, so they do have a lot of options. They have a lot of flanks, they have a lot of angles. But now, I think the game changer, the deal breaker, would be if one of them could creep in close enough to lob a grenade. Since we did see Purple Mafia Esports all clump together at the ruins, that is when action could break out. But for now, we are going to wait with bated breath as the circle is going to shift, and still keep and have a look at that. Raw Official making it to the circle from the blue zone near Milta, but still we have a team on the military island, and let's see if that's going to come and bite them in their backsides later on, because it is Team X Lions.
Absolutely. In the meantime, Raw Official, they had a bit of a sleeper start to start things off over here. This time around, also their rotation in is not easy. There is the original Jod standing in their way towards the circle. If they go the longer way around from Pachinki, they could get in there undisturbed, but there's already a bunch of real estate being snatched up in and around the area. Speaking of which, well, just another minute until the next blue zone starts closing in. Let's see what Raw Official and the Lions do. Now, we are potentially going to see some action breaking out in the ruins once again as Team Mayavi spots someone else coming into the fray over here. I think it is the good old side of Purple Mafia themselves. So maybe Purple Mafia are looking to snatch up this place for themselves. It could be pretty helpful considering it's on high ground. They are going to be able to get a lot of information if they control that territory. But they better act soon because a lot of teams are closing in that general area.
However, if you are good sharpshooters, which we know Team Mayavi definitely has a few of them in their rosters, that is the position you want to be in, because A, it's pretty much central.
Yep.
That castle, especially in the center, provides enough cover and enough 360 vigil all around that, you know, you can see the enemy coming coming way before he even knows something's happening. But right now, looks like NSXL, they are on the hunt. They know they are chasing somebody down. Now the question is, who is going to be acting first? Because if Team Original Jods alight from the vehicles first, they could spell trouble. But looks like Ip Man is going to head over in another direction. And again, you got to be careful at this stage because you know, you can assume that a compound is going to be yours for the taking. Little do you know, somebody else has already occupied it.
Absolutely. Nipman also has to be a little bit careful with how much fuel he expends on that buggy. He was running a little bit low, so his rotation policy could be out of picture here. But Dead or Alive Gaming having a couple of nades hurled their way. In fact, there's going to be two teams looking in the same direction of the same man. Somehow, he's dodging them both and getting back towards safety, back towards his team. Information being found by both of them, and they are going to be A-okay for the time being.
They are going to be okay, and I'm just going to be thinking about Ip Man. I'm going to hold on to my thought for a second, as looks like the Hyenas are coming into play as well. Question is, do you think all that wing chop training is going to come in handy? Because I don't see any CQB action breaking out sooner or later.
Yeah, well,
I had to.
You had to. But I'm quite surprised you mentioned CQB, considering you're a person who enjoys the arm. I thought you're more of, you know, that classy, suited up guy who tries to fight from a distance. You have given up, I see. Turn to the dark side, my friend. It's a lot fun that way, just blasting people close range with a couple of shotguns and SMGs. To be honest, there's nothing.
Some epic shotgun action today as well. We've seen the pump action and we've seen the double barrel basically deal death and destruction at point blank range.
Now I just want to see the auto shotty go to work, man. I mean, that's a weapon that I really want to see just range of destruction in melee. It's going to be kind of hard to find, but when you do get it, boy, does it feel great to have an automatic shotgun. But in the meantime, a lot of action breaking out over here, and this is about to get a little bit hot and heavy. Team Miami could have their hands full over here.
We did want to see raw officials in action. It looks like Trap could have trapped himself behind that burning wreckage, and well, he has paid a heavy price. But for now, Shadow lurking behind the smoke. His position has been given away, and have a look at Team Miami once again, ever present, ever on the hunt. They are hungry. They know exactly where he is, and if they don't have one flank, they're going to secure another one. As Ayush, well, you better bide your time because sooner or later a few bullets are going to be coming your way. Have a look at Admino trying to distract his opposition. He almost ran over his enemy, and well, that is not a position I want to be in. But for now, Shadow is lurking in the shadows. Unfortunately, Admino hit either a rock or a vehicle, which means it gives Ayush enough time to patch himself up. Question is he going to do something with that?
Oh, once again, he spots him out, and that's what he kind of wants. He just wants a little bit of information to work with. Look at this man, he's just coming out of the car. No cares in the world. RA official, they're like, you know what, we can't mess with a psychopath. He has nothing to lose, but we do. So they gotta ducktail and run. Get the hell out of over here. Look at that, one single man just being such a thorn in their side. Daku is finally going to put an end to this madness as he takes out Shadow, but still, Raw official, they just get manhandled in that situation.
They were manhandled, and amongst all that commotion, one of them did get out. Ayush had pretty much enough of, as you mentioned, Admino was pretty much bullying them. He used that smoke for cover. He saw a buggy hitting. He's like, you know what? I'm going to get out of here. But for now, it does look like Team Original Jods are going to be driving dangerously close to the opposition. And NSXL are trying to dish out as much damage as they can. Unfortunately, they just whizzed past way too fast.
Absolutely. I mean, Hale, they are in a bit of an awkward position over here because they're at the exact periphery of the circle, but they themselves, if they want to rotate in, now they're going to have to face the wrath of not just one, but two teams guarding the rotation in towards Hospital. So it's going to be a little bit problematic for them. Let's see how they work around it. In the meantime, lots of teams are going to gravitate towards the center, and X-Lions, you remember where they were strong? It was the hill. Guess where they're going?
Well, Mount Olympus is going to be theirs for the taking, as there is going to be a mad dash for the containers because, well, it is at the center of all the action as JD Gaming against all odds survives bullet after bullet, but the moment he jumps out of his vehicle, inertia takes over, and well, that is going to make sure his ankles are going to be busted. Question is, are his teammates going to be able to get close to him? Because for now, GGL, they would not be aware that the guy who just drove past them is knocked out on his knees just next to them.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know if they're going to go hunting for this. They are instead going for the Sano approach, which is like, alright, you know what, someone's come here on a scouting mission. We didn't really take him down, so let's just be really careful and, yeah, blow on a tea a couple of times before we take a sip. And there's another team in the mix over here. It seems that the side of GGL Zeppa also want a part in also want a part in the action over here, going up against the side of Team Original Jods. Extremes as well, looking to get themselves in on the action. This container yard is going to be chock full of lead in just a bit.
Now, even though they are running around willy-nilly over here, keep in mind, we do have a pride atop the mountain, and if there are sharp shots, well, they could be raining down death and destruction from above. Whoa, an interesting thing that I just saw, 7H India. Looks like they're trying to be 7Cs over here because they took the water route, avoiding all the damage in northern Georgia, and well, they've made it to the next circle.
Yeah, I mean, they just went for a swim, and in
That
the
shift.
meantime, my goodness, yeah, that is one shift, but all right, okay. It seems that Team Miami want a part of the action. They want to go up against the Lions on top of the mountain. They take down one of the players. Simple falls to his knees. Is trying to stay alive over here, but in the meantime, Admino's going to find another knock. Samurai managed to get Admino in return, but Admino will finish off Simple before that happens. And in the flash of an eye, or rather blink of an eye, Team X Lions, they're out of the window. I mean, they just get eliminated.
The hunters have become the hunted. The pride has been taken out as the Lions have roared their last, and we said it. Team Mayavi out on the hunt. Oh my goodness, looks like they are really desperate to make sure they get all the records back in their name. 0 degrees, you better be taking notes because this is the team to watch out for.
Absolutely, I mean 0 degrees. They're going to have their hands full once this team does make their way there. And I do believe they're going to make their way there. I am fairly confident, but this container yard is shaping up to be the point of contact for all of these teams. I mean, there's around 5 teams in the vicinity over here. I mean, the side of our esports have also made their way here. Hero, Canary, everyone just trying to lob a couple of nades and be a part of the action.
It reminds me of my classic games of the good old days. This is what it was all about. This is what a Georgia Paul hot drop looks like. And well, I am just smiling from air to air looking at all this commotion over here. Now, GGL, they do have a good location. However, have a look at K2S's position, because from that compound, if they aren't careful, they could get some hot lead in their backs.
Absolutely. I mean, that compound is fairly vulnerable over here, so you kind of want to make...
They're getting pushed.
Oh,
They're getting
yeah,
pushed.
It does seem like they're getting pushed at the moment, but in the meantime, we are going to turn our attention. There you go. There's what we wanted to see. Zeppa, they're going to be able to get themselves a knock onto knockout. That is irony at its finest. And Team Miami also wanting a part in on the action over here. Team Finisher, they've got their hands full. I mean, the side of Team Miami, this is like a bunch of cockroaches. Everywhere you go, there's one of them.
Everywhere you go, there's one of them. They have some homing beacons on death and destruction because looks like fighting is going to be joining them as well. Now, Admino with the grenade. We know he's good with this.
Oh my God,
the bandit
grenade!
makes sure he gets the better of them, and now Admin is going to make sure that Conquest has been conquered. And well, in the blink of an eye, another one bites the dust. He can put that grenade back in his utility backpack because, well, he doesn't need it anymore.
Oh my God, that was insane. Meanwhile, we're going back towards the shipyard where the action is breaking out over here. GGL Zeppa in a bit of trouble at the moment. Another nade comes in. He was just back on his feet and he gets knocked back down right away. My goodness, nades being lobbed in left, right, and center. Boogie's also going to go down. Sinner still standing strong from his team, and I think he is the only hope alive at this moment. There's no one else who's still on their feet from the side of GGL Zeppa. And yeah, at this point, he needs to make a tough call. Does he go back in to help his teammates out, or does he instead just go for the win? No, it does seem like there is another player inside the warehouse who is still standing, getting everyone else back on their feet.
Also, since both these teams have backed out, I like the way Senna was waiting for his teammate to get to him, because if he made it, well and good. If not, at least his position would not be given away. Now, Canary is playing a little dangerous game, but again, since the opposition backed off, well, no harm in that. For now, Senna is going to be the last man for GGL as well. It looks like our esports, who have been pretty quiet thus far, are finally making some waves.
Absolutely. I mean, it looks like all of these teams are finally starting to get in on the action. But once again, the circle is going to start shifting. Where is it going to go? It's going to go further up, not towards Georgia Paul. Oh, boy. I mean, there is a bit of a situation over here. There is a river separating those two sides, and it's going to make for a very, very interesting finish over here. Now, there are a couple of teams who are in the circle already, looking to gatekeep everyone else that's going to be coming in. But there's only one way inside the circle, logically speaking, and that is the bridge.
Let me tell you one thing. Genesis Esports, pretty dormant this game. Thank you, production. I wanted to bring this up. Have a look at that. They have all the high-rise buildings, which means they could potentially be racking up quite a lot of finishes. Before now, it looks like DOA are going to be going up against Hale, as Hale are push in on their compound. Elsewhere, Dumbledore from 7H trying to dish out damage on the opposition, but he makes the right move. Again, they have a little bit of a distance to swim. Let the other teams fight each other while they get into the circle on the hinge. Now, Vampire making sure he uses the right grenade this time, because again, we don't want to repeat of last game.
Absolutely not. And Kenny, this time around, he's going to be the one who is in trouble as he gets knocked down. It seems that only member standing once again is Vampire. Now he has to be the hero for his team. Hyena, in the meantime, tucked into his corner, just waiting, shots rattling in and around him. He is so scared and terrified. Makes it to the staircase, still standing strong in the meantime. But the nade comes in and ends their demise. Looks like Hale are going to be biting the dust knuckle.
Oh my goodness, these guys are hungry. 14 finishes already, and Team Miami, they heard some more commotion and they're like, wait a second, hold my drink, we're going to be coming right over. As now, DOA Gaming, no respite for them. Their work is cut out. There you have it. Hyena is going to howl his loss as well, as only one man is left standing. It is the IGL. It is the God of War, and that one grenade is all it takes, as Knuckle is going to make sure he puts him 6 feet under. 16 finishes for this team. They are going for that record.
His name might be Knuckle, but he's dishing out a shrapnel sandwich at this point with all of those nades, and Miami just relentless in their aggression. They see a fight breaking out, they want part of it, doesn't matter where it's happening. And now we can turn attention towards our esports instead, who are looking in the way of Team DST. Now that is quite a distance, but they're still going to be able to get themselves a couple of knots. Rockstar manages to find one in the meantime. Elsewhere, Genesis also got out in the middle, but DST, they've got someone else to worry about. It's 10-8 MVP coming in, a third party from the back.
Well, we did expect Genesis to be, racking up quite a few finishes, especially from them being perched up in that eagle's nest as far as those high-rise buildings are concerned. But DST, they were almost obliterated right now, but somehow they managed to make sure 2 of the members do survive, and they fell back to that warehouse for some temporary cover. But they are going to have to move out, as our esports are going to have to make some waves. Now, keep in mind, we still have a few players in that little rivulet right in the middle of no man's land. But the thing is, how do all the teams make it to that position? Because looks like Team Miami are going to be raining down death and destruction. I did see a couple of the members knocked out. But again, for our esports, they are going to have to make that final little push sooner or later.
Absolutely, they most certainly need to, and it's going to be difficult for them to make that push as well, because there's just so many teams standing in their way. Now you have to remember, both Team DST as well as another team right next to them, they're going to have some trouble rotating in, because there's already a bunch of water in their way and a bunch of players inside that in the river having a swim there. So yeah, I mean, they don't really have much of an option over here. The bridge is out of the window, all the rotations are gone. Are they not even going to get to go inside the circle?
Well, looks like that might just be the case, unless, of course, they are helped by another team without even knowing it. Before now, we do have a couple of vehicles in the water, as you would expect, but Rockstar is going to be unleashing as he does get a knock on the opponents. However, his teammate Hero is going to be brought down. Now, TM, once again, have a look at the smoke cover they deploy to make sure they get in on the software gamers position. Now, the gamers, they're going to give it their best. They are lobbing grenades. They have moved back to one compound, but the question is it going to be enough against a team that is hungry against Team Miami?
Team Miami, they don't care at all. They see enemy teams in the direction, they just want to mow them down. Doesn't matter if there's 3-2 or a single player from their team, they will always push that W button. And at the moment, on the receiving end of it, are the software gamers. And there you go, just a couple of nades land, and they're like, alright buddy, now we're gonna come in and finish you off, put you out of your misery. But software gamers still looking to fight back. Abbas is healing back up, will get back to 75% HP thanks to that medkit. And he is prepping another smoke. I thought that was the thing.
I like the fact that they were thwarted thanks to Flash OB, who did set up a little bit of crossfire, but looks like that is going to be negated as Admino goes in and makes sure, well, the enemies are going to be taken out of the misery with 7H India coming in as well as another one bites the dust. Hunt is going to be on his knees, and now Flash is the last man standing. Can he do something over here? The short answer is no, because, well, Team Miami are on a rampage, and looks like the bandit himself is going to be brought up to his feet, which means they are still a 4-man squad. 18 finishes to their names already, Floki.
Absolutely, they're most certainly trying to break that record once again. They really want that title back to their own name. And look at that, Genesis Esports in the meantime, well, they are also another team who have a couple of members up and running, but really 7H is the biggest competition for Miami right now. They have all 4 of their members up and running, and they're by the coast, so they can't see them just yet. In the meantime, Genesis, they're well spread out. They could potentially backstab Miyavi if they press the W button. That is what they're doing. This could be problematic over here. Do they have the information on the side of Genesis?
Oh my goodness!
A bit more they can chew. A 1v2 from Flash OP. Indeed OP, as his name suggests.
As his name suggests, and he is quicker than the Flash himself because they do not see him. He's going to make sure he gets 2 of them, puts them in the ground, patches himself up, and now Daku and Admino can only helplessly throw in a few frag grenades. Now he does throw one of his own. That could be problematic. Admino might just be caught by his own grenade, but finally it's all going to come to an end as Flash OP is put out of his misery. What an amazing run for him, but Team Miami still in the game with 19 finishes.
Absolutely. 3 players standing this time around. They did lose, not 1, but actually 2 players were lost for the side of Team Miami. So now it's a battle between 7H as well as Genesis. And Genesis, well, they've got another thorn in their side they have to worry about. There is a 5th player in the water just waiting around, waiting for a good opportunity to just peep out. Getting himself a couple of frags over here, but 7H, they're coming in a lot of fire. Promon standing by himself, and now Pikachu is the last man alive. He will get 2 knocks in turn. Now down to a 1v1. Can he actually knock out the last member from Genesis?
It is down to a 1v1, but I'm afraid that there are still a couple of people in their vehicles just behind them. If they decide to pop out and, well, put a few bullets in his back, that could be problematic. But looks like a truce has been called out. Wait a second, Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table are going to move through. There you have it. He makes sure he takes things in his own hands. And, well, Genesis Esports on a tear, and I do believe all the revives should be coming in as well. But 7H out in the 4th position. What a run by that team. Now we're down to the final 3 teams. 7 players alive. Team Miami versus Genesis Esports versus one lone monster. Question is he going to unleash that monster inside?
They see him. He had his opportunity, but he's lost it now. They're going to start firing a couple of bullets in his way. No, wait. They still haven't seen him. Now they're going to notice him. Now they're going to notice that there's someone in there in the water. He is such a sneaky ninja, just wading in and out, in and out, being a thorn in this side, potentially setting up the side of Miami for success over here. But Miami, they're not pushing just yet. They are standing strong.
And he's got a vehicle down below.
Oh my goodness, he's going to heal himself back up. This man, just the brain on him needs to be preserved and kept in a museum for ages to come. And now Genesis, they're just a little bit afraid. Look at Raid. He's going on a fact-finding mission himself. He wants to know where the criminal is. And now you go, now he sees him. Now he can go out and put a few bullets in his head. And there you go, that's the location being pinged and marked, and Monster in a world of trouble should be taken out. And Genesis now only need to worry about the 2 members from Miami inside that house.
Now, even though all this time they did give Team Miami enough time to, kind of reposition themselves, it isn't really going to make that much of a difference.
They still haven't seen him.
Oh, they still haven't seen him. Now, Arthur's again. King Arthur goes down. In fact, he is going to go straight up to the enemy and tell them, you know what, fire on my position right about now. But Monster is going to make sure that he passes himself once again, so they are losing valuable time. But Team Miami, they are going to be coming in as finally Monster is put out of his misery. What an amazing, amazing run for him. This is what it's all about. It's all about the entertainment as well. But now, it is going to be the 2 heavy hitters. Team Miami, 19 finishes, 2-man squad up against Genesis Esports. Now, they do have the number advantage, but we know what Admino and the Bandit can do.
Absolutely, they need to be a bit more proactive over here though, and you can see them starting to realize that they are in a bit of a hard position. They're all trying to wrap around them, trying to catch them off guard, but they need to hold together. Strike as one as a fist, a 5-finger death punch if they can. Death still lurking around the corner, looking to get some information. Admino is going to be knocked on his feet. Rain is going to be the one responsible for that. Just one man standing, the Bandit by himself, alone, terrified, but he's still standing strong. No, in the end, he will be taken out. Another band finish coming in. Oh boy, it never gets old. It never gets old.
Oh my goodness, again, it always comes down to the last man. Daku over here, the Bandit himself, did get a couple of knocks. One with the grenade, one with his weapons. But again, I love the fact that the competition is so razor thin. But it is going to be Genesis Esports who walk away the winners in this game. I mean, wow.
I mean, this is the second time they've done the same thing. The second time. This is the second time they banned a member of Miami, and this time around it was Daku. They started off with Admino, they banned him to death, now Daku's turn. I mean, yeah, well, talk about adding insult to injury. Genesis are really, really good at that.
I mean, they're the ones, that's it. It's as simple as that. These guys are going to be the heroes. They have all the bragging rights. They've got everything in their favor, but we can't take anything away from Team Miami.
Absolutely not.
19 or was it 18 finishes? And again, that does beg to, ask the question. Is this the pan fight? I mean, what's happening over here? What's happening over here?
I'm not sure, but what I do know, Genesis is really, really good at against Miami. Just rattling their cage and getting away with it. It's like they're poking a lion in his own den and getting away with it. So let's have a look at how they did that again, because I want to see that pan finish, man. We're going to have to wait for a little bit, but I'm going to keep my eyes peeled out for that.
Man, I mean, this is where the action started. Of course, we have that Scorpion. Again, not a really commonly used weapon because, yes, it is categorized as a pistol. And, usually the pistols and the sawed-offs, they are usually overlooked.
Absolutely. I mean, not something that you think about very often. But, well, when it's your only choice, if it's that or a crossbow, you're definitely going to take the automatic Scorpion in that case, right? I mean, you miss with the crossbow, you're kind of just dead. So... yeah, don't blame him for that. But Miami, I have to say, just aggression all out since the start. These guys were not afraid. They dropped in ruins. They've been dropping in ruins for ages now.
Running over the opposition. They didn't care how
What
they did
the hell is this bush?
Now, right
what
over
is that?
here, I mean, it's the lions up top that mountain. But they were like, we're not intimidated. We're going to come. We are going to have a synchronized attack. And, well, we are going to overthrow you. And, well, they never stopped because they went from compound to compound to compound, dishing out death, dishing out destruction, and, well, almost walked away the winners.
Absolutely. Well, if the side of Team X Lions were lions, then I think the appropriate here for Miami would be a bunch of elephants, because that's the only animal a lion does not mess with.
Of course, they were crushed under all that weight, but again, DOA getting himself trapped in the corner as well. Again, the thing was, DOA, they just dealt with another team at that very spot, but no respite, because less than 10 seconds again, they were like, wait a second, Captain, I hear some firefight in yay direction. Let's go. That is basically what Team Miami was doing.
Absolutely. These guys are like, you know what, there's a party and we aren't invited to it, and we are very, very pissed off.
Now, they are the gate crashers you do not want.
Absolutely. Make sure they're on the invite list. Every party, anything of the sort you have, make sure you call these guys, make sure they're pleased and they go home satisfied, so this does not happen to you.
Oh,
Flash OP, though, credit where credit is due. This man single-handedly stemmed the aggression.
I mean, left, right. Unfortunately, he was overwhelmed by all those grenades. Have a look at that. The floor is literally lava, but he does have that little bot to work with. Now, grenade does just the right amount of bounce, and, well, he went boom with it. But Monster...
yeah.
I mean, he had a vehicle. Finally, Arthur himself had to go down and be like, hey, guys, listen. Enough is enough. Shoot at me.
Yeah. I mean, it was about as simple as he could make it, right? That's the only scenario where they can actually connect those shots, and Monster finally bit the dust there. But once again, credit where credit is due.
I want to see this.
The ban! The ban! They're all rushing him and bans there. Look at the disrespect from Genesis. They do not care. They even got knocked down on their feet, but the last person got the pan hit. Oh, no, never mind. I did get what it was a weapon finish, but they tried.
It looked like it. I mean, just what goes through your mind when you have three guys just charging at you with pans, just swinging left and right. One of them connects. But then I think the last one was like, you know what? He just took down two of members. He put the pan back in, took out his weapon, and that's it. That's all she wrote. But
are we sure this is the second round? I don't feel like this is the second round. The kind of stuff that they're pulling off right now, it makes me feel like we are seeing a completely different team.
At this point, social media is going to be aflutter with all this, all the memes that have come out over here. But, we saw all the action. Let's have a look and see who is going to be at the tippity top. Now, I'm sure you already have a few names in mind because, well, it is going to be Team Miami, despite the fact that they did not get the chicken dinner. 31 points, 19 of which came from finishes.
Wow, they single-handedly wiped out nearly 5 squads. That is absolutely nuts coming in from them. 30% of the server being wiped out, all thanks to them. My goodness, I've never seen something like this. But Genesis Esports, not bad by them as well. They went for the style points. They wanted those Instagram reels and those memes coming in for them. So can't fault them for that. Went in for the pan finish in second place at 27. And 7H India this time around actually having a good performance. They end up in third place. They get themselves a bunch of finishes. And they walk away with 13 points to their name. Extremes as well. This is all thanks to Monster. They don't have a single finish. And Monster survived until the end.
You know, we were talking about monsters inside. He definitely unleashed whatever he had for his team. Not a single finish point, and well, he did get those 10 position points. And boy, oh boy, did he do it in style. I mean, when King Arthur himself has to take matters in his own hands, you know the opposition did good.
Absolutely, and my goodness, did he just annoy them until the very end over here. I really like the approach he went for as well. You know, at some point he realized, there's no planet on which I go out and don't instantly get shot in the head. Just stays in the buggy, keeps healing himself up, and it's such a thorn in their side. Now, the bottom 8 teams, of course, not having the performance that we were expecting. Raw Officials and X-Lions both not really getting the performance that they were looking for. Original Jords, just 1 point in the name as well, and I think a lot of teams, or rather a lot of fans are going to be disappointed by what we see over here. Team X-Lions not in that top 8 or even the top 4 spot.
You gotta keep one thing in mind. They did have a wicked sick game 1, right? So they might just scrape through. But now we have looked at the teams. Let's have a look and see who the iQOO MVP is going to be from this game. I already have a name. There you have it. Of course, it had to be Team Mayavi. And this time it's going to be Knuckle07 with 8 finishes, 2 assists, 930 points of damage.
Absolutely. 8 finishes to his name, 2 assists, and the survival time as well. It's, you know, this man, I have to say, he was a little bit quiet in the first one, but he dished out a knuckle sandwich, a shrapnel sandwich, sandwiches of all varieties. He did not discriminate, and at the end of the day, you can see he's on top right there, right? In that first place on the MVP standings. Now, I wonder who is coming in after him. I imagine there's also going to be Admino in there. I think he had 5 or 6 finishes to his name, so he should also be there in the top 5, but the Genesis members are going to be there as well. I think that's what the top 5 is going to be dominated by.
Pretty much.
A bunch of Mayavi members and a bunch of Genesis members.
It was very similar to what we saw in the last game as well, that, you know, just a couple of teams, 3 or 4 teams, you know, sharing all the finishes amongst themselves, and it does look like that is going to be a similar story this time around. But boy, oh boy, I mean, you know, even just having a look at the last game and this one, we've had all the drama. But let's have a look and see who all are going to be joining Knuckle. And, well, you're right, but wait a second. A little bit of a surprise coming in.
Oh.
Our esports finally making, or rather showcasing the talent that they have as Rockstar. Well, he is the Rockstar for his team. 4 finishes to his name, 566 points of damage.
Absolutely, great stuff coming in from him. You know, didn't really see this team last time around, but he shows up, he performs well, potentially gets his team into the next round. What else could you ask for? But, Genesis, Arthur, Rain. I mean, these two guys, complete clowns. I love the way they just went in for the ban, no hoots given towards the end.
Well, of course, you can't take that away from them. But keep one thing in mind. Right before that, they were pretty much quiet the entire game.
Yep.
Like we said, they had the Eagle's Nest, and, well, they just kept raining death and destruction on all us mere mortals down below. Now, we have had a look at all the finishes. Let's have a look and see a couple of more stats and figures. Wait a second. We have 112 grenades used. Records being broken. And let me tell you something else. 13 ending up in finishes.
Wow. That is a big number. 13 grenade finishes out of 112. That is around 10% efficiency. Every 1 in 10 nades managed to get themselves a knock or a finish. And the longest finish distance as well, 303 meters. Not something to write home. Maybe something to write home about.
It
It's
ain't
not
bad.
that bad.
I
know
shoot
you've done
someone
better.
at 303 meters, man. I mean, I want you in my team.
Yeah, absolutely. But once again, you know, a lot of these teams starting to prioritize those airdrops again, like we've talked about earlier. 2 being rated, total finishes 57, 60 knocks to their name. And let's have a look at the finish to damage performance graph and see what that looks like. I do imagine Mayavi is going to be topping that. There's going to be a Burj Khalifa. That's them, and then everyone else is going to be in and around them. They're going to be looking down from the terrace and being like, oh yeah, we see a couple of nice contenders in the area.
Surprisingly this time, of course, since the Lions weren't roaring in Erangel this time around, it does look like our esports did rack up quite a lot of damage. And, well, those 7 finish points might just propel them to the next round. Of course, we're going to get all the news as all our lovely viewers do as well, so we're going to have to wait and find out as well. But as you said, we do have just a couple of skyscrapers, one of which is going to be Genesis Esports and the other, of course, Team Mayavi.
Absolutely, Team Mayavi just standing head and shoulders apart everyone else, right? But at the same time, Genesis Esports as well, they've also done a fair job. Not anywhere close to Mayavi by any means, but you know, they've been consistently getting themselves that top one finish placement. So clearly this is a team that knows how to be aggressive. Let's have a look at the top 4 squads. No doubt about that. It's going to be Team Mayavi and Genesis in the first and second spots. It's about the third and fourth spots where we are a little bit confused. And it is Extremes with 0 finishes. But it's just courtesy of Monster.
You know, someone hand this man a pacifist title, because I don't think anyone's ever come top 3 sans any finishes. And it looks like Monster is going to be your man. Of course, with a name like Monster, you would expect a bit more aggression. But hey, he did make sure his team got those 10 placement points.
The monster he's talking about is actually from Monsters Inc., so he's a rather docile creature. He realizes the error of his ways, you know, meditates, realizes that this is a lot easier to do. But once again, you know, it was the hand he was dealt. His entire squad being eliminated early on, just surviving until then, even to 4th place, that is something to write home about. The bullets he's dodged, the sheer amount of information he had to absorb, and the awareness that he needs of his surroundings to do something like that, not so easy.
Not so easy indeed, and you know, we always keep saying it's easier said than done, because we've got the cushy chairs over here, and all we have to do is just yap away. But again, you know, let's just say one thing, all this intense action, it's going to give me a little bit of a headache. Not a headache, in fact, my head is spinning. I'm going to make sure I get some caffeine in me. So let's do one thing. Let's take a quick little break. Floki and I, we are going to see you on the other side of this really, really, really short break. Don't go anywhere. See you then.
iQOO 7 Dual Chip Monster. 1 for performance, 1 for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming tricks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Dual Chip Monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming tricks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to iQOO presents the Battleground Mobile India Series 2021, powered by the Legend 7, of course. My name is Fluky. Joining me for this one is going to be Shadow. Shadow, we've had some very high-octane games today. Starting with the first two ones, we saw a 3-man squad finish in first place. Then we saw the second game where Aztec Esports was so close to victory, but ended up dying to the blue. A little bit unfortunate. The matches after that as well have been super hyped so far. What do you want to see for match 5th and 6th?
Well, match 5 and 6 we'll see in coming time. But I'm so damn jealous of you guys. You and Experiment get to see the best of the circle and best of the moments. The ban thing in both the games.
Yeah.
Like, it really blew my mind.
Yeah, I mean, they blew their minds off with the pans, didn't they? Genesis Esports twice in a row ran behind the same members in the second place. It was Team Mayavi who got their heads blown off with the pans, of course. I'm really interested to see if something like that happens again. In fact, I want that to happen. I want these teams to feel as free and as confident as they've been feeling because, yeah, when you get to the higher levels against these sorts of teams, this sort of confidence can go a long, long way in just taking some of the pressure off of your shoulders, right? So here's to hoping that they keep that level going. But to keep that level going, well, they need to get ahead of these matches. And speaking of those matches, 5th and 6th are on the menu. And I have to say, I mean, it's not a lot of matches. It's just two where you have to sort of qualify for the next one. The pressure is going to be on. Perhaps we see teams adopting an aggressive approach similar to what Mayavi, Genesis, and Aztec have been doing. Or do you think that there's a better approach somewhere or the other, just where that does not involve taking these early fights and early skirmishes, and maybe just playing the zone, being in the center, just trying to make sure your rotations are easier instead?
Well, being friends with the zone is always going to be helpful because the rotations come easy. The zone is not giving you the damage. But about the game style, I don't think teams are going to change it much. Yes, some rotations might change in depending on the first circle where it forms. But like they say, if you can't go to the mountain, if mountain can't come to you, go to the mountain. Mold yourself according to the situation. If a situation arises, the final circle is in Novo Ripnoi. Find a way to avoid the congestion, avoid the traffic, and find a route that you can safely move towards your destination. But if that can't happen, it's okay. We have bad games, few games, but we are not talking about bad games at all. We want every team to have good games.
Absolutely. So let's just jump straight into the matchup and see what teams are going to be playing this time around. Exterminator Esports, Corrupt Soul Esports, Team Rix. Well, I know what they're going to be taking. It's going to be a little bit of Rix for them. Light Esports, OST Men Esports. I think that's the name. That's quite a mouthful. No, Ostmen Esports Ragnar. Apologies. There you go. 247 Gaming, OMKV Official, and Boss X Gaming going to be these first 8 teams.
Well, Exterminator Esports had a very good outing in round 1, as well as same goes for Corrupt Soul Esports. Exterminator had a good number of finishes and a chicken dinner as well. But Team Fallen X Esports we have on the second page. Team Bros, not very flashy gameplay, but kind of a consistent gameplay in round 1 in the both matches. Then we have Flex Like Esports, Rick Enigma. Is it Enigma? No,
Ricken Gaming.
Ricken Gaming, I'm sorry. Then we have Indian Lions, Team Ninja Esports, Team Swag. Let's see if they can show their swag. Then we have Team Reapers over there.
Yeah, we got a lot of cool teams this time around. A couple of names that are a bit hard to pronounce. Not gonna lie, the team that I completely butcher the pronunciation on Slaughter, they're probably gonna be a little bit mad at me. But to be fair, it was quite a mouthful. But let's talk about that. In fact, I think all the viewers are gonna be quite happy to know that already the players have loaded into the spawn island. So it's only a matter of time before we jump into the game itself. And speaking of the game so far today, we've seen some very, very interesting rotations, some very, very interesting finishes. And I want to go back to something that you were talking about earlier, right? So you talked about how if the circle is in an awkward spot, for example, Nova Ripnoi, you kind of want to avoid the congestion, kind of want to avoid the fight and go from another direction into the circle. Well, guess what? 7H India today rotated from the water to the circle in the last match in Georgia Poll, and they managed to get themselves top 4. So yeah, it does seem like those unorthodox rotations are being made today. And it was quite hilarious to watch because the bridge was completely out, right? The bridge was in the blue. The circle was formed in such a way that the only way to go to the other side of the river was through swimming the river itself or tanking a bunch of blue damage.
Well, the circle itself played a game with the players because initially it wasn't clear that which side the circle is going to form, towards the container area or towards the North Georgia Pool area. So players and teams decided to just stay in the place and let the circle decide where it's going to go and then make the rotations, because making rotations twice is so damn difficult, because even in once go you survive with all your teammates and cross that bridge area or the water area itself is a difficult challenge. So that was a very tricky situation, and like you mentioned, it was just with the water. But enough about the past games. Let's just head straight to match number 5, and the playing trajectory is all the way from Primorsk towards the southern side of Kameshki area. That means most of the drop locations are easily accessible, except the Zarki area or North Georgopol. But teams tend to avoid those drop locations, so it's not going to be a major problem. Depending on Novo Ripnoid, like we were talking about, you have to find a vehicle, but you can glide. Teams already know where the vehicles are going to be spawned, so that's not going to be a big challenge.
Absolutely. I mean, once you drop a Nova Ripnoy, you kind of also want a way out of there because you don't know if the circle is going to favor you or not. Very less often do we actually even see a circle encompassing the Sosnovka military base. Usually it ends up going a little bit more towards the north. But if it does, it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. Although, it doesn't seem like we have any takers for Nova Ripnoy just yet. We might now see some teams try and make their way towards there, but already we have a couple of teams going in towards Gatka, a couple of teams going in towards the hospital area, 2 teams hovering over Pachinki, thinking about dropping in there, but not really going there just yet. A couple of teams going towards School, Rozhok, Yasnia Poliana also probably going to be contested. Kameshki could also be on the menu, and Lipovka could also potentially see some action.
Well, Floki, your wishes are being granted because we are going to see a fight in Pochinki, the initial fight between the players of Team RICS and Team number 11, that is Flex Like Esports. Are they going to flex the weapons they already have in their hands? And looks like Pochinki is already inside the circle also. But both these teams are quite familiar with the area since it's their drop location and they already know there is enemy in the nearby territory also. So let's see what their approach is going to be. But a drive-by coming in and Fallen Shrey Void both gets taken down.
Oh boy,
that hurts.
That most certainly hurts. Fallen X Esports, they managed to get themselves 2 picks to start things off right away, and that is not the start that the side of Fallen were looking for. But I have some very interesting news for you, Shadow. I think the circle that's going to be coming up on a screen soon enough. It's showing quite a lot of potential. A significant amount of area is covered in water, and Primorsk, Ferry Pier, Georgopol and Hospital could be in play. So let's have a look at the instant replay before we have a look at the map, see exactly how those 2 first bloods came to be, or rather the first and the second blood. But yeah, there you go, one of the players just being run over by the vehicle, as we like to say. It was vehicular manslaughter right there. And yeah, that's exactly how they managed to get themselves that first pick. Now they're looking to rotate out instead. They've got a bit of a long way to go over here at the side of 247 Gaming. So let's see where they're going to go to next. It seems that they want to try and make it somewhere close to the container area so they can get themselves some good loot. And guess what? There's no one over here. So yeah, well, the gamble in Georgopol is going to pay off. Yeah, still driving around though. I think he's trying to go for a different location so that he too can have access to all the loot in the world.
Well, Georgopol offers a very good loot, and especially when there is no enemy in the area, that itself means you are going to be very much loaded. You are going to have best of the healings and the utilities that come very handy in the final circles. But this time, Floki, we are seeing so many drop location clashes, like in Pochinki also, and there is a team present in Banshin, and there is a team in Lipovka also. Teams are opting for Stalber and Kameshki also. A 2v2 split is coming into the picture, and this time this lobby is opting for the uncontested drop locations. Some of the teams, like in Kameshki, other teams are going for the hot drops, but still the southern island this time, in all of the games today we have been witnessing, most of the teams avoid southern island drop, that is the military base. Maybe because the crossing the bridge area becomes a very big challenge if the circle shifts towards the central or northern side. That tends to happen in so many games. But this time also, military base is empty, Novo is empty, Ferry Pier, Primorsk are empty, Georgopol City, North Giorgio, no one is going, Siverny, no one is going. In fact, Yasnia itself is empty.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these places are empty. Ruins also just being ignored for the time being. There's no one in Yasnia, like you mentioned. Farm also just completely barren, no one making their way over there. Instead, like you talked about, Kameshki and Stolber being picked up over here. I've always wanted to see what that would look like, but yeah, I mean, I never expected it to look so weird for the moment. But speaking of the circle once again, Georgia Pool is completely empty, so we could see teams start to make their way there and get themselves on top of those really tall buildings, allowing them to get a good vantage point down below and prevent some of these rotations that could potentially come in from the northern part of the map. But in the meantime, let's talk a little bit more about the western part of the map, right? This is where the majority of the teams are. Now, if you look at the team that has dropped in towards Lipovka, they're going to have a little bit of trouble just rotating out because there is a team towards Melta, there is a team towards the mansion area as well, so they can't really slip by unnoticed and it could possibly cost them.
Well, it is definitely going to cost them a lot if they're going to go for the similar rotations. But if we talk about Team Fallen, they have opted for a smaller compound loot in the Gatka region. They'll be little short on the utilities because already we can see 3 teams in the Gatka area, not 3, 4. RICS is also present over there in a 2v2 split. Anytime I can see itself, fight is gonna break down in Gatka region because similar rotations are coming from the complete western side of the map. But on the other hand, if we talk about Light Esports also, they are looking pretty comfortable inside the compound area. The teams in the Lipovka and Mansion also have gone different ways, so that means they're not similar rotations are coming into the picture. They are not going to bump into each other and avoid the initial fights. And some northern rotations are also going to come into the picture, like Team Bros going for the drop location, favorite drop location theirs is Severny.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And look at Team Swag at the moment. They're actually going further down south towards Quarry and Primos, trying to get some loot for themselves over there. And rightfully so, because those places are empty at the moment. No one has really made their way over there. But first, a quick stop and search of the shacks nearby. A quick scout as well, just making sure they're not really walking straight into a death trap. But it seems that Team Reapers Esports could be in a little bit of trouble because there is the side of Osterman Esports Ragnar who are looting a city nearby.
Well, they are certainly looting for now, but they have to make the rotations also. But if we talk about the lobby that we are having this time, let's start with 247 Gaming. In round number 1, the initial match, they get eliminated very quickly with no finish point, no position point. But in match 2, they came very strong with a chicken dinner and 12 finish points. Let's say if they are going to keep up the same thing in this game itself also, because right now they are in a best of the best position, that is Georgia Pool container area. No one is contesting that, no one is coming nearby them, so 247 have a very good advantage in this particular game. But Ricken Gaming looks like they spotted someone in the closer vicinity. They fired few bullets in their direction also, but Team Reapers is no mood to take initial fight.
Yeah, absolutely. You've seen what those initial fights look like, and even though this is already inside the zone, you don't want to be the team that loses an arm and a limb right at the start and has not a lot to show for going into the mid to late game, as you have lesser options if you don't have all your players alive. So clearly not much to be gained over here by fighting at the moment, but lots of teams closing in from the western part of the map from Pachinki. I see at least 4 teams trying to make their way towards that area, and the blue zone is kind of closing in just a bit, so we're going to know where the circle is going to shift to next. As Gatka seems to be the epicenter of the current circle, and we'll see if there's going to be some action breaking out over there. In the meantime, it does seem that Corrupt Soul Esports, they've fired off a few shots. They've given away their position to Osman Esports Ragnar, and now it's their job to decide if they want to take this fight instead or just go for the rotation towards Pachinki instead. Gatka looking fairly occupied at the moment, but we'll see if teams decide to stay there or move out.
Well, that is going to be the main question, what the teams decide, whether to pick initial fight like the players of Team Reapers is picking with the players of Team Flex. As Flex Flash goes down, Nash is already down in rotation. 2 players of Team Flex has been taken down. Now the team is surviving with only 2 players, and Team Reapers is going to be very happy as they have gained 2 finish points for themselves. That is going to be very helpful in the initial in the further matches. But Team Flex, they lost 2 of their members. yet they don't have a safe spot inside the circle. It's the second circle itself, so they better make sure they go a little passive. But we have seen in the past team with the less numbers, 3-man squad getting the chicken dinners, 2-man squad getting the chicken dinners. If they can pull off something like that, it's very good. Otherwise, just stay pretty silent. Don't go for the 2v4 initial engagements, because you can't afford to lose any of your more players.
Absolutely, I have to agree. I still think there is a chance for some of these teams who have lost a couple of their members to try and take the chicken dinner over here, but once again, you know, Rick's Gaming, they're in the center of the circle, and as long as these teams are inside the circle, I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of fighting breaking out just yet. Well, just as I say that, someone proves me wrong. It seems that the side of Light Esports do want to take up a fight against the side of 247 Gaming, but all of the members are not together just yet. Deadshot is trying to close in towards Sane and trying and help him out over here, but we'll see if that does end up panning out in the long run, or if they do not take the fight instead and just rotate out. Now, there are a couple of teams coming in from Georgepol. Their entry is not going to be contested. Hospital is relatively empty. There is also another team in the meantime coming in from the Ruins area, so that is also up for the taking. But overall, we're seeing a lot of action coming out over here. Sure, we see a pick. Fallen, they get themselves one member, but still, it's not the end of the world for that team. They can still be in this fight very much still. And yeah, it seems that overall you had a very passive game so far, not gonna lie. It doesn't seem like these teams at the moment are you know, just really going out there and looking for engagements. Everyone just making sure that they prioritize their positioning and wait for the opportunities to come to them instead. No one really is going out on a hunting mission or a fact-finding mission as of now.
Well, no one is going for the hunting mission, but in rotations, players are being caught off. Teams like Fallen X has also lost 2 of their players. That is not going to go well with them in the further stages of the game. But let's see what they decide, what their strategy is going to be. But somewhere, teams have opted for a centrish position inside the circle. No one is going around the shorelines or the edges. They are ready for the fight, because it is going to be a compound fight. Maybe, possibly, it can be a Gatka circle, and Gatka, it becomes very crucial and very important if you have a compound to your name. That is a very big advantage in Gatka circle, so teams are trying for that. On the other hand, some of the teams like Team Ninja is opting for a safer gameplay, like their drop location was in Stelbert and Kameshki. Right now also they are on the complete western side of the map, but now the circle has taken a concentric shift, not giving much trouble to the teams, except for 1 or 2 teams. Most of the teams will find themselves inside the circle itself, so not much rotations are going to be coming in for now.
Absolutely, not a lot of rotations going to come in now, but with the circle shifting a little bit, we might see some action at least on the periphery, right? There is a couple of teams in Gatka, there are a couple of teams near that state of flux between Quarry and Gatka. I see a road there that leads to that city, but in the meantime, Flex Like Esports, it looks like they're going to be looking to take a fight against the side of 247 Gaming. Now, we did see Flex, we did see Cancer just you know, rain down a couple of shots with the silencer, but because he has the silencer, it's going to be okay. He's not really going to be spotted that easily, and the side of 247 Gaming, they're still going to be scratching their heads as to where those shots came in from. But, well, speaking of shots, a couple are connecting, and Reaper's Esports could be in a bit of trouble. San, oh no, there's Buggy, it's lost a tire over here. He can't really navigate with that back tire blown out of proportion, but they will try and make a stop at this house, hold up and heal back up, and potentially get him out to a safer vehicle instead, where he can stay alive with the rest of his team. We'll see if Reaper's Esports decide to move out or continue to hold over here, because at the moment they do need to buy San some time to heal back up. And in the meantime, look at Captain Jasu with a TP, and at that distance, rattling up a couple of shots, looking for the knock, will find it, almost finds the second knock as well, but they move back in towards safety, and they're going to be able to get that man back up on his feet. Now, 247 Gaming, they have taken a little bit of damage on the other player, but by the time they get that rest going, they're all going to be in fighting shape once again. Mega Arceus in the meantime is just going to be happy that he's back on his feet, and they're going to try to take this 4-man squad. Now, great stuff coming out from Reapers over here. Even though they're not converting into finishes, they're getting a bunch of information, and Captain Jasu needs to do exactly that. I think so far he's seen 3 players in 3 different positions, so they have a very good idea as to where the side of Reapers are.
Well, Team Reapers are playing very smartly this time. The shots are being fired from their side. Initially, they got an initial knock, but they were not greedy, because if they were greedy, they would have went for the direct rush onto the players, and that's when the problem would start arising, because it's an open area. You can't rush in directly towards that compound. So instead of getting one initial knock, they need at least 2 initial knocks to engage all the players so that they can make the direct rush. But on the other hand, Ostman Esports is also in the close vicinity, so Team Reapers has to be careful of Lazy, because looks like Lazy might be on a flank angle, but if he overexposes himself, then team number 6 247 Gaming might also be shooting in his direction, because they're already focused on towards the Team Reapers. And again, the circle is being very kind towards the players, because again a concentric shift is coming in. But this time, Team Leo OMKV is going to be very happy, because on the eastern hemisphere we don't have much crowd, but southern western side, look at the amount of teams, and Team Fallen is falling down because of the play zone.
Oh no, those members, they are just starting to die to the play zone once again. Like we've talked about, it is a big prize pool, so even the blue zone wants a part in on the action. But this is not the way that Fallen are hoping to go down over here. And Team Swag, well, they're trying to bring Swag over here, trying to take the fight against the side of someone else. Who is the team on the receiving end of this? It does seem to be, it is Ninja Esports, so trying to take this fight. And oh my god, a drive-by comes through, knocking that player on his feet. And Maharaj is just walking away like a king after that. Not even looking back, as cool guys don't look at explosions. And looks like our Niche is trying to rattle off a few shots as well. He's got the Jeep for cover, but that could very well end up being his demise. That Jeep could blow up in his face and cause him to fall down, but he's gonna use that to try and make it back towards safety. Maharaj trying to pay the price for it, as Corrupt Souls now joining in this fight themselves. They want to try and get a piece of the action. They're going up against the side of Exterminator Esports. And Exterminator Esports have to be a little bit careful. I think we're going to see third or fourth or fifth party action over here, and all out wrong coming out. Thor dropping down a couple of smokes so he can buy his team some space to work with over here. But can he actually get into a decent position to get a vantage point? Because as of now, Fraggy, he's just holding a couple of smokes and nades, but he doesn't have a direct line of sight. Speaking of nades, he's going to eat one right to his face, get knocked on his knees. He was proning now, but now he's going to get back up on all fours and try and crawl back towards safety to his teammates so he can get back up and be in the fight. Corrupt Soul still holding on to their ground, even though they are on slighter low ground. The smokes giving them ample of cover to work with, and in the meantime they're just going left and right looking to find those picks. Madara, he's learned his lesson. He's proning around, trying not to be spotted, but this area is going to see a lot of action, and I don't think it ends well for all these teams over here, because look at that, even Ninja Esports are done with their fight and now they want in on this action.
Well, 3 teams fighting against each other, and Corrupt Soul Esports do realize this is not the position to fight with, and Thor goes down as XTRO takes him down. Ninja also shooting in the direction of the players of Team Corrupt Esports. Let's see, can they find another knock? Team Corrupt has to be very careful, as 2 teams are shooting in their direction. And look at Exterminator. In this situation, Crazy is being little silent, but his position has already been given away, as Avinash takes him down with that UMP 45, and Ego is already moving forwards towards the players of Team Exterminators, and beautiful grenade from Fraggy towards Ego over there. Ego goes down. Now the problems begin for the Team Ninja.
Yeah, Exterminator Esports now looking to take the fight to them. They've got themselves a couple of knocks, but can they go in and finish it? They don't really seem to have the numbers to do so. Only 3 players standing. Could be a little bit risky because they know there are other teams in the vicinity. And speaking of risk, well, our Niche gets caught out in the open, bought down on his knees, and is just going to try and stay alive. In the meantime, Light Esports, they've got a vantage point on all this, and at that distance, with the single fire, he's rattling up shots. He's finding all the picks, and Ninja in a world of trouble will be eliminated by Fraggy, who's going to be able to find it. Exterminator Esports, well, they will end up biting the dust as Light Esports join hands with another team to try and bring them down. And man, I think that's not the way that the side of well, the team that just went down wanted to go, but a lot of teams closing in once again. The circle shifts towards the north, the southern side relatively empty, but that piece of real estate is probably going to be taken up by Ricken Gaming, although there are a couple of teams coming in who want that piece of land for themselves as well. Light Esports, still towards the farm area, are finally going to start moving their way up, and they're not going to have a lot of resistance against them, but it seems like at the pace that they're traveling, they might end up meeting some players on their western end. They are going to see a couple of players in that general direction. It is the members from Rix.
Well, Rix Rana is already down and has been eliminated by the grenade coming in from Cyclone over there. Team Bros have a good cover for themselves, but can't say the same thing for the players of Team Rix over there. Escobar, you need to heal, my friend, and instead of shooting, if you had popped in that first hit, you might have held, but right now he's down. Lazy is going forward. Let's see if he can go for the revival while his teammate is shooting in the direction of the players of Team Rix. Little synergy and coordination missing from the players of Team Otsman. On the other hand, Corrupt Soul Esports also gives an early elimination at 12th position, but Team Bros Darken has his eyes set on the players of Team Rix. The moment he's going to spot the player, he's going to shoot in his direction and try to take him down, but Team Exterminators, having a very good advantage of the height, might try to take down the players of Team Reapers.
Absolutely, Team Exterminator are in a very good position, but once again they could be in a little bit of trouble because Reapers Esports are right around the corner and they're hurling nades left, right and center, smelling blood in the water. On their left, they also have to worry about the Lions because Team Indian Lions are also there just waiting for a good opportunity to come in and capitalize on the situation, and it seems that the side of Exterminator, they might have found themselves between a rock and a hard place, and somehow there are still 11 teams in the mix even though the 5th circle is about to close in, and we're about to see where the 6th one is headed. This is madness. Not enough real estate remaining for these teams. We're going to be seeing some of them being eliminated right over here. Exterminator, they're going to be the ones to take the initiative and try and take out some of these teams, just thin the herd a little bit, and they will succeed. They managed to get themselves one knockdown as Team Indian Lions. They do knock one player on his knees, and it looks like it is going to be Owace who ends up biting the dust here. And man, I think that's going to be the end from Team Indian Lions as Team Exterminator Esports get themselves a couple of finishes, 10 finishes to their name with 3 players still standing. Now they're looking to get themselves some placement points as there are 9 teams remaining in the mix, but look at Reapers. Well, it looks like, well, not Reapers, but instead it's the side of Awesome Esports. Ragnar have got themselves a good vantage point. They're able to spot out a couple of players, rattle off a few shots. Exterminator Esports, they do get knocked down, but they're still going to be alive and well because they're not really being pushed just yet. So Ostman, they're going to take this time to regroup as well, heal up, drink all those energy drinks, and then maybe start moving in towards the center and take the fight to them. But in the meantime, Reapers Esports, they're about to get a taste of their own medicine as 247 Gaming now coming in from the low ground, hurling nades up high, but can they actually convert them? Yam takes the matter into his own hands, goes around for the big fight for the UMP. Now tries to find a knock over here and captures the Johnson with the ATM at that distance. He's trying to take the fight, but he's so damn low. One of his teammates already on his knees. And look at that, Starbuck is also on his knees. They're all going to be taken out over here as Team Reapers Esports, they're going to be eliminated by 247 Gaming. But 247 Gaming, it does cost them a little bit. A lot of utility is going to have to be expended. The rotation is going to have to be delayed. And in the meantime, Exterminator Esports continue to fight, continue to pose a threat. In the meantime, OMKB official turning their attention towards Light Esports. At least the one member that is still alive from that squad. Well, not the one member, there is another member in there as well, but we'll see if he can actually make it ahead. In the meantime, now Team Exterminators, they're getting themselves a couple of picks across the map, and looks like they have eliminated another team over here, at least gotten themselves a couple of picks, but Fraggy is going to go down himself. Madara is going to try to heal himself back up and make sure he can stay in the fight because one of the players has been eliminated over here. So I think there's only 2 players still standing strong from Exterminators. Team Bros though, they are in such a good spot. All of their players spread out, all of them covering all these different angles, setting up for trades, setting up for all sorts of rotations. The possibilities are endless right now. The world is their oyster. It is in the palm of their hands, but where are they going to move? That's the question, because they've got a lot of teams surrounding them. They need to focus their attack on one front and get it done with.
Well, Team Bros, 2 finishes, but Team Exterminators, well, they are raining havoc on all the teams. Like, they are picking finishes after finishes, but Team Bros still inside the zone, have a good positioning. On the other hand, Team OMKV also has a very good positioning on the eastern side of the circle, but Team number 5, Ostment, have a job to do, but that is not going to happen as they are going to burn. He can't heal himself, but somehow he heals himself with those bandages. But a follow-up grenade or a molotov might come in any time soon from the players of Team Bros. Team Bros playing with precision, not being very flashy, not making too much sound, being very careful and playing strategically is working for them. But on the other hand, if we talk about Team Ostman, what they are going to do, because they have to move inside the circle. Team OMK finding finish after finish as they are in the best of the best position. But Team Flex like Esports, last player seems like has bidden bye-bye and has been eliminated at 6th position.
Absolutely, Osman Esports Ragnar. Now they might not have the most number of finishes, but they certainly have good placement. Speaking of placements and positionings, they are under fire right now. They have been discovered, it seems, and it looks like the side of Team Bros wants to take the fight to them as they are getting themselves a couple of well, they are connecting a few more shots here and there, but they're about to heal back up. Mozart has kept them occupied, and in the meantime, he's spotted out players from the side of Exterminator Esports. He's knocked them down, and it looks like AK.KV will be able to take out a couple of members from Eliminate Official, leaving only 4 into the mix over here. Exterminator Esports with 2 members standing and 14 finishes to their name are kind of looking to get that chicken dinner for themselves, but it's going to be hard to do so as one of the members gets taken down over here. And look at Cyclone just going in forward, trying to get all those picks for himself. And Ostman Esports Ragnar with just 1 member standing have to try and make this work. OMKV official with 4 members standing are probably in the best spot, and they've spotted out a couple of members from the side of Ostman Ragnar. They will be eliminated in 4th place, leaving Bros, OMKV and Exterminator in the mix over here. OMKV, they still have to be careful over here though. Slowly but surely they can move in as a unit, cover as much ground as possible, and sweep out the side of the remaining members from Bros as well as Exterminators. But Exterminators will be eliminated by the side of Bros, and OMKV will be say thank you very much for making our work easier. Now all we have to do is push into you instead. Now Cyclone does spot out one, but at the range, the UMP, not really the best weapon for these sorts of engagements. He's still waiting for them to show themselves over here. And it looks like OMKV, they are going to try and surround them from all sides, making sure that the side of Bros don't have any place to go to. But they have to be careful because a little bit of initiative from the side of Bros could mean the end over here for OMKV. OMKV could be in a world of trouble, and the supply drop is being created at the moment. Let's see what sort of memory and utility comes out of it. And guess what? They found the first player. Phantom Boy gets taken down, and they'll find the second one as well. And at the end of the day, the chicken dinner is going the way of OMKV ultimately. Man, that was a long game. OMKV official, I think they have a bunch of finishes to the name. I think they probably got 10 plus, but man, oh man. I mean, all these other teams, they really made it close. Even Esports, I'm sorry, that was quite a mouthful. You know what? I'm actually just going to read it off this. Okay, it's Ostman Esports Ragnar. That's the name of the team over there. They managed to get themselves a couple of picks, but it was really the placement points carrying them. So this time around, in the 5th match, we're seeing a slightly different philosophy coming out from these teams. Teams prioritizing their positioning and their placement a little bit more over just raw aggression.
Exactly. In fact, Team OMKV was exactly doing that, the way they placed themselves on the eastern side, and all the teams were busy fighting on the northern and the western side of the circle. Team OMKV made sure they have complete control of the eastern side. In fact, on the northern side, Team Bros till the 5th circle had a complete control. But later on, all the other teams, Team Ostment and Team RICS also started pinching it. But let's see that. Let's not talk about it. Let's see it for ourselves in the coming highlights.
Absolutely, the highlights are going to clarify everything for us as we saw some vehicular manslaughter right off the bat. We saw 247 Gaming get that pick for themselves. Kinda hurts if you're the side of Fallen X Esports, but it's in your name. You know, one of your members, if he falls at the start, well, that's just something that you have to work with. But yeah, we did see a fair amount of early action this time around, Shadow. We didn't see teams really, being extremely shy. And then as the zone started closing in, the aggression just kept ramping up over here. I mean, we saw so many people just getting third-partied. I think that was the biggest theme of this entire match, it seems that a lot of teams are just getting third-partied in the end because the zone, it just didn't allow for a lot of real estate. There wasn't a lot of area that you could just sit idly by and pass your time in. You had to be a bit more active.
Well, you have to be a bit more active, and Team Corrupt Esports was not doing that. That's why they lost some of their players. But this was the time when all the teams were fighting on the western side. Team for number 14, Ninja, was there. Ninja initially was playing defensive, dropping in towards Stilber, and they going all the way towards the western hemisphere. But when the fourth circle started coming in, they started picking up fight with one of the strongest team in the lobby, that is Team Exterminator. And they lost few of their members. That didn't go very well. On the other hand, this is the moment northern rotations coming into the picture. Team Bros were looking very comfortable, but then Team Ostman joined in. Team RIC is also pitched in, and that's what helped the players of Team OMKV, because they had the complete control of the eastern side.
Absolutely. I mean, Team OMKV, all the rotations for them were extremely easy because their part of the map is just clear, right? No one really tried to contest them. And it's like we talked about, there was a little bit of distance between Gatka and Quarry that was unoccupied, that was open up for the taking. There were a couple of roads leading to that city of Gatka, and that seems to be the place where they decided to make their home. But Exterminator Esports, they tried really, really hard. I love the performance coming out for them. They were aggressive. They were not shying away from these sorts of fights. They were going in. But they did get eliminated a little bit earlier than they would have liked. And yeah, they are going to try and make sure they put up a better performance in that second match. But you never know, you never know. OMKV, sure, they got themselves a very good finish in the first spot over here in this match, but maybe in the next match they get eliminated in the bottom four. At least we've seen that trend play out a couple of times so far. It did happen in the last set of matches. We did see the same teams dominate the scoreboards. I believe Team Mayavi was just in second place 2 times in a row, and Team Genesis was first place 2 times in a row as well. But maybe this time around that can be a little bit different, right? Because these teams, they know it's their last chance. And in fact, a lot of teams over here who are not really being as aggressive as they would like. They're kind of playing it slow. They're kind of playing it safe and secure. And maybe that's not the playstyle that those teams are accustomed to. Maybe that's just something they're doing, thinking about the lobby, thinking about everyone else and how they like to play, and sort of trying to adapt to that instead.
Well, it happened in the past as well with the Team OMKV itself. Like in round 1, match number 1, they got like 2 or 1 single point, but in match number 2 they came second, and with I think 11 finishes. But Team Exterminators were the one who were consistent, who got the chicken dinner, finished the second game with I think second position, and having double-digit finishes in both the games. But talking about the points, let's have a look which team got how many points. Team OMKV, 14 finishes points. Last time they ended at second position. They missed the chicken dinner, and this time they're starting with a bang. A chicken dinner, 14 finishes to their name, 29 points. And Exterminators, well, they have always dominated, and this time also 14 finish points. That makes it total 24 points. But Team Bros, again a very consistent team, not very flashy. Again, 6 finish points, 18 total points. Very good position to start with. Ostman Esports, a complete new team for us. They are having a good time. 3 finish points, not very aggressive, focusing more on the placement points. Total 11 points to their name. If they keep up the consistency, I think they can qualify for the next round as well. But Team 247 Gaming, last time they got the chicken dinner in round 1, match 2 with 12 finishes. Match 1, 0 points. I hope that doesn't happen in this time also.
Yeah, I mean, considering that they have been, in that 5th position, they haven't cracked the top 4, I assume they're going to be a little bit humble. They're going to be like, okay, you know what? We understand we've made a couple of mistakes over here. They have been aggressive, clearly. They've got themselves 8 finish points, but they do know that they kind of want to try and survive, read the rhythm of the lobby. If people are being aggressive and are taking fights, sure, by all means, go ahead and be a part of that. Get yourself a couple of finish points. Don't be the team that is extremely timid and is just getting bullied from all sides. But in a lobby like this, where players are prioritizing their placement a little bit more, it might prove to be of use for the side of 247 to take a little bit of a chill pill and relax. So let's have a look at the iQOO MVP and see who's going to be up there. It's going to be Fraggy from the side of Exterminator Esports. I believe he lobbed a lot of nades and managed to find a lot of multi finishes. So good for him. I mean, 747 damage, 6 finishes, 4 assists and 1 headshot. This man, he did it all for his team.
Well, he did. In fact, Team Exterminators, I would like to say all the 4 players are quite aggressive. That's why this team has been always dominating. Round 1 also, we saw them dominating this time also. But the other teams that were dominating, let's have a look at them also. Top 5 players is going to be Team OMKV. AKD is there with 6 finishes, 670 damage. Then 2 more Exterminators players are going to be there. RRD with 5 finishes. Team Exterminators Madra is there with 3 finishes, 559 damage.
Absolutely, I have to say, I mean, there's also a member from the side of 247 Gaming in there, Pooja SP, but yeah, unfortunately 247 Gaming, they did end up in that 5th place, so they are probably going to want to do a little bit better in terms of those placement points, make sure that they put up better performance next time around. But yeah, great performance coming out from the side of Exterminators. You can see that the work is spread out amongst their players. There's one player with 6 finishes, another with 5, another with 3. So everyone has done their heavy lifting. Let's have a look at the match summary and see exactly what the stats look like in terms of grenade finishes and grenades used. 83 grenades were used and 4 people were finished off on the back of those grenades. Lots of knocks as well coming in at 54 and a lot of finishes as well at 54. Longest finish distance being 296 meters. Standard stuff, but one more airdrop looted than average. I think that's the only thing I can pick out that is a little bit different compared to all these other games.
Well, this is the first time we are seeing a perfect knock finish ratio. Well, otherwise, it has been pretty much imbalanced because people are not able to convert all the knock into finishes. But this time, this game, it wasn't happening. 54 knocks, 54 finishes. A perfect outing was coming in. Yes, the grenades number used are pretty less than average we have been seeing in the recent past. But the finishes that have came in is normal. 6 grenade finishes, I think. Yeah, that's a good number.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw, 11 and then 13 grenade finishes. So clearly we have our expectations high. But let's have a look at the finish to damage ratios and see what they look like for the moment. Because, well, Exterminators, they've got themselves 2,200 damage nearly done with 14 finishes to their name. So clearly these guys know what they're doing. 247 and OMKV as well trailing behind. But OMKV, look at that ratio. Looks so pretty. I mean, both those bars just almost off the same height. 1,510 damage done, 14 finishes found.
Well, it's perfect balance between the damage that you have been dishing out and the perfect finishes you have been getting. Team OMKV was not engaging in unnecessary fights. They've made sure the fight they were taking, the knocks, they were making sure they convert the knocks into the finishes as well. But on the last, we have Team Reapers. Look at the damage, 900 plus damage, close to 1,000 damage, but only 2 finishes to their name. That means Team Reapers were dishing out a lot of damage, engaging in a lot of fights. We saw Team Reapers on the uphill also knocking down the players in the compound towards the lower compound, but not able to convert it into finishes. But that's okay. They still have match number 2. They can get up and maybe get themselves a chicken dinner. But let's have a look at top 4 squads.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Both of the players in first and second place, or both of the teams in first and second place, tied for the number of finishes. OMKV official with 14 and Exterminator with 14 themselves. Team Bros in third place with 6 total finishes, and Osman Esports Ragnar also with 3 finishes to their name. Now, we did mention earlier that a couple of these teams were in a bit of a hard spot. I believe it was the side of Reapers Esports who had the advantage early on. They had sandwiched another team between them and another team on the other side, but then they ended up getting the same treatment where they were rushed down from the low ground towards the high ground. Lots of nades being lobbed in their general direction, and they couldn't hold on. That's why this is always a game too, right? This is why you can always count on that game too and make sure that you don't repeat those same mistakes that you did again, because I have to say, somewhere or the other, Reapers, they did feel like they didn't capitalize on the opportunity when they were presented. They had a chance. They could have gone high ground when they realized that they've gotten themselves a couple of knocks, but they didn't. Instead, they chose to stay there and ended up getting third-partied by another team.
Well, third parties are always going to happen when you are in a battle royal game, especially BGMI. Third party makes it more fun, especially when it's happening up the top with the players of Team Rose having a gala time, just proning away beside that cover area. Then suddenly Rick's team comes in, Ostman teams come in, and that's when the third parties begin.
Whoops, almost choked while trying to say something there. But yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, there were so many times where I saw a team trying to take a fight, and then there was another team closing in from the circle. And a lot of those fights seem to be a little bit ill-timed, right? It's almost as if as soon as the next circle forms, you see a couple of fights breaking out at the periphery itself, and then another team rotating in, hears all the commotion, comes in, gets a third party. So definitely lots of times where you could have, maybe made a rotation a little bit quicker and avoided getting third-partied. But that's all right. You learn from your mistakes, you live, and there's always another chance that you have in the second match to make sure you're able to account for those mistakes and have a slightly better performance. But you know who made this entire tournament possible? The sponsors, iQOO Legend 7. So let's have a word from them and see what they're all about as we jump into the iQOO Legend 7 series, iQOO 7 Legend itself.
Are you ready for this?
Well, that was the iQOO 7 Legend for you. In case you're looking for a phone that's going to satisfy all of your gaming needs, well then look no further than the iQOO Legend 7, because guess what? Not only is it geared for ultra gaming and it's got a super fast processor and a very fast flash charge, it has also got a great camera that's going to make sure you capture all those moments with your friends whenever you're going out. So make sure you check out our sponsors and see what they're all about. And if you're looking for an upgrade, head on down to the store, maybe get yourself an iQOO Legend 7, because it's going to keep all your gaming needs satisfied. Well, it seems that a lot of these players are unleashing their monster inside, so they clearly got the message from our sponsors over here. But there's still another match to go, and maybe we see some more monsters being unleashed. Maybe we see an even more drastic performances, because it did seem like these teams earlier were having a slightly harder time. They were being a bit more passive compared to the last few lobbies we've seen. So let's have a look at these teams and see who exactly they are once again. And there they are on the screens. Exterminator Esports, Corrupt Soul Esports, Rix, Light Esports, Ostman Esports, Ragnar, 247 Gaming, OMKB Official, and Boss Gaming as well. All of these teams had a relatively good performance. I don't think I saw Boss Gaming really do anything over there. I don't think they even made it into the server. A little bit weird, but I hope they're able to this time around. But yeah, there's also another 8 teams in the mix over here, and we're hoping that this time around they also have as good of a performance as they have had as we've seen from these first 8 teams.
Well, first 8 teams, 2 teams really shined in. That was Exterminators and Corrupt Soul. Not shined in Corrupt, but Fallen X Esports. This time also Fallen X, if we talk about, they had a very bad start, losing 2 players initially, 1 player surviving and fighting for the position points. That I have to give. Then we have Team Bros, Flex Like Esports, Team Ricken Gaming, Team Indian Lions, Team Ninja Esports, Team Swag, and Team Reaper Esports.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had a lot of teams just battling it out early on, but it doesn't seem like it really resulted in much. And once again, a lot of teams, like you mentioned, were in that hard spot, right? Reapers Official, again, they come to mind. They had the advantage for a bit. They were the team sandwiching the other teams, but then all of a sudden they get drive-by and they get a taste of their own medicine as they came in from the low ground, started lobbing nades, and Reapers didn't really have an answer there towards the end. But maybe this time around things can be a little bit different. Maybe this time around they understand the mistakes that they've made and they're able to adapt and overcome. Maybe even try and counter some of the teams that are on top. OMKV Officials, everyone's going to have their eyes set on them because they are the team to beat over here, so that we might just see someone contesting the hot drop right away. I personally do want to see that happening because it's going to make things a bit more interesting, and it's going to show us if if OMKV are really up to the task when everyone else is hounding them, right?
Well, you want to spice up things, you want the drama and the action, but the teams at the bottom don't want that, and teams at the top also don't want that because they want consistency, and teams at the bottom, they want the finish and the position points.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they will be very happy if someone goes up and targets OMKV or Exterminators and made sure they gets an early elimination. The teams at the bottom are going to be so damn happy.
Absolutely, they most certainly. And guess what? We've also managed to make our way towards the spawn island itself. So soon enough, we should be jumping in and seeing what the players are up to. And yeah, this one should be fairly interesting. I do think that OMKV official, like we talked about earlier, could be in a little bit of trouble. We did see some teams play really, really well. Other teams perhaps not so much. And like you mentioned, those bottom 8 teams, it could very well be that they're not following their playstyle, right? Because how many times have we seen teams in the first match just not really being aggressive, not really utilizing those opportunities, and not really going out there on the hunt once they know they're fully kitted up and they have what it takes to take up a couple of fights and make the game easier for themselves, right? So maybe this time around we see a change in pace. Maybe a breath of fresh air is going to come in and sweep us off our feet. We might see some teams try and do something a bit unorthodox. We could see a Zarki drop coming in. We could potentially see someone going in towards Lipovka as well. And yeah, I'm really curious to see what ends up happening over here. But it's alright, Shadow, don't worry.
I think I need some water. I
Yeah, you-
don't have, but it's okay, it's okay.
We're gonna get you some water. Don't
Yeah.
worry about that. You could quickly get a bottle of water. That'd be really, really nice. But yeah, soon enough, we're gonna be jumping into the game itself. I believe last time around, the circle did split up the map just a little bit. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm not going to cough in your eyes. Don't worry, guys.
Don't worry, don't
Your
worry. We're
ears are
following
pretty
COVID
safe.
protocol. Absolutely, we're following all sorts of COVID protocols. So are you sure you're okay?
Yeah,
You don't need anything.
completely.
All right, no worries. Well, let's have a look at the lobby and see what's happening over there. As well, every single time we are on Spawn Island, we are going to see someone trying to climb on top of that plane. That is by default, but a little bit of parkour action as well, and a couple of players just going out there for a swim. So yeah, very interesting stuff to see over here. But we should be jumping into the game soon enough and seeing for ourselves where the action's going to be headed. OMKV, like we've talked about earlier, they've got a target on their backs. Let's see if people are going to follow them and hound them and chase them. So let's just jump straight into the game and see for ourselves. Well, the flight path, it should be coming up on our screen soon enough. Guess what? We have a fairly interesting flight path that leaves the northeastern part of the map rather empty. I don't see any team making their way towards Stolber or Mansion or Karmeshki or Yasnia Polyana because they're quite away from the flight path, but we could see a little bit of action towards Ruins, Pachinki, School, Rozhok, Shooting Range, George Bolt, Zarki, all of these areas up for the taking. Maybe even some action in Sosnovka military bases. We're seeing a couple of teams drop in very, very early.
Well, last time military base and Novo were quite empty. Team Rose seems to be changing their drop location. This time might be they are heading towards the military base or maybe towards Milta. We'll see, because the last time Team Rose went all the way up towards Siverny area. Last time we saw 2 teams dropping in towards Pochinki, and Team Rix looks like they are headed towards Pochinki, but their counter team, let's see if they are also going to be heading towards the Pochinki area or they'll just change the drop location. Exterminators again, the southern side of the Pochinki. Team Rose, they are not exactly in the military base. They're opting for the smaller compounds that are in the nearby vicinity. Team Reapers again going towards Milta. They need to find a vehicle very soon.
Absolutely. I mean, you kind of want to make sure you can get the hell out of there. Well, look at that. The circle also favors that, right? Milta's not going to be in there, so kind of want to make sure you get away. But this is a good circle. It covers a good chunk of real estate. You've got people up in the main island occupying that part of the map. So Sosnovka military base, there's also a place over there that you can hold and make sure that no one really is able to contest you. Rotation inside the main island is going to be a little bit difficult from the pier area because there are a couple of teams in the vicinity. But hey, who knows? Maybe as time goes on, they're going to rotate further inwards, because Rozhok and School both are open for the taking. A little bit of shooting range in there as well. And guess what? Quarry is completely empty, it seems.
It is empty, and in fact Team OMKV also last time dropped him towards Lipovka area. They are already having their own vehicles. Let's see if they're going to bump into Flex like esports, or are they going to find a clear path all the way towards Lipovka? Because the circle has already formed. It's on the western side. Lipovka is nowhere inside the circle. So let's see if they're going to choose a different drop or a different strategy, because going 1000 meters, looting the compound, then entering inside the circle, maybe you can get gatekeeped.
Yeah, you can definitely get gate kept over here if you're not careful. It does seem that many a times, if you're the team that is rotating in late, all the teams near the periphery do try to stop you. And this time around, there's good reason for that as well, right? You look over towards the farm and the mansion. Well, not the mansion here, but towards the farm area. There are a couple of teams just holding that in the meantime. School is empty, so you could still potentially get in there, but I do imagine teams are going to be making their way towards Rozhok in just a bit, and should be interesting to see where they eventually end up going. But in the meantime, Sosnovka, well, it's big enough for two teams to be there, and we're going to turn our attention towards Corrupt Souls over here, who seem to be having a decent time looting farm. No one really contesting them just yet. Running a little bit low on vests and helmets, but yeah, as soon as they move into an actual city or move into towards school, they should be able to get kitted up on that as well. Now we're going to be moving in towards Pachinki, where it does seem that Ricken Gaming have made this place their home. This time around, it doesn't seem like there is another team in the vicinity, so Ricken Gaming have this entire area to themselves.
Well, they had the entire area. Last time the two teams that dropped him towards Pochingi are nowhere seen. Although Rix is in the nearby vicinity towards the Gatka side, and the southern side is occupied by Team Exterminators. On the other hand, this time North Georgopol also we see two teams. Georgopol container are obviously Team 247 Gaming's home. They are looting away that area, but North Georgopol two teams are there, and Team Fallen is a 2v2 split. The way the players are heading towards Zerki, the Team Ninja is already present over there. They better be careful. The split might not work. They might have to take multiple fights with the Team Ninja in Zarki and with another team in the North Georgopol. So let's see what's gonna happen. Are they going to spot the enemy early on and rotate somewhere else, or the enemy is going to caught them off guard and they suffer a casualty? Because last match, not a very good start, can't afford an early elimination.
Absolutely. I mean, you don't want to be the team that gets taken out early on. Now, Reapers Esports, they did survive a little while longer, but not as long as they would have liked. Flex, well, they've made their way over here towards the general area near farm. They are a little bit towards the southern edge of that, and they've got themselves a decent amount of guns and a decent amount of western helmets as well. So they are looking fully kitted up. They're about ready to take a fight, and they're trying to scan the perimeter for a couple of enemies that are heading their way. And now, like Flash, well, like his name suggests, is going to go on a scouting mission of sorts and try and find out if there are any other teams closing in on them. Meanwhile, towards Milta, does seem like the side of Team Bros has no one stopping them, so all this loot is going to go their way, and they are going to be trigger happy as soon as they're done with this place.
Well, for now they are going to be happy, but if the team Exterminators nearby the bridge area decides to go for the bridge camp, then problem begins for the players of Team Bros, because Exterminators, like we have seen till now, is the most dominating team inside this lobby. But looks like they are in a split situation. Two players are nearby the bridge area, two players are somewhere else, looking for any of the team rotating and trying to cut off their rotation. But in Milta also we have Team OMKV, who has decided not to go towards Lipovka. A smart decision, but the players of Team Corrupt Soul are already there, and Corrupt Soul might be a big problem for the players of Team Reapers in the Novoripno area. But Corrupt Soul looks like they are absolutely ready with their vehicles to rotate inside the circle, because match 1 didn't go very well with the players of Team Corrupt Soul Esports as well. They need the consistency in the match number 2, not very flashy gameplay in match 1. So this time they are going to avoid the initial engagement, so bridge camp is not happening, my friend.
Absolutely, no way on earth they're going to be able to get that bridge camp. But there is another team that is looking to do that same. It is Exterminator Esports on the other side on the main island that could potentially gatekeep them from getting entry into the main island. Okay, well, looks like we got some daredevils over here from Ninja Esports. They've all got their separate vehicles. They're going to drive them all away and try and get themselves some decent amount of real estate over here. But the question is, where do they really go? Because they are inside the circle at the moment towards George Pool. Do they want to make their way towards Hospital, or do you think they can try to go for a more central location like Gatka? Because I don't really think there's a lot of merit going anywhere else.
Well, considering the playstyle of Team Ninja, the way they are a little passive in the initial circles, I don't think they will go towards the Gatka. Maybe the Georgopol Hill area or the ruins area they will try and hold on to, or find a good compound in the Gatka if it is not already occupied. We'll see what is going to be the strategy. But on the tail, we have Team Fallen X Esports as well, who is also trying to make the rotation, but they are going to take a different route. Maybe they are opting for a small little island between the beside the Rozok area, or maybe just follow the tails of Team Ninja. And looks like both the teams are on the similar path of rotation, Team Ninja and Team Fallen X.
Yeah, they both seem to be on a similar rotation path, and the only difference is that one is faster than the other, and the other one has and you know, they've started early here, obviously. But Rick's Rama, this could be a little bit scary for him. Now, obviously, he's only on a scouting mission. He's not going to try and take any fights from there. But if the vehicle he has next to him gets blown up, then he's got no way to go back towards his team, and he's going to be pretty much relying on them to give him some form of cover. And now we're going to turn our attention towards Exterminators, who once again are trying to hold that bridge that leads to the main island. Once again, that circle, this is a very... I think this is about as central as it gets. I mean, they've cut off Georgopol, they've cut off a little bit of Sosnova. The bridge is still in there, sure, but... yeah, XTR just waiting around the corner there. And okay, a couple of shots being fired off as well. I do think they saw Rick's Gaming in the area.
Well, the circle has taken a concentric shift, like you mentioned, and last match also we saw a similar thing happening. Till the fifth circle there was concentric shifts, and then suddenly the curveballs comes in. Let's see which side the curveball is gonna go this time. But for now, 247 Gaming and Team Fallen X are making their presence felt to each other. No rush is gonna happen. None of the team is going to make a direct rush onto each other, because they know it's a pit of death if they are going to do something like that. But they will obviously try to knock down the players, engage in few shots. But what is Rick's Rana doing inside the shack, so far away from his teammates? Maybe trying to provide intel to the teammates, because all three players are somewhere else. They are being like a pack, but Rana is so far away. Let's see what's gonna happen. On the other hand, Reaper Esports, Sarthak is also shooting in the direction of Team Exterminators, and look at the formation of Exterminators. They have a very good formation.
That is a very ambitious shot coming in from members of Exterminators. Trying to take a fight at that distance can be a little bit hard. I mean, sure, if you connect your bullets, you might just end up getting a knock, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to convert as well at that distance. And okay, Reapers, they're trying to hold a shack together, and Exterminators, they're very, very close nearby, so they could potentially scout this out. And it could spell trouble for the Reapers over here, because all of these compounds, once again, Shadow, they're very, very susceptible to nades. Just throw a couple in there, and you will be forced out in the open. Well, speaking of Ricks, it does look like Rama is going to try and take something away from the side of Team OMKB official. One of their players is down on his knees, and I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to survive over here. His name is Phoenix, so he's hoping that he's going to be resurrected from the ashes, but I think that might be a bit too far-fetched this time around.
Well, Phoenix is definitely not coming back on his feet again. But I'm more worried about Rana. The way he is making noise, he knows his teammates can't back him up. And certainly Team Reapers are also in the close vicinity. But Team Reapers, that's what you do. Steal the finish points, and Team Reapers gets Phoenix finish points for their benefit. And Rana is certainly not a happy man at all. But Rana's position has been given away, and that is not going to go well. Rana, better you reunite with your teammates. And if we have a look at the map also, most of the teams are making northern rotations, so especially the players of team number 4, I believe, Light Esports. Look the way they are moving inside Gatka area. There are so many squads present. They have to be careful, especially from 247 Gaming, because they have already spotted them down.
Absolutely. I mean, Ricks are not going to be very happy about the fact that there was a finish stolen right out of their mouth. But on the brighter side, it did give them some information as to where the side of Reapers are. So maybe that can come in handy later on when the circle starts closing in. So far, it's not going to be that useful because the circle does encompass both Ricks as well as the side of Reapers. But everyone else coming in from that northwestern part of the map, my god, there's going to be some action going down over there. I see at least 5 teams trying to make their way from the same place towards the center of the circle, and there's still 59 players in the fray here, so we definitely could be seeing a lot of action breaking out. Pooja trying to go for some sort of scouting mission. Let's see what he discovers. In the meantime, all the other members from Light Esports kind of spreading out over here in their cars, and it does look like Rana is going to fire up a couple of shots. Ricks, they're going to have this early warning system of sorts that's going to tell them that, hey, there are a couple of players in the vicinity over here. You guys either can help me out or leave me to die. But know well, there are a couple of teams in this area and there is danger over here.
Well, I'm also liking the fact of Loki, the way Team Rose is playing. Previous match also they tried to have the northern control of the zone to themselves. This time also they are trying for the southern western shift control. But for now, Team Rix is locking horns with the players of Team Light, and Team Light is certainly falling apart. Their rotations has been cut off, and I think they are standing 3-man strong. Yes, 3-man strong they are standing. Let's see what's gonna happen. But Team Rix, let's see if they are going to make a direct push. I don't think the way it's an open field, they'll just hold on to their compound. Rana is still far away from his teammates, but I was talking about Team Bros.
Yes.
Like this time also, Floki, we can see on the map they are having a complete southern western control for themselves. Team Swag came in the near vicinity, but right now Swag has already rotated away. That means Team Bros is in a very good position.
Yeah, once again, Team Pros are in a very, very good spot over here because there's no one on their backstab. They can go in for the flank on Exterminators whenever they like to go. And it's really the eastern part of the map that is going to be seeing a little bit of action. But okay, I do see a couple of teams in the periphery over here. Ninja rotating out of the circle. This is a little bit weird. It seems that they're trying to go for the longer way around, and they kind of want to take a fight against the side of OMKV. That is probably what they're looking to do over here. Corrupt Soul Esports in the meantime, and Pachinki just holding on to their horses over here, not really making them neigh and running away just yet. They're waiting for the fight to come to them, and when it does, they'll be more than happy to take it because they know they're spread out and in good position.
Well, they are in good position, but Team Indian Lions has their eyesight on the players of Team Light Esports. Team Light not having good best of the best position. They have just trees and grasses for their cover, and Team Indian Lions is certainly going to capitalize. The moment they spot down the players, they are making sure that they get a knock and a finish as well. Same for the Finn, surviving on the 20 HP. He needs to heal himself very soon. But Team Exterminators right now going up towards the northern side because this is the curveball that is coming in. This is not a concentric shift, and now Team Exterminators have to be a little careful. I should say other way around. Team Reapers should be careful of Team Exterminators because Exterminators are very aggressive, but if Team Reapers play their cards right, maybe, possibly, they can eliminate Exterminators. Bros has already started their rotation as well, but Avinash, look at him. He's little separated from his teammates, and Team OMKV, you mentioned, is already present.
Ouch, that's a little bit rough trying there from Flex Like Esports, and they're fighting to get their driver's license reinstated after that one, but Team Indian Lions in the meantime, they are not looking to make any sorts of mistakes over here, trying to hold on to this compound, which is very good to hold. The windows are all boarded off, so it's not so easy to lob a couple of nades in from every direction. They have some semblance of security working in their favor, but in the meantime, it does seem like the side of Light Esports could be in a little bit of trouble. All three of their players dropping rather low, trying to heal themselves back up, and they are sort of surrounded on multiple fronts over here. There is a member from Light Esports in the vicinity. There's another team in another direction from them, but Swag over here in a world of trouble. Two of their players on their knees. Slavjor and Pikachu both trying to crawl towards their teammates, hopefully get themselves some help, but Bros are not going to allow them to get away. Aragon is going to come in, help out Cyclone, and those are finishes being secured for them.
Well, the finishes are being secured. That means points are being gained, and that is exactly what you need to climb up the leaderboard. But on the other hand, Team Reapers not having the best cover. Same goes for the players of Team Ricken Gaming as well, because they are right now falling apart. On the other hand, Team OMKV, Leo has been taken down. Team Reaper Esports going with those grenades or the smoke covers. Let's see, Ricken Gaming, Team IL is shooting in the direction, taking player after player. Team Ricken can't survive this situation. It's almost next to impossible. Look at the amount of smoke they're deploying. They need to heal themselves, patch up themselves, but time is running because so many teams are already shooting in their direction. But Team OMKV versus Team Ninja. Ninja has a height advantage, have a good cover for themselves, but can't say the same thing for the players of Team OMKV.
Yeah, Team OMKV, they had the ninjas on their backs, but now they seem to have shaken them off a little bit as they get themselves some semblance of safety over here. It did come at a price. They did lose 2 of their players, but at least they can try and distract them and get into a better spot now. Let's see if they're going to be successful in doing so, because OMKV, it doesn't actually seem like they're trying to rotate out just yet. Avinash is just hungry. He just wants to go in for those finishes himself. Just go in for the jugular. Let's see if he can actually connect. No! Looks like Sheer will be able to find himself. He's up over here. He's looking for more picks over here in the meantime. Will finish off the one more that he does find. And you can look at AKD in the meantime, trying to create a distraction for his teammates. So Shea can stand strong and heal himself. The medkit is going to come in. Can he heal himself back up before he gets knocked down though? That is the question. Well, he does manage to get himself back up to a decent amount of HP. Now he's going to try and crawl forward and get some even more picks. Going to reload that M4 carbine and now in a decent spot, looking to take out the members from Ninja. Oh my god, he's looking directly at him. He just cannot see him to the time to the door grasp over here. He's going to start firing and connect a few shots. He's going to drop him so low and will finally knock him out. No, it's actually the play zone that ends up getting him. Ninja, not the way they were looking to go out. His ego gets dropped to his knees and gets eliminated over here. Bros get the credit for that one. That is not going to be the sort of fight that they were looking to take, but in the meantime, Team Exterminators, they will be the ones to eliminate Reapers out of over here. The number 1 team taking on the number 16 team, or the team that got to the number 16th over here. Well, we'll see if Exterminator can continue the killing spree that they have started over here, as they've gotten themselves 3 finishes, and I'm quite sure they're going to look to terminate some more.
Well, they're certainly getting more and more. We are hoping for that, and certainly they are also. But Team Rix is also getting few finish points onto the players of Team Ricken Gaming and Team Bros already moving inside the circle. They have to be careful of Team Ostment already present over there, and they have to watch their backs also, because so many teams will start their rotation. This is the problem with Bros. They enter inside the zone. They somehow not look at the backs, but Team Reaper's hand takes a knock onto the players of Team Ostment, and Team number 16 still surviving with 2 players, and just a little far away inside the vehicle, and Sand is there. They are making covers. They are making covers with the vehicles.
Yeah, they're just trying to make those vehicles explode at this moment. That's what Captain Jasu is trying to do, because they've got enough vehicles over here. They don't need another one to rotate out. They can probably pop the buggy in the car, keep the jeep for themselves. But in the meantime, it does seem like Team Bros, they are huddled up together, trying to take a fight against the side of Team Indian Lions. Team Indian Lions, they are in a good spot over here, like we talked about. This spot is very easy to look at them from a lot of shots from this area. And look at them just go off over here. Ricken Gaming on the receiving end of that aggression, as Team Indian Lions find themselves 2 knocks, looking to convert them into finishes, and they're trying to make sure that they don't get backstabbed in the meantime, because there is another team in the vicinity over here who's looking to shut them down. Exterminators in the meantime just trying to take away all those vehicles and making sure that there's no way that if a team is around that area, they're going to be able to rotate out back towards safety. But now Team Indian Lions, they find out where the side of Exterminators are, and Exterminators could be in a world of trouble. They are going to go prone over here, but great stuff coming out from Joki, trying to utilize the bullet drop to his advantage. While over here, Team Indian Lions always cooking up a nade. Can he connect it? No, he will stop, pull out something else over here and start cooking again. Does not feel confident about the timing over here. In the meantime, Corrupt Souls and 247 Gaming going at it, although I only see 2 members from the side of 247. Even though all 4 are alive, this could potentially mean that they are setting up for flanks elsewhere. And yes, look at their positioning. It's all very well spread out. They're not in one place at all. They're just trying to make sure they get themselves a lot of real estate to work with, and one of the players is already in the circle, and guess what? There's an airdrop nearby waiting to be looted.
and provide cover as well. It's going to provide a very good cover, but for now 247 Gaming players are shooting in the direction of Team Indian Line, and Mercy goes down. The rotations are coming into the picture. Corrupt Soul Esports are trying to spot down the players moving inside the zone and get as many finish points as they can, and grenades are also coming in from Yam, trying to knock down the player of Team Fallen, who wasn't even aware where the player Yam is, and he gets a knock. The rest of the players of Team Fallen are also in a bit of trouble because they are at the low ground, and Team Corrupt is at the higher ground, having all the intel and the vision to take them down. 247 Gaming, Pooja is taking 5 with the players of Team Corrupt. It's a 1v3 situation because the rest of the players are engaged somewhere else.
Yeah, 247 Gaming, they've got their attention turned elsewhere, so it's going to be down to Pooja to try and hold off the members from Corrupt Souls, and as soon as he starts seeing the members of Corrupt Souls racking up those knocks elsewhere, I believe Pooja could be in a world of trouble, but in the meantime, he's doing a very, very good job just keeping them at bay, allowing them for the aggression to come in elsewhere. In the meantime, Reaper's Esports in a world of trouble outside the shacks, but Team Bros have been eliminated by Team Indian Lions. Not the kind of finish that they were looking for. They had a very good positioning early on, but now they will be eliminated in 8th place, as now Pooja sees a good time to go back towards his teammates and help them out instead, and will try and make sure that their teammates can stay alive, as they do need his help. They start to get surrounded on multiple sides over here, and Exterminators, one of their members, is going to end up falling down to his knees. I believe it's RRD over here. Crazy, trying to make sure he can stand strong. That nade being prepped up will be thrown in. Does it find its mark? Yes, it does. They managed to eliminate the side of Team Indian Lions. What a beautiful nade coming out from that man. And now they're not done yet. Exterminators, they will get that one member back up on their feet and going for some more action coming in. And 247 Gaming also going to turn up the heat over here. There you go. Those nades not really connecting that well. They're just rolling off of the slope there, so perhaps they're gonna have to try and pin it against the tree for it to actually do some damage. But Shrey still getting chipped away slowly but surely over here. Rahul cooking up another glory nade. Can it find its mark? It looks promising, and Shrey, I don't know if it hit them. No, it did not. The tree provided some cover, and now the mollies are going to be dropped in to prevent them from moving forward. Corrupt Soul Esports in the meantime getting caught out in the open. Exterminators coming from the back, and they're going to try and shoot them in the head over here. Can they succeed? Yes, they can, but Exterminators themselves have to be crazy. One of the members has been knocked down. Fraggy is on the receiving end of Rix's wrath, and Rix have all 4 members standing. Now we're down to the final 4, and 247 Gaming and Rix are the leading horses in the race over here. Exterminators, sure, they've got themselves a lot of finishes, but they need to get that rest going, and they don't have the best of positions at the moment.
Well, they have the best position because look at that. Exterminators will move inside the circle, and Team 247 Pooja is the only resistance they are going to face, and Pooja knocks one but instantly gets traded off. And Exterminators, now they have the best positioning. They have the height advantage. All of the teams are at the low ground. The minute they step on that hill area, I bet they can get this chicken dinner.
Absolutely, they most certainly can get this chicken dinner at the moment, but can they try and push forward? I mean, they've got a lot of players to contend with. In fact, this might just be the blessing they're looking for. Rix and 247 are battling it out against each other, so Exterminators could come in third party when the time is right. But at the moment, they're waiting for some more knocks to be exchanged, and they are going to come in and deliver the finishing blow. 247 Gaming, they're going to suffer a loss. Rix, they're also going to suffer a loss. In fact, it doesn't look like Exterminators are going to win. They're going to bounce and make life very, very difficult for 247 Gaming. And 247, they've lost 2 of their players. They're down on their knees. Can they actually stand strong? They will be able to get one back up, but he still needs to heal up, and he's going to be out of commission, making sure that 247 at least lose one of their members. Exterminators, their members, is also on their knees as Cruci is trying to do what Exterminators are doing to the side of 247. Life comes full circle, or in this case, full triangle. Let's see Exterminators try and dig their way out of this one. One player standing strong, but got great. A grenade by Fraggy once again, knocking the member of Rix on his knees, and now looking to convert that into a proper finish, but does not connect all the shots. Goes in for the res instead. Rix, in the meantime, occupied by the side of 247 Gaming, will lose one of their members as a result. Exterminator, they will be able to get one of them back up on their feet, and there you go, Exterminators, still in this game, still looking very, very strong in the driver's seat. Rix and 247 trying to be a thorn on their side, and 247 just as quickly as one of the members goes up, a member from Rix ends up going down over here, and Rix looks like they will finally be eliminated, leaving only 247 Gaming in the play over here. No, wait, it's actually Exterminators who get eliminated over here. Oh, that is unfortunate. And now Rix, with just one member standing and have all these names being hurled in their general direction, the blue closing in as well. He's going gonna have to try and survive by himself, but he cannot do so. 247 Gaming, they will be able to take the win over here. Fair amount of finishes to their name, not the highest number, but probably enough to make sure they have the #1 spot on that points table. Man, that game so close toward the end, so many nades being used.
So many nades and players were taking direct fights, be it UMP45 or whatever gun. I was impressed. Fraggy was reviving his teammate, and the minute his other teammate was taken off, got an elimination, he stopped the revive, threw a grenade, knocked on the player of Team Rix, and again went for the revival, and instantly, instead of healing up, they moved away. They changed their position, and that was a very smart gameplay coming in from Exterminators.
Yeah, it's so good, in fact, that I want to have a look at it a second time. So let's actually jump straight into the highlights and see if we can catch that moment live. But yeah, this sort of was what the side of Rix were doing early on, right? They sent one of their members out on a fact-finding mission towards the shack. He found a lot of facts. I mean, I think he spotted out Reapers, he spotted out Exterminators as well, he spotted out another team going around the vicinity, driving in their buggies and whatnot. So they got a lot of value out of that single player being in the shack. But at the end of the day, it did seem like it was a bit of Rix, if I might say so. But yeah, in the end, it's a risk that paid off. I mean, Team Indian Lions as well, I love the way they utilize this position, right? This compound, it was in the circle, and they're just like, we're just not gonna leave. It's the perfect place to hold on. They even had their sights out on some of those Exterminator members. They did create some problems for them, but in the end, they were eliminated a little bit earlier than they would have liked. The late game though, this was insane. I mean, there's just so much terrain, so much hilly area, so many slopes, so many trees to work around over here that, yeah, it didn't really seem like anyone had a clear or a distinct advantage. Now, Exterminator, they did have good positioning, they were on the edge, and all the other teams were fighting amongst themselves, right? Rix and 247. But it seemed that Exterminators created enough of a nuisance that Rix and 247 almost sort of teamed up in the flash of an eye, and individually they took out two of their players and just put them out of their misery. So yeah, Rix and 247, they did what was necessary and made sure that Exterminators did not get those two first place finishes in a row.
Well, 247 Gaming was also quite impressive, because if we look at the zone, they were right in the center of the circle. When the players of Team Exterminators and Team Rix were picking up fights, they stayed silent. They went for the raise onto their players instead of engaging in that fight and giving away their position. Instead, this time they were silent, so much silent. And when the Team Exterminators was eliminated, it was just only a single player of Team Rix, and that's when they striked in. They were reading the finish feed and then knew there is only one single player remaining, and then he eliminated the last player of Team Rix and went for the chicken dinner.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing we can complain about is potentially that they didn't pull out their pants and run at them. But I think we can forgive them. They were in a 2v2, you know, it's not the sort of situation where you kind of should be looking to do that anyway. So kudos to them, you know, for being able to just level out the threat of Exterminators, because Exterminators were in a very good spot.
Yes.
But none of that really matters if you don't put it on the points table. So let's have a look at that and see what that is looking like. I do imagine on top is... oh, never mind, it's not Rix, it is still Exterminator Esports in the first place with 15 finish points to the name for a total of 25. I was not expecting this.
Well, everyone was expecting. This team is like, it's a habit for them. Round 1, they were leading the chart. Round 2 also, they are leading the chart. They are dominating. But 247 Gaming also, like, they had a bad match in round 1. This time, consistent performance coming from 247 Gaming. 7 finish points, a chicken dinner. Very good outing from them. And in fact, Rix also, not some flashy play in the previous game, but this time they were all over, going for the finishes. 7 finish points, 19 total points to back them up. Team Fallen X Esports, well, they couldn't get many finish points, but because their 2 players were taken off in the initial stage of the game, they had to play with the remaining 2 players, and they were busy rotating inside the circle.
Yeah, really, I think they spent most of their time doing cardio in that match, as the circle never really seemed to favor them. You know, every single time they get in, the circle closes, and again it moves further away from them, and they're like, god damn it, why do we always have to do this? But to their credit, you know, still getting themselves top 6 in such a situation, it can be very, very hard to do so. So the sheer fact that they actually managed to make it there is impressive by itself. But this time around, we did see OMTV official get focused a little bit. Look at that. They are in the 9th place. They only got 1 positioning point and 3 points for their finishes, which is really, really good. But if they had survived just a little bit longer, they could have pulled those finish points a little bit further and potentially see themselves in that 5th or 6th position. But that's okay. This is why they played really, really well in the first game, right? They built themselves that cushion. They have that sense of comfort knowing that even if we don't perform very, very well, just on the first game alone, we should be able to go on into the next round.
In round 1 also team OMKV did the similar thing. In first match they did get I think 2 points only, 1 finish point, 1 placement point, and match 2 of round 1 they got 11 finish points, 12 placement points. This time also similar thing is happening, 4 points in match 2, chicken dinner in match number 1. So team OMKV is not so consistent. They gets taken out in either of the matches, but let's see that can they make it to the next stage. But let's focus on iQOO MVP.
Yeah, it is going to be crazy from the side of Exterminators with 7 finishes and 767 damage. A very good ratio once again, making sure that all the knocks he gets are converted into finishes. 3 assists as well, so a bit of a team player. But yeah, overall, I mean, just plain aggression coming out from the side of Exterminators. And you can see in all of their players, I think almost every one of their players have had their moments. So let's have a look at the top 5 players and see how many other Exterminator members are there. I imagine there's going to be multiple. And well, there are 3. It's going to be RRD in 2nd place with 4 finishes and 1032 damage. Wow. That might just be the highest in this game so far. But yeah, Rix X Cruci in 3rd place with 991 damage, 247 Rahul in 4th place with 929, and Fraggy, of course, with 737 damage and 4 finishes to his name.
Well, I was quite surprised when I didn't see the Fraggy's name in the MVP section. The man with the machine gun, well, he is a beast himself. But yes, all the 3 players, in fact all the 4 players of team Exterminators, like you mentioned, individually also they always outshine. This time it was crazy, and yes, the damage, 1032 damage, 3 assists, 3 headshots. What a perfect performance. 4 finishes, out of which 3 are headshots. Precision.
Absolutely. I mean, precision guaranteed for these guys. I mean, just getting 3 headshots by itself is a big deal, but having 1032 damage and 3 headshots, now that's something else. You'd imagine these are the stats of a person who uses something, who uses a sniper rifle or a DMR, right? But no, RD was just always up in their faces. Well, let's move on to the match summaries, and well, there you have it, folks. 75 grenades being used and 6 grenade finishes to top it all off. So once again, great conversion rate on that, somewhere close to 10%, and yeah, once again, I mean, just we talked about this earlier as well, right? We said that the higher we go in terms of rounds and the more we see these teams become experienced, the more grenades are going to be used, the more knocks and finishes are going to be found, and that is the case. I mean, 17-1 knocks, out of which 54 were converted into finishes, and this time around, once again, 3 airdrops being looted over the standard too. So teams starting to prioritize that a bit more, and even the longest finish distance stat not looking too bad, 305 meters. That's pretty long.
Well, that's pretty long, not long enough for an AWM. XP is waiting for that, but the knock finish ratio this time is not that good, considering the previous game where it was 54 knock, 54 finishes. This time it is pretty low. Talking about the ratios, look at finish damage.
My god, that is insane. I think that is 2,800 damage for the side of Exterminators Esports, and even 247 in the meantime. What the hell is their damage? 2,300? I mean, these guys were on it, it seems, but only 7 finishes actually being converted. So somewhere or the other, they are going to be a little bit upset about the fact that they couldn't get all those converted. But hey, at the end of the day, it's still a lot of damage done by them. So clearly, they just had to go a little bit further and find a way to convert them. But once again, you know, it does seem that a couple of teams are dominating the damage shots, but other teams also have a fair amount of damage, right? We see 313, 700 damage for some of these other teams coming in as well. Of course, they aren't, you know, breaking records or anything, but good to see that everyone is being aggressive of sorts.
Well, everyone is aggressive, especially if I talk about Rick's also close to 2000 damage and 7 finishes, a good outing. But let's have a look at the top 4 squads. Exterminators, obviously, with 15 finishes. 247 Gaming, a beautiful chicken dinner, 7 finishes. Team Rick's, a very good outing in this match, 7 finishes. And Team Fallen X, 2 finishes.
Absolutely great stuff coming out from all of these teams over here, but clearly Exterminator being a cut above the rest and taking the cake. 247 Gaming, I have to say, you know, after looking at the amount of damage that they did, I thought that they would have had a lot more finishes. They should have had a lot more finishes as well, and they could have probably been the team who took the chicken dinner for themselves. I mean, at the end of the day, even though they got that, it doesn't seem like it's enough to push them over against the side of Exterminators. And Ricks, well, 7 total finishes to their name as well. Fallen X, like we mentioned, even though they had a rough start, they got themselves 2 finishes, ended in the 4th place, and they did about as well as they could have in that position. Now, of course, some of these teams didn't do as well, like we talked about, you know, OMKB unfortunately failing to hit the mark like they did in Game 1, but that's completely fine, right? If you do really, really well in Game 1, you've got yourself the security of knowing that you can screw up Game 2 a little bit and get away with it.
Well, one more team that quite disappointed me was Corrupt Soul Esports as well. The way they played in round 1, having 10 placement points, 12 placement points, almost finishing in top 3 in both the games.
Yep.
They were kind of missing the bad positioning or the bad rotation, or maybe their enemy read them like a book and there was some targeting happening. I don't know, but Corrupt Soul Esports was somewhere missing this time.
Yeah, absolutely. It does seem like that a little bit as well, because if Corrupt Soul Esports played a little bit better, maybe they could have also, you know, created some trouble. But could it just be that they're out of their element, right? We've talked about this earlier as well. As the rounds go on, the players who are not as confident and not as, you know, I mean, I wouldn't say skilled per se, but not as, I mean, faithful in their own abilities.
Maybe?
Pressure as well, you know, all that stuff, and it starts mounting up. You stop taking the same opportunities that you would when you weren't in that state, right? So this is something that we've seen often as well. Teams can look very, very different in scrims, and they can look very, very different during official matches, because pressure can, you know, just start mounting up and creating so much issues for you that if you're not really experienced, you can sometimes feel like, oh my god, I'm on camera, or oh my god, you know, this is the only opportunity I have, I better not mess this up. And then you end up not taking any risk, and it ends up being problematic over here. But this is just day 2 for you folks. We still have day 3 coming right around the corner. Tomorrow we're going to be back with a fresh set of teams and a fresh set of matches. So you want to make sure that you click subscribe, and make sure you hit the bell notification icon so you know when we're going live with tomorrow's matches as well. But this is about it from our side. Thank you so much for tuning in. Before we say goodbye, Shadow, though, any final words, any closing words?
Well, it was a full of pan day, I'll say. Quite good, impressive performance. Let's hope for a better performance in the next rounds.